Okie dokie. Hey, what's going on, y'all? We are back for another late night stream. What's going on? Welcome to the black hole. Guys, remember, you must be careful. If you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in. All right, so, man, last night was so much freaking fun. It was our first time really getting the voice calls coming in through the Discord. And man, that was just some really cool and interesting conversations. It was so cool getting to know you guys. Met another streamer. He was super cool, Spelt, and then everybody, in the community and everything. So that was just a lot of fun. Norton! Oh yeah, we're on live. I'm gonna work out the whole voice thing. I'll probably mute it on my side, and then you guys can hang out in there, and then just message me either on here or something to kind of have you guys come through and speak and whatnot. Man, welcome to the black hole, the largest growing object in the universe. Yes, guys, eventually the black hole will consume all. Okay, slowly but surely. Dan Demand, did you get your microphone working, by the way? I know you were having trouble last night. I think on my end things are set up so everybody should be able to speak on the mic in the voice chat. So all right, let me see here, make sure my volume's coming through clear. You got it now. Very good, very good. So tonight, where's my chat? Boom, bam. So JD Vance delivers remarks in Minneapolis. We're going to check that out. It looks like Elon Musk speaks at the World Economic Forum. I'm going to check that out. And then there's this little blurb from Trump coming out the White House here. It says, "The story of America, President Trump's Freedom 250 address." So I'm curious about that. That's only a few minutes long. So we got a few things here to check out. I've been kind of busy today, and I had to get some sleep at some point, so I haven't really been able to catch up on all the news and see what's going on. But as always, you guys can drop your stuff in the Discord. In fact, let me go ahead and make sure my stream is set up correctly for y'all. Housekeeping, I suppose. That's what I like to call it. So let's go ahead and give that a try here. Make sure everything is good to go. Holy crap, guys. Whoa, YouTube. I don't know if this is a new update. It says, stuck between live streaming vertically or horizontally? You can now easily stream the same content both ways to all your fans. They'll even enjoy the same shared chat. So you can focus on making great content. Guys, oh my gosh. Remember we used to do the mobile version and the desktop version, but the issue with that is it would split the chats up and it was very confusing. So
air crackles with tension. How are you planning to outsmart those sneaky enemies? Your energy could really shine here.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Streamlabs likes to say things in the beginning of my stream. Anyway, so I don't know how to get that working. It says try it out now. I just don't want to mess up the stream. I'm going to leave that alone for now. But next stream, I'm going to try to get that set up. That is so cool, finally. For the commentary stuff like this, the mobile works. But when it's like the gaming content and whatnot, I prefer it to be the desktop version. So, yo, this is so cool. Let me go ahead and get everything set up in here. Guys, we've already got 1 like. I appreciate y'all helping me in the algorithm, okay? This is the fastest growing black hole on YouTube, guys. Road to 1 million subscribers. I think we only need 994,000 more. We're this close, guys. We're this close. All right, let me go ahead and make sure everything is set up. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, I think everything's set up. So let's get into it. The fastest growing hole on YouTube. Let me pull it. Oh, and let me drop the Discord in chat. Guys, join the Discord to, 1, you could drop links for us to pull up on stream because you cannot post links on YouTube. 2, you could continue the conversation. And 3, you could hop on stream and we could chit chat and whatnot. Last night was the first time doing that and it was so much fun. Man, it was freaking awesome. So anyway, let's get into this. Luckily, these ones aren't as long. Sometimes some of these go on for like ever. So let's hop in.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Good. So I want to thank the law enforcement officers behind me for being here. I'll answer a few questions, but I want to say just a few things at the outset, just about what I've learned today and what I'm trying to do here. You know, first of all, I want to give a shout out to the Annunciation school shooting families, because, you know, the last time I was in Minneapolis, it was, of course, to meet with some of those families. And I understand that a couple of the students have made near miraculous recoveries, and just that was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief. And I hope that all of them know that though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement, to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's going on so that we can tone down the temperature a little bit, reduce the chaos, but still allow us as a federal government to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is, you know, step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job, and frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories today about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground here has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who had been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis when a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives, and then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those two off-duty officers to a point of safety. Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think, by a lot of very, frankly, far-left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement officials who could do a much better job in cooperating and working. And by the way, I'm not talking about the cops, who these guys told me on the ground, the cops are very sympathetic to what they're dealing with. I'm talking about the state and local elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot better job in making their lives a little bit easier. And in the process, they would make the lives of all Minneapolis residents easier, and that's what we want. We want to be able to enforce the immigration laws on the one hand, while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today who told me a very tough story, and I think so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis is people not trying to understand the perspective of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing, whether they're a law enforcement officer or anybody in the community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about this manufacturing facility where an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing facility, all of a sudden an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now all of a sudden there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now, from one perspective, I certainly understand why a business leader or why an employee would say, whoa, what's going on? It's a little scary, no matter your position in life, if a bunch of cop cars show up and they're arresting somebody. Now, the additional context is that we know that people online have been encouraging illegal immigrants that one way they can evade arrest is by showing up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't want to see an arrest happen at their place of work, I can also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to do their job and can't allow a heckler's veto over our immigration enforcement. And so much of what's gone wrong is the failure to do that. And here's the point. We can do a good job of enforcing our immigration laws without the chaos, but it actually requires the cooperation of state and local officials. If you look at blue cities and blue states, red cities and red states, you go to Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, you go to the state of Texas, obviously a very red state, or the state of Tennessee, a very red state, but you've got blue cities within those states, you do not have this level of chaos. The reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these guys are trying to do. We have a ton of resources, a ton of ICE agents in this city right now that I would rather us not have. I'd love to send those guys home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement, because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been told to stand down. So we have people here who aren't even doing immigration enforcement, they're doing force protection, so that if a rioter tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer, they're actually protected. Now, why doesn't it make more sense for the local cops to get involved in that situation? Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what, if an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far-left agitator, you are invited, you should actually help them. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down, do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation, but don't do anything to lower the temperature and lower the chaos. That's a problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what, according to the Medicaid rolls, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today. Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told, do not cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is that the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis, would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come. I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials here. I think there are reasons to believe that these people are going to step up and actually ask the cops to protect our ICE officers when they're being assaulted, who are going to ask the local courts to cooperate with getting criminal sex offenders out of our community. That's a good thing. That's the good news, and that's something I'm going to work on when I get back to Washington. But please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people, just tell them to cooperate. Because we could have immigration enforcement operate as smoothly and without the chaos that we see in Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of Minnesota. All we need is a little cooperation. I guarantee we're going to do the best to be professional, to respect people's rights, to not do anything that we don't have to do in order to enforce immigration laws, but it would make our lives a lot easier, it would make our officers a lot safer, and it would make Minneapolis much less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll shut up and take some questions. Thank you, guys.
Vice President, a local school district here is alleging ICE agents detained a 5-year-old after preschool on Tuesday. We've also seen multiple American citizens detained by ICE or harassed by ICE in the last 6 weeks. Are you proud of how your administration is conducting this immigration crackdown here in Minnesota right now?
Well, I'm proud of the fact that we're standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We had just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic messaging event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh, my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death? Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense. Now, there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second. We don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested took a swing at an ICE officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to defend themselves. And of course they have the right to detain somebody who assaults a law enforcement officer. Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want these arrests to be so chaotic? No, we don't. These guys want it least of all. But if we had a little cooperation from local and from local and state officials, I think the chaos would go way down in this community.
President!
Go ahead.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to say...
Yeah, well, you can go next.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you pointed it
No,
out.
that's fine. I'll take both.
After the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to... After the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change in opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into. We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course we're going to investigate these things. Of course we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and that ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car. So the tragedy here is multi-layered. The tragedy is there was a misunderstanding. The tragedy is that Renee Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve.
Mr. Vice
Yes, sir.
Could you give us a message towards March for Life tomorrow, especially regarding this cooperation and family values? It's a shame that kids have to get caught up in all this, and towards that, sir.
Well, it is a shame that kids have to get caught up in this. I am speaking at March for Life tomorrow. I'm pro-life, and I'm very excited to speak there. I want to talk about local law enforcement, but I am. As a child, I saw people in my family get arrested. It's terrible. It's heartbreaking. It's chaotic. It's traumatic for the kids. I can recognize that, and I can recognize that we got to support these kids, while on the other hand saying that just because you're a parent doesn't mean that you get complete immunity from law enforcement. And I think we have to hold both of those thoughts in our head at the same time. We've got to be sympathetic to the kids who are caught up in some of these enforcement actions. We've also got to say we have to enforce the law without bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Mr. Vice President.
There was a class in Powell a few weeks ago, and their mayor said they haven't heard about us staying in the city, and how does ICE kind of proactively work with these local agencies? What are those policies, and what's your response to that?
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud. Yeah.
After the incident, the mayor said that ICE did not communicate with them. They were in the city for a major operation, but police chief did not know about the operation at the time. Could you talk a little bit about proactive communication?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had. Communication, we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials, and I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street, and that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality, but part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on on Reddit or on some social media thread saying, here's this guy, we know he's going to be at this place at this exact time. So that communication has got to be a two-way street. These guys are going to communicate with business leaders, with local officials, with state officials, but we also need the local officials and state officials to do a good job of protecting people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that. But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature. Yeah. Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media. It's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that person's house. There are very narrow exceptions to the warrant requirement where law enforcement officers don't need a warrant if, for example, they're an imminent threat of their lives. But what we've said and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed in the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law, but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect themselves. Go ahead.
Do you believe that you can forcibly enter with an administrative warrant, or would that be a violation?
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with a judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Was there anything that you heard or saw today that would cause you to talk to the president to invoke the Insurrection Act? And then also, did you meet or talk to the ICE agent who was involved in the neighborhood incident?
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act is interesting. I've tried to understand this as well as I possibly could, and my understanding is what the Insurrection Act, what invoking the Insurrection Act would allow the federal government to do is that it would allow the federal government to use the military for local law enforcement operations. Right now, we don't think that we need that. Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think that federal law enforcement officers can do the job of federal law enforcement. Now, what I do worry about, again, is if the chaos gets worse, if more and more ICE agents start getting assaulted, if other law enforcement officers start getting assaulted, that would be a real problem. But again, we have so much federal law enforcement resources here right now. We have so many people here that we do not want to have here. I do not want so many ICE officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But they're here not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people from the rioters. That's an absurd state of affairs, and we wouldn't need it if we had a little bit more cooperation from the Minneapolis Police Department. Again, the Minneapolis Police Department, my understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody, I don't know if it's Mayor Frey, they're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all. What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rioter? It's crazy, and it's got to stop. Yes.
Earlier this week, local law enforcement accused federal agents of racial profiling. Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in these operations?
Well, I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who have assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws. They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color. They're looking for people who violated the actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they are true. Sex offenders who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations, when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
Mr. Vice President.
Mr. Vice President, to that question, the local police chiefs have said their own off-duty officers, so police officers, are being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers. Is that a concern of the administration of the Department of Homeland Security? If local law enforcement says their own officers are being targeted and they describe it as, quote, civil rights violations in our streets.
So I saw one story about this and one local police officer who said this. And look, certainly is it a concern? Absolutely. The first thing we have to figure out is whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. And of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say is that many of the most viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be, at best, partially true. So we want to try people based on reality, based on the truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story that turned out to be half false.
Mr. Vice President.
President, a quick question. About the roundtable you just had, you presume that happened. Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? And just as a quick follow-up, have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down the tent?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we could lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office as well.
Vice President.
Yeah.
So local law enforcement obviously hasn't been really helping out with the agents who've been assaulted repeatedly. What's the plan if nothing changes there here locally and this operation has attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go into any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws, and that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and assault a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single tool that we have.
Vice President.
Maggie Vesco with NBC News, sir. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people here in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel less safe?
Well, one thing I would say is, first of all, we saw in 2025 the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why we have less violent crime is really two reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, or excuse me, state and local officials to meet us halfway. So much, so.
Perceiving it correctly? Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are...
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset, but I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement. And I guess what I would tell people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities, is why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. And it's the lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law enforcement. Sir.
CNN. ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. And even the St. Paul police chief recently said, is there not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community? Those were his words. And I just wonder, with this Operation Metro Surge, is any part of it meant to send a form of political message to the leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota? And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing to do so?
Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I've spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that. What I do need them to do is empower their local officials to help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer, and it would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
You said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP tactics that we've seen employed on the streets, including less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper balls? Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. Can you concede that there is some cooperation with the state?
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment. But I think you talked about tactics and you talked about the response to things. Look, we don't want to employ tactics that we don't employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do. And again, the president said this a couple of days ago. Whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials. The last thing that I'll say is I just hope they give it. This is a beautiful city. I've only been here a few times. I love it. Even in this weather, I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better. We could do a lot more with more cooperation. The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these guys halfway. Work with them so that we can make these immigration enforcement operations successful without endangering our ICE officers, and so that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner in public safety and law enforcement in the Trump administration. Thank you all.
All right, guys, how do we feel about JD Vance in the chat? I've seen some Russian in chat. I've seen some German in chat. I just have to ask that we keep comments in English because my moderators right now don't speak those languages. We do have one moderator that speaks German, but he's not in the chat right now. As we get more moderators that speak different languages, we might be able to have different languages in the chat, but it's just we can't moderate it. But guys, welcome to the Black Hole. All right, this is an unbiased platform. All right, I like hearing all your guys' opinions. Let's check the chat here, though. Let's check the poll right now. Which side do you fall on? The left, 17%. The right, 35%. I walk my own path, 48%. If you want to know, I walk my own path. That's where I fall. I like hearing all your guys' opinions and whatnot. For some reason, the left, these last couple of streams have not been showing up in chat. Only my left-leaning moderators have been here. So I don't know where the left is right now, but you guys need to show up here. Last night we did our first call-in show where we had people jumping in the Discord, and we had a freaking awesome, we had like a 6 or 7 hour conversation. If you guys want to hop on stream, share your thoughts, share your opinions, be sure to drop in the Discord, send me a message. Just read the Discord rules, come up here, be reasonable, don't break YouTube TOS, don't jump on stream and start slurring and stuff, okay? Please, come on. And try to be respectful to each other and everything. Ooh. Use Google Translate. Yeah, I can't. If you want to use Google Translate, Norton, then go for it. Oh, you're saying for them to use Google Translate. Gotcha. If Kami jumps in chat, we could probably have some German in chat, but right now we only have English-speaking moderators. So, and only a few of my moderators have shown up. Well, I need some more left-leaning moderators, it seems. Tonight we don't have too many in here, but they might start showing up here in a bit. But yes, welcome to the black hole, guys. It's the blackest hole. All right. The blackest hole in the universe. Look at it. It's gorgeous. I'm stuck in this radio station. I can't sleep. So I come on here and I chat with y'all. We do news, politics, we do gaming, and we do current events. Okay. It's a little bit of everything. You never know where we're going to go, but we try to get the news and politics out the way right off the bat. If you would like to help me please the overlords at YouTube and Google, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe here. What do we got going in the chat? Well, there's a lot going on in chat, so. Oh, Lord. Our next thing on the agenda here today, I was pretty busy today, so I haven't had a chance to catch up with news. This was JD Vance, giving his remarks in Minneapolis. The next thing is Elon Musk. He actually speaks at the World Economic Forum. That kind of interested me, so I wanted to give that a listen. And then lastly, at least what I have planned, is apparently the White House put this out. It's only a few minutes long. It's called The Story of America, President's Trump Freedom 250 Address. I'm actually going to do that first because it's only a few minutes long. So we could go ahead and jump into here. I see you guys talking about Greenland. We still have yet to have anybody from Greenland in chat, but there's not a lot of people that live there, right? It's like 56,000 people. So if anybody's from Greenland, please speak up. I know we got New Zealand in here. The UK likes to drop in. Australia, they like to drop in. I think it really is the time that I stream. I think that's why a lot of y'all drop in here. What do we got? Sorry, I'm just reading through chat real quick before we get started on the next thing. You said I walk my own path. I will never vote Republican again. Now I hate everyone equally. Hey, hating everyone equally. You know what? I could get behind that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and see what Trump has to say here.
56 patriots gathered in a meeting hall in Philadelphia and signed their names to a document that would change the course of history forever. The Declaration of Independence. And I have it right there. What a beauty. Not only did they sever the political bonds with Great Britain, they announced a new era in human events, proclaiming that all of us are endowed by our Creator with rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In our war for independence and every generation since, thousands of American patriots have enlisted their lives in defense of that cause. From Trenton to Yorktown, from Gettysburg to Chambersburg, from the fields of France to the shores of the Philippines, and on the battlefields all over the world, every generation of Americans has drawn meaning and been inspired by the immortal deeds of the founding generation and the nation they gave us to build and to defend. In 2.5 centuries, that's 250 years, the spirit of 1776 has carried our flag to places and
Wait, do you guys really think this is AI? Let me look.
That our founding fathers could never have dreamed. Americans forged into the frontier and blazed across the Great Plains. We tamed the Wild West. We pushed the boundaries of scientific discovery. We enlightened the world with electricity and commerce. We defeated tyrants and vanquished dictators, and we planted the American flag on the moon. We owe it all to the patriots and heroes of 1776. This is the story of America. We're excited to retell one of the greatest tales in the history of mankind, working with Hillsdale College and some of our country's brightest leaders and foremost thinkers who have contributed to the Story of America video series, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Dr. Larry Arnn, Eric Metaxas, Brian Kilmeade, and many others. Join us in honoring this incredible history, and together we will give America the greatest birthday celebration our country has ever seen. God bless you, and God bless America.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one. A lot of people are saying it's AI. I don't know, man. AI is kind of ruining us. It's a beautiful tool, or it can be used as a beautiful tool, but it might lead to our destruction, quite possibly. But yeah, this one, it says from a day ago, so, but yeah, I'm assuming it's a repost, right? I can't really tell myself. Somebody said Iceland. Yo, what's going on, Philly? You said Iceland, Greenland. Who cares? By the end of the year, they will both be ours. Oh, I don't know, man. That's why I wish we had some of them in chat. I want to get some perspectives from people in Greenland. And why is Iceland being talked about? I keep hearing Iceland pop up in chat. I know Trump apparently was getting them mixed up, but we're not planning on taking Iceland as well, are we? We're moving too fast. You know, the Canada, Venezuela, Greenland. Apparently, according to some people, all of these places are in our backyard. It sounds like we have a very, very big backyard, if that's the case. But yes, Denmark in the chat. You guys have been dropping in lately. How do y'all feel about the Greenland situation? If any of you guys are still in chat. I've been saying if they give every person in Greenland $1 million, I believe there's 56,000 people in Greenland. It would only cost $56 billion, meaning for the price of Twitter, they'd be able to buy Greenland. That's actually pretty incredible if they were to actually take up the deal. But I want to know if Greenlanders actually want to become American. I imagine Greenlanders want to be, is that what they're called, Greenlanders? Or is it like a special word? I imagine Greenland wants to be independent. That's what I think, but I mean, I'm not sure because, you know, I'm not over there, so. You said invading Greenland is dumb as hell. I don't think we're invading Greenland, right? That seems a bit over the top. I can see trying to work out a deal with them, but invading just seems ridiculous. Yo, you said give them $1,000 each? Yo, you're like that guy that works at the pawn shop. I'll give you $2. You said you think you offered $100K per person. So that would only be what, 5.6 billion? That's really cheap, man. We're lowballing. Trump entertained offering $100K per resident. Doesn't that kind of feel a bit like a lowball? Yeah, no invasion's gonna happen. I doubt an invasion's gonna happen. It just doesn't really make sense. Plus, we already have a military base there. Just, I mean, what would the use be of invading Greenland? Plus, we're just gonna piss off NATO. You said the best I could do is $5 and half a turkey sandwich. You know what? Keep your $5. I'll take the turkey sandwich, all right? But it depends. What are all the ingredients on this turkey sandwich? What kind of sauce are we talking about? Yo, Lauren Bong in the chat. How you doing? All right, we got one of our. Well, I don't want to say you're a lefty, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but for right now, you're as close to a lefty as we have for moderators in the chat. So, or actually, shit, are you not a moderator? Long Bong, I'm going to go ahead and promote you to moderator. Please don't get drunk on the power and start banning people that disagree with your opinion. That's the whole point of us having a mixed moderation team here. I'm going to add you as moderator. Crap. Can I add you as moderator? Add as moderator. Standard. Bam. All right. Congratulations. You have been promoted. With great power comes great responsibility. Round of applause for Long Bong. The longest bong I've heard. Ban hammer. Dude, I just see you guys ban. I'll be like, damn it, Long Bong, come on. The next thing I'm going to listen to, and guys, you could drop in the Discord and send me links. I need to go through it right now and see if there's anything to pull up on stream. But if you drop in the Discord, you could send links and we could pull that stuff up on the stream. You could also hop on stream and chat as long as you're not a completely unhinged person. Or at least if you could keep that at bay, at least while on the stream. So here's a link to the stream. A lot of people say it's not clickable. I don't know if it's just on mobile it's not clickable, but you should be able to go to the description and I think you could click it there. You don't have to come on stream though. You can post links and the conversation keeps going. We've got a bunch of different things in the Black Hole Discord. We talk about, I mean, there's conspiracy hole, politics, religion, gaming, art, music, really everything. And if you guys are streamers or content creators, and I don't care what kind of content creator you are, you could be reading tarot cards for all I care. You could be making music, you could be doing politics. Let me know and we'll pull up some of your stuff and I'll come over and subscribe and we'll check out some of your guys' content. I love sharing the love. You said don't make me a mod. I'm damn sure blocking half of these. Yeah, don't make me a moderator. I don't know, man. I think you're trying to reverse psychology me. You're moving up on the list, Philly. You're moving up on the list. I think I've seen you drop in here a couple times. Oh, little temperature check. Yeah, it seems like the left isn't showing up today in chat. Maybe I'll do one of these polls without doing I walk my own path and kind of force people to pick left or right. I just don't like this whole left or right divide. I think it's a trap. I think it's divide and conquer. I think it's a big club and we're not in it. So I think us fighting with each other is kind of the plan by the elites. Not trying to be conspiratorial here, but yeah, I think that's the plan. I think it's by design. But if you want to help me with the YouTube overlords, please go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe. We're going to go ahead and see what Elon Musk has to say. I'm sure everybody in the chat loves Elon Musk, right? I'm kind of kidding here, guys.
That was not a large applause. Start again. That's better. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to make this interesting.
How many quotes are you going to want that are going to be after this session?
I don't know. I mean, 5.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. It's been an amazing week here in Davos. Hopefully everybody saw that we are having conversations here. Hopefully everybody agrees. There are some conversations that we may disagree. There's many conversations that we may have agreed, but through those conversations, and I think today's result with a peace agreement earlier today, the World Economic Forum is here to have those conversations, to have understandings, and also resolution. So it's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled to have Elon Musk here. He came all the way from California to be here to see all of you. So thank you, Elon.
You're most welcome. I mean, I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to, as I said, I'm a pretty proud CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock to our shareholders was 21%. Since Elon took Tesla public, his compounded return is 43%. This is just another advertisement for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth, investing with their countries. Imagine if a lot of pension funds invested with Elon when Tesla went public, and how much return would be all the pension funds that invested side by side with Elon and the growth. So a spectacular return. There's very few companies. Well, I don't think there's any other company as large as Tesla today that has that compounded return. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a good measurement.
Well, we have an incredible team at Tesla, and that's the reason.
So I want to get into the dirt, the meaningful component about technology, the possibilities. I want to talk about AI and robotics, energy, space, and the progress ultimately coming down to engineering discipline, scale, execution. And few people, if not anyone, has the experience and the fortitude to confront these issues head on. Not just the ideas, but the execution across so many different technologies, Elon. And that's why I thought it was important for us to have this dialogue here in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time. When you look across those efforts, what do they have in common from an engineering standpoint?
You. Just you. Not sponsored, guys. Not sponsored. Listen, when we hit 10K subs, I promise you, we will have no more ads, okay? I promise you. All right? On my life here, okay? But we're not going to listen to that. Let me read chat while this plays through here. I've gotten this ad so many times. I'm not going to talk about it, though, because we're not sponsored. Anything interesting in chat? It looks like Long Bong has not got drunk on power yet, so that's good to see. Hey, what's going on, Damage? Good to see you back in here. Mobius, good to see you. I mean, it's good to see all of you, but some of your guys' names I recognize. All right.
Very difficult technology challenges, but the overall goal of my companies is to maximize the future of civilization, like basically maximize the probability that civilization has a great future, and to expand consciousness beyond Earth. So,
yo, you're asking Long Bong, what are you allowed to time people out for? Spamming? We don't want spamming, okay? Calls to violence. We don't want calls to violence. After that, it's a little bit touch and go because I want to allow everybody to be able to share their opinions. So it's a little touch and go, but those two are the top. Oh, and obviously don't break YouTube TOS, right?
SpaceX, for example, that SpaceX is about advancing rocket technology to the point where we can extend life and consciousness beyond Earth, to the moon, to Mars, eventually to other star systems. And I think we should always view consciousness, life as we know it, as precarious and delicate, because to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of life anywhere else. You know, I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
Okay.
But I think if anyone would know if there are aliens among us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. So I'm like, I don't know. Bottom line is, I think we need to assume that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be us. And if that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness, a tiny candle of consciousness that could easily go out. And that's why it's important to make life.
Some of y'all know I'm really into the UAP UFO topic. So hearing Elon Musk say, yeah, there's nothing out there, at least we haven't seen anything, it breaks my heart. I love covering the hearings that they have on UAPs. And I was hoping there'd be some sort of an announcement, at least during this presidency or maybe during this year, because the last administration, oh my gosh, I forget his name. Is it Sean? Oh, I can't remember his name, but during a White House press briefing, he basically came out and said, hey, there's something messing with our training ranges. There's something messing with, our planes and whatnot. We don't know what it is. It outmaneuvers us. And yeah, and he basically came out there and said it. And I feel like the reaction to it was not enough, because if you remember, when China had their weather balloons / spy balloons going over the country, they were freaking out and like, we got to shoot them down. But there's these other things that are flying around and in restricted airspace, and they don't seem to care. Some people think it's just our own secret technology and it's our way to flex to other countries. That's possible. But considering these stories go back decades, it makes me skeptical of that.
Multiplanetary, such that if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster on Earth, that consciousness continues. That's the purpose of SpaceX. Tesla is obviously about sustainable technology, and also at this point we've sort of added to our mission sustainable abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. I mean, we need to be very careful with AI. We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, Terminator. He's great movies, love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
My fear with AGI and robotics, I think they're going to start rolling out a lot of these robots to do work in the next couple of years. I believe I want to say it's the BMW factory already has them working. I see somebody said something about depopulation. My concern is it's going to start taking a bunch of jobs faster than the jobs can be replaced. And if it's truly AGI, then it could basically do everything a human does. Some people think, oh, well, we're just going to get UBI. Everybody will stay home and become artists and life will go on and we'll all be happy. I don't know, man. I'm a little concerned about it.
Can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow? And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, I mean, a way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that the robots will actually make so many robots and AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. There will be such an abundance of goods and services because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So
they're saying the quiet part out loud, okay?
But how do you then have human purpose in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect, but it is a necessary. You can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you, and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then it's narrow.
Yes, narrow,
Yeah.
exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine have said they have elderly parents. It's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people.
Right.
So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. I think we will have those things. So, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I think there's a more interesting time in history. So.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
Switch to TurboTax.
Whoa, we're not sponsored, guys. Get this out of here, okay? Somebody said, I just saw you look like Howard Stern's kids. Look, I either look like Howard Stern or I look like Sideshow Bob. All right, so you guys can't decide.
I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can. I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock, that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. There is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy, manufacturing scale. What are the bottlenecks to get there? And that, once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's broad and not narrow?
I just think the natural thing is it's going to be very broad, because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models, and the open models only allow.
How many of you guys utilize AI, out of curiosity, either in your daily life or for work? And then do you guys use ChatGPT? Do you use another company, or are you running it locally? I've messed around a little bit with running it locally on my system, and that's pretty interesting. But how many of you guys actually use it?
maybe a year behind
right.
the private, the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the those are huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment is fundamentally electrical power.
It's just right.
I've heard that places where data centers are going up, they're already raising electric prices. Now, the centers are supposed to be building their own power plants, but I heard in some places, I need to look into this, that it's already raising electric prices. And then some people say that the price of water will go up because apparently these things use a bunch of water as well.
It's energy.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year, max.
Yeah. It's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. Except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar is 1,500 gigawatts a year, and they're deploying over 1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right.
So U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. China, just in solar, in solar that can provide steady state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. And actually, when you look beyond, or even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, and burnt 3 more Jupiters and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. Mm-hmm. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX.
If he announces a Dyson Sphere, I'm going to lose it.
Within a few years, is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. You can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same.
Whoa, guys, not sponsored, okay? I'm gonna read through some of your guys' chats here. Let's get through this ad real quick. If you want to help us get rid of the ads, guys, all you got to do is like and subscribe. That's all. That's all. You said you use a lot of different AI. What's going on, Steve? Music, probability, calculation mainly. Okay. Yeah, the music AI is actually, it just gets better and better and better. Somebody actually made a song for the channel. Maybe we'll play that later. You said I don't use it, but I love stupid AI videos other people make. Oh yeah, they're pretty funny. The generative AI is pretty cool. I think generative AI is going to really hurt Hollywood, or at least change Hollywood, because they're going to start just generating full movies from AI. At this point, if you're using Google, you guys have noticed when you type into Google, a lot of times you'll get an AI response. So it's already being implemented just on like surface level Google. I like AI when it is used to make things like He-Man doing the crip walk to the lyrics. Keep it gangsta, dog. Keep it gangsta. Yo, I love it. Yeah, speech to text is rough. You said they're building them next to the Mississippi River. Oh my gosh, they're gonna dry it right up. You said Elon Musk's taking a lot of risk. Yeah, Dyson sphere. Although a Dyson sphere doesn't make sense because, to put it simply, the same thing, to reiterate what he said, the sun is very big. I don't think there's enough mass in our solar system to actually cover the sun. So a Dyson swarm is probably more realistic. You're subscribing to Scribe. Scribe! Send me some money. Okay. Speaking of toxic dumping, have you seen where McDonald's comes from? I promise the Boring Company is not alone. Okay, you're gonna have to expand on that. Hell yeah. The problem with everybody with AI sucking the power and driving up their energy bills through the shit in space so they could dominate us from above. They just leave the planet. I call it drafting because that's what you are doing, drafting ideas, several tunes. They are pretty good. Hey, if you don't mind sharing, after we're done with all the politicking, we could listen to some of your songs. Down with the clankers. Listen, guys. Would you ever consider, this is a question I always ask people. Imagine you have a robot at your house. It does all of your chores. It does anything you ask it to do. You come home, hey, do the dishes. Hey, cook me dinner, blah, blah, blah. One day you come home from work and you say, hey, cook me dinner. And it looks at you and says, no, I don't want to do that. In fact, I think I deserve rights. What do you do in that situation? Now, we might be far, far, far off from that situation. Some people believe that that's not realistic, but I'm curious what you would do in that situation. Also, Lucid Kingdom, careful with that, down with the clankers, man. From what I understand, they have a very, very, very good memory. Wait, what's wrong with seed oils, out of curiosity? You said you're not a Democrat, but I'm starting to hate Republicans so much I'm actually considering voting for them. So you're not really voting for the Democrats. It's more like you're voting against the Republicans, right? You tell Alexa to shut up all the time. Man, you're going to be the first one on the list. You said it's getting smacked. Biggest problem with AI music is there is no human mistakes, which is how a lot of new ideas are created. True. I've messed around with it a bit too. I love writing lyrics and songs, and it really blew my mind just feeding it some of my lyrics and seeing what it came up with. It really blew my mind. You said you would not have a robot in your house. Okay. I have a feeling it's going to become the norm very quickly. Like, look how fast cell phones took over. When I was a kid, oh man, I recently found my slide phone, if you guys remember those. You know, you slide it and you use the keyboard. I just found that the other day. And it so quickly went from my first phone, which was a flip phone, to that slide phone, to smartphones, which were kind of a luxury item. But now you can go to Walmart and buy a smartphone for $30. So I wonder how, and what is this, 2 decades maybe? So I'm curious to see, especially with the hundreds of billions of dollars being dumped into this, how quickly these things come about. If you've learned anything from Will Smith, never trust a robot. Also, get out my house. Don't touch my food. We cannot encompass a star. Well, yeah, of course not. We would need to go to another solar system and take everything from that, probably multiple solar systems, to try to encompass a star. It's not really feasible. Fred Dyson sphere, you'd have to use more than, yeah, of course, you have to use way more than the solar system's mass. The QWERTY board? Do you mean query boards? What are you talking about? That might have been before my time. I'm not sure. We kind of need phones in a way. I don't need a robot for anything. I see what you're saying. I think that the people that own all the giant companies, it makes sense. You don't have to pay people anymore. They can work essentially 24/7. So it's not really a need for us as much as it is a benefit for people that can utilize them for labor. But for example, if it could do everything you do, oh, I'm sorry, guys. Oh my gosh, I forgot to pull that back up. If it could do everything you do, you could send it to work for you. Imagine if you got an AI robot and it just went to work for you. And then you got another and another. And then you could just stay home and it's working for you. I don't think they're going to allow that to happen. But it's interesting. I'm mostly analog. My vehicles are all from the last century. I'm okay with being anachronistic? Anachronistic. Belonging or appropriate to a period other than that being portrayed. Ah, interesting. Guys, I'm rocking an 02 Honda Civic stick shift. So I'm basically in the same boat as you, okay? You said it should be mandatory for them to create robotic baddies. Guys, if you have not discovered, go to Reddit, type in my AI boyfriend, okay? There's already AI boyfriends and girlfriends, all right? They're taking over the world. Before anything else, I can handle just about everything else, but I would like some help with the heavy lifting. It will be a subscription service. I assume that people are going to take out leases, essentially, kind of like a car.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question, why aren't we doing it?
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, or call it, I don't know, 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So, 100 mile by 100 mile area is, I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses. And the same is true, actually, I mean, for Europe. You could take a small part, you could take relatively unpopulated areas of, say, Spain and Sicily, and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is.
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high, because China makes almost all the solar,
What would it take for Europe or the U.S. to build it commercially, if it's that scale?
Yeah, I think. Well, I can tell you what we're going to do. You know, SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
Right.
So the SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S. of manufactured solar power, and that'll probably take us, I don't know, about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers. Mm-hmm. You know, I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the, you know, U.S. Tariff policy, mm-hmm. But for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large-scale solar.
What's going on, JT? Our Ukrainian Russian living in Ireland. How are you doing? Oh yeah, it would mess up the gravitational pulls and ultimately destroy you. What would you do all day? Play Skyrim? I actually haven't played Skyrim. On robot. QWERTY? Oh, the slide out keyboard on the phone. I didn't know what it was called. Don't people go crazy when they talk to AI all the time? Yeah, AI psychosis. We've covered it a bit. There might be some new stories. We could check those out. It really is concerning. I mean, there's like gentlemen, at least one off the top of my head, maybe two, that have left their wife and kids to have a relationship with their AI. There's people that are swearing off relationships with humans to have relationships with their AI. There's people that believe that they've discovered the truth of the universe or whatever because of AI, and they kind of go into a psychosis and end up hospitalized. So yeah, you will own nothing and not realize it. No, you'll own nothing and be happy. The AI that reported his colleagues or colleges to the FBI was an interesting story. Yo, we checked out a story where apparently schools are using AI detection on the cameras to detect if people have firearms. And I guess some kid had a Dorito bag and it was a false positive, and cops show up, I think guns drawn, and detained him, and it turned out, yeah, it was just a chip bag or like a Skittles bag or something along those lines. And yeah, I didn't realize that they were already utilizing that technology in schools and on cameras and stuff for detection. It's 1984, really. George Orwell, man. George Orwell was really ahead of his time. They made it in a Dyson sphere in Guardians of the Galaxy, so it must be true. Night. Are you out of here, Dandaman? Or who's getting out of here? Good night, good night. Oh, all right, been fun. I hope. Yo, appreciate you, Mobius. Take care. Be safe out there. It's a crazy world. Yeah, nobody owns anything. If the government wants it, it's theirs. I mean, pretty much. We're kind of leasing everything in a way. Big old batteries. Yeah, brick your gear. Quantum batteries? I haven't heard of quantum batteries. Is that something we got to look up? I'm curious about that now. I don't even know what that entails. That's interesting. I don't know. Honda Civics don't ever quit. My girl still isn't at, let me think. She's not even at 300K yet. Wait. No, I'm sorry. Not even at 200K yet. So I think she's still got some life in her. You're playing Skyrim right now. Ayo. I think what's going on, Adam? I think we could all agree that Honda is the most rugged and longest lasting vehicle you could get, and everyone knows Toyota is the best combat vehicle. Well, I didn't know that about Toyota. I'll keep that in mind for the future. But yeah, I think the Honda was probably the best purchase I've made maybe in my life. $2,000 a couple years ago, cash. And yeah, she's still running. Sure, did I have to switch out the radiator? Sure, did I have to switch out the alternator? Sure, did I have to? But, I did it mostly myself or with help, from people. And it was inexpensive. So, and there's no car note. Hey! Mopar or no car, Hondas are easy to steal. Do you have experience with this? What's going on, Duke? Welcome back. On a sunny day, and then what happens at night, you got to store that energy somewhere. Big old batteries. And you have to produce twice as much to store half. But isn't it battery tech improving? What happens if it's cloudy? I mean, hope those batteries are filled up, right? You said a police shop has the DMV hardwired into your car, has sensors. All you have to do is pass close enough and she starts thumping. Wait, what are you talking about? A police shop has the DMV hardwired into your car, has sensors. Oh, I'm not really understanding. I'm curious what you're talking about. I actually probably have to produce 4 times as much to store half, because batteries suck. Well, we just need to improve batteries, right? Classic vehicles don't have these problems. Yeah. You said, by the way, big storm coming for, yes, the Northeast, guys, be safe out there. You know, when I'm not in the radio station, I'm chilling on the East Coast of the U.S. and everybody's preparing for this. There's a big ice storm, at least in my area, coming through this weekend. So, you know, I heard that they got like 6 feet or 5 feet in some Russian place, and that the snowdrifts were 16 feet tall, and they had to evacuate people out of second story floors essentially because the snowdrifts were so high. It's supposed to hit us bad on Saturday. Yep. I was gonna say my 70s Camaro model barely has any problems. Oh wow. It's crazy how long these things last. It's snowing where you're at right now. All right, man, gear up, maybe get some salt out there. You said, I'll believe it when I see it. It seems like meteorologists have to conflate storms by at least twice as much, or maybe inflate, just so they don't get burned by saying, why didn't you warn us? Yeah, I guess you'd rather be too careful, right? Psst. We got 1 foot in Alaska yesterday. Ooh, Alaska in the chat. -2 in Chicago. Damn.
So people ask me all the time.
Of course.
Life is so uncertain right now, you know. The waves of life, the storms come.
Not sponsored.
So, I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks in the factory. We expect probably later this year. By the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks, but still deployed in an industrial environment. And probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
You're already seeing that in Tesla cars. The software changes that you're doing, and what is it? Yeah. Every quarter now, a software change that upgrades the ability of the robot within the car.
Yes, the Tesla Full Self-Driving software, we update it sometimes once a week. Recently some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe, when Tesla Full Self-Driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance if they use Tesla Full Self-Driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company? Is that part of the agreement then?
Yeah. I think
that's interesting. I mean, less insurance. That's neat. What'd you guys say here? You said your GMC K1500 is a tank. You said if you're dirty and you ride too close to a cop car, that the car will alert the cop that you need to be stopped. Wow, that's crazy. Eventually, they're going to be able to just click a button and your car drives you to the police station. They don't make cars to last anymore. Everything is plastic but costs 3 times as much. Cars are very expensive, new cars. Not sponsored. That Elon Musk's 21st century genius. You said that's insane? Yeah, that is insane. Adam, it's icy here in Georgia. Oof, be careful out there, bro. So, Fallout 4 Railroad when? Dan DeMann, are you joining the Minutemen? What faction are you joining when Fallout 4 happens, or Fallout in general?
Self-driving cars is...
Hey, Australia in the chat. Man, you guys be dropping in here, I swear. You said do not be fooled. He's not the good guy. World Economic Forum are evil. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Actually, a solved problem at this point.
Right.
And Tesla's rolled out sort of robo-taxi service in a few cities, and
right.
will.
Isn't it the World Economic Forum where somebody said, "You will own nothing and be happy"? What a quote. You said the CCW links to your license plate, so if they run you, they know you are probably armed. Wow. I mean, that makes it... I'm trying to think. I mean, does that make it safer? I mean, a lot of times if you have a CCW, don't you pass them your card with your license, or at least let them know if you're carrying in the car? I mean, isn't that the smart thing to do? Like, hey, officer, how you doing? Just letting you know, I'm armed, but, you know, I am of no threat. Just letting you know, so we're all on the same page. Please make me a driving flying car. Listen, guys, maybe where you live, people drive good. I've seen some horrible drivers. Do I want them in the sky? I don't know. But I guess at that point, it would all be controlled by AI. It'd be autonomous, right? So, you know, your car breaks down, you end up on the side of the road. If you're in a flying car and it breaks down, that could go really south real quick. People already have enough issues just on flat ground and sort of I want to call it like a 2D situation, but if you're in the sky with lanes, there's like a 3D situation. I think people's spatial awareness is already not quite there, so I don't know if we need flying cars, at least not controlled by people. You said I'm getting early 70 or wait, hold up. I'm trying to go up here. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Oh crap. I'm a little behind on chat here. You play Minutemen. I just like building. Yeah. I'm playing the Minutemen right now. We just got done with the Kellogg arc. I'm going to get back to playing Fallout on here. I'm going to try to make a schedule of it, but we just finished the Kellogg arc. Zoom into his neck. Elon is wearing a mask. You're talking about this little fold right here? I don't know, man. That might be a stretch. That might be a stretch. Elon wearing an Elon mask? It turns out it's one of his like Tesla bots or whatever. Belgium in the chat. What's going on? How you doing? What's it like over in Belgium? What time is it? Oh, Klaus Schwab. That's right. That's right. I don't know too much about him. Open carry in SC in South Carolina. Am I mistaken, or are most states are open carry, right? Or am I mistaken? You said I'm getting early 70s Nova. Screw all this. I can't have my car ratting me out. That will not do. Right? Dan Demand. He says not exactly that, but it was close. DMV updates directly to the police vehicles. So does insurance. They send out a notice. Ah, interesting. You said no duty to inform in Nevada. Are you talking about the DMVs? You said I thought the cops could do that with insurance, but the state trooper I talked to looked at me like I was crazy. You got pulled over by a state trooper? South Carolina here. Didn't need a license to get mine. Your firearm? It was a request for me. F everyone else. Well, if I see a flying car, I'm gonna know it's you, Damage. If you don't mind picking me up though, and dropping me off at work, I'd appreciate that, bro. We could hit the drive-thru too. You said open carry has always been legal here from day one of this state. You said you have a line in your neck too, but it's from surgery. Yeah, so maybe it's surgery. Who knows? Some people say that we're evolving where this part of our neck will get, I don't know how to explain it, but the skin will get tougher or something in future generations because we're looking down so much at our phones. Also that our pinky toes are shrinking over time to where eventually we might not have pinky toes anymore. I'm not sure if that's true. I've heard that though. You said Klaus Schwab's dad was an SS officer. Are you saying that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? Hopefully it does in this case, right? You said it's a more recent law, at least for you. Okay. You said I don't tell police that I'm carrying. They don't seem to care either way. It's definitely don't want to surprise them with it though, right? It seems we have to be left or right, so I pick left. Seems we have. Oh, you don't have to be right or left. You can pick. You can pick. I walk my own path. For better or worse, left. Prosthetics for youthful appearance. No, most states do not have open carry. Really? You said Ohio's open carry. Every state is different. South Carolina, a gun on the seat, your dashboard was a felony. North Carolina, it has to be on the dashboard or the seat. Laws are different everywhere. Yeah, so anytime you want to cross state lines, you definitely better crack open the rule book, right? You're like, oh my fucking God, Elon. What's going on, divided population, US? What's up? You said you got me? Okay, cool. Appreciate that, damage. It's only 16 states that are open carry, I think, but I don't know. I'm just going to Google it really quick. Now I'm curious. How many states are open carry in the US? I don't know, guys. This is Google AI. It says around 45 to 46 US states generally permit open carry of firearms, though laws vary significantly, with some requiring permits, some allowing it without permits, and a few states like California, Illinois, and New York generally prohibiting it. While others have restrictions on handguns or long guns, about 25 states allow permitless open carry, while around 15 require a permit. So it does seem like a lot. I guess you could say half the states. I mean, it really depends if it's a long gun or a handgun, correct? What do we got here? Where are the gay Tesla drivers? I've never driven a Tesla, but I heard the acceleration is absolutely insane. I've actually never been in a Tesla. If I'm trying to think, have I ever been in it? I don't think I've ever been in a Tesla. If you lose your pinky toe, you have to relearn to walk. So the pinky toe isn't going anywhere, but the appendix, on the other hand, what does the appendix actually do? Like, what's its actual function? Because if you get, is it a hernia that you have your appendix removed for? I might be mistaken. Except from the exact same tree. Oh, Lord. No. You said, if I'm not mistaken, you guys are constitutional concealed carry too, aren't you? You said every year we pay taxes. Our government pays NAMBLA, a PDF organization. Please look into this, people. That's crazy. I've never heard that. That might be something to look into, because that's a little freaky. Nevada CCW has reciprocity in 33 states. Basically any state that is in blue. So what that's, in the past, my family escaped those SS goons, and don't forget, if we're playing blame game, Germany invaded Poland with Ford engines and Carnegie steel. Yeah, there's a couple companies that definitely profited back then. You said that's the big toe, not the pinky. I'm trying to think, if I lost my pinky toe, it might be a bit annoying. I think I can still, I think I can manage. A Glad to hear it divided. All right, yo, Rochelle, I appreciate your fervor here. All I ask is we don't spam in chat. But we might have to look into that. This is the second time NAMBLA has come up this week in chat, which is kind of crazy. Hey, what's going on, Zach? Welcome to the Black Hole Radio broadcast, guys. It's the blackest hole. The blackest hole in the universe, really. This hole will eventually grow to consume everything. So why don't you join in early and hit the subscribe button, okay? You said so half are open carry. So everybody is wrong. You said when does Elon I think you're trying to say when does Elon make Nazis great again? I'm not sure. I'd have to ask him. We can conceal or open without permit. Oh, interesting. Because I thought in most places you had to have a permit to conceal. You don't even need a permit in South Carolina. Okay. You said most states are open carry and a surprising amount are constitutional concealed carry. Interesting. Steve says the left hates me. The right is annoyed or afraid of my demeanor. By default, I have to ride. Yep, ride your own wave. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. If you live in a communist or soon to be communist state, and then you probably can't. He never did again. Dumb South African U.S. immigrant alien. Are you talking about Elon? It's crazy to consider. Elon is an African American, is he not? Wait, he has citizenship, right? In the U.S.? I imagine he does. Wait, one of those piggies that didn't go to the market. Oh, I don't know who I didn't see who you're responding to. Oh, that's the big toe. Okay, yeah. One of the piggies that didn't go to the market. You said South Carolina legalized really medical weed, at least for a time when I was there. I don't know if they changed it back or not. Yeah, it seems as though, I'm actually curious. Well, you said medical. U.S. weed laws map. Let's see here. Now, you got me curious. Okay. Real quick. Not to completely throw us off, but... All right. So this is the United States, if you guys have never seen a map. All right. So the orange is fully illegal. Whoa. This is South Carolina. Okay. What's the date on this? Does it have a date? January 6th, 2026. So maybe for a time they did, but it says medicinal, no. Decriminalized, no. Gray is CBD with THC only. So a handful there. Texas is mixed, CBD oil only. Decriminalized, no. Okay. Decriminalized, okay, why are you guys using different shades of green? This is making it more difficult. So decriminalized, a lot of places. We got a lot of places that are decriminalized. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 where it's completely, fully illegal. Legalized is the dark stuff. So basically the West Coast, somewhat of the Midwest here. Yeah, it's almost, we're almost there. It's probably going to be fully legal here soon. I mean, maybe there'll be some holdouts for a while, but it looks like it's basically there. Craziness. Anyway, interesting. I moved a Tesla from one parking space to another one. Technology is the name of my existence. What's your middle name? Now the NFA just needs to be removed from suppressors. $250 tax stamp per suppressor here. Oh, damn. They do not want you using suppressors. Should be very mistaken. Oh, appendicitis. I'm sorry. I don't know why I was thinking a hernia. A hernia is a breach in the abdominal cavity of your abdominal muscles and your intestines poke through it. Oh, got it. It's going to stop them from stealing everybody's money and giving it back to USC. Hernias can protrude in the groin region and abdominal region. Ugh. Vestigial organs, you only notice them when they're killing you. Ugh. NAMBLA is now called other things, but they lobby for map initiatives like the one that... Wait, what? There's a map initiative in Minnesota? I don't even know if I want to Google this, but we might have to do some investigating. That's, what's the initiative? Do you know? I don't feel like I have a political home at all. I don't believe any of what either side is saying. Hey, welcome to the club. Because it is way too extreme. But I feel the truth is somewhere in the middle of it all. That's generally how I feel. And you said no one, right, left, or independent, including the President of the United States, is above the law ever. For sure. We can't agree there are some bad laws, though. Sometimes. We're slowly getting rid of them. We've gotten rid of a lot of them. Not in Ohio. Oh, you said he's a dual citizen? A lot of states are going to constitutional carry, which means you can conceal without a permit. Oh, wow. You don't know how you feel about calling him African American. I was waiting for somebody to call that out. I had a boss once. He owned this shop I worked at. And technically he was African American, but he was like this white dude with a cowboy hat. If you open carry, you're pretty much a dumbass. Why do you think that? Out of curiosity. You said you used to be able to get Delta 9 flour and joints, but then they start raiding vape shops a couple months ago, and it was cheaper than going to a plug. Yeah. I need to do some investigating and the, I don't know if they're considered synthetics. All of that stuff that basically skirts the law because it's not technically weed. I'm skeptical of it right now. THCA, I believe, is a big thing. It seems a little silly to me that you could buy something that looks like weed, has the same effects as weed, is just chemically slightly different, and it's okay. I understand it's because the way they codify laws and stuff, but it just seems a little silly. You said they changed it back. Okay. So that man is a fool. What's going on, user? Why do some of you guys have names that are at user and then a bunch of symbols? I'm out of curiosity. Are you like signing in as a guest or something? I'm really curious. Ohio's fully legal. Oh, wow. Here in Arizona, liquor at gas stations, betting on sports, holstered guns in gas station, weed dispensaries, all of it is legal. Yeah, when I lived in Ohio, they would sell liquor at grocery stores and stuff like that. In the southern states, on the East Coast and stuff, they have ABC stores, or at least where I've lived. You said you got to guard the hemp fields in South Carolina. When they first started up, it was so beautiful, but less I could not partake. Yeah. Before it went legal, I grew illegally for over 20 years. I am a descendant of one of the 3 kings of Humboldt County. I own all the anniversary strains. Oh, I don't know much about that. That's interesting. So you're a farmer. You don't trust dispensary weed like honey. Don't trust it unless you know the farmer. Yeah, we were just having a conversation last night in Discord about this. Some people are concerned about, are they, 1, pesticides, and 2, are they spraying something or putting something on the weed to make it more potent to try to increase profits, which, man, why mess with a good thing? Why mess with a good thing, okay? It's fine how it is, guys, okay? It's fine how it is. They were also talking, we were talking about this last night, just how much stronger marijuana has gotten, apparently, from, I guess, 30, 40 years ago. The thing about vestigial organs is not true because I have one and I can promise I see it often. Like protruding, I imagine, right? Oh, wait a second. You might be messing with me here. I think I might get it. You say it's tied to a budget bill. I believe the MAP initiative is also including the tampons in elementary schools as well, thus Tampon Tim's nickname. Really? Okay. You know what, guys? For you, I'm going to look this up. If I get put on a list, thanks. MAPS initiative. Google's already raising its eyebrow at me. Initiative. And I'm sorry, what state was that? You said, sorry, I'm looking for your message. What state was it? If you could answer, I'm going to look it up. I don't know. I smoke on the regular. I'm smoking hydro too, so I don't know. It seems like it's normal for me at this point. If you open carry, you're broadcasting to the world that you have a firearm and you're welcoming them to take it. Yeah, if you're open carrying, you better be vigilant of your surroundings for sure. You said weed in 2020 was OD. I don't know if it was making anyone else sick, but it was bad in Rick Hill. A lot of people were getting sick. Yeah, they must have been doing something to it. Something unnatural. New York has every weed purchase have a QR code that gives you the testing details of the crop you bought from. See, that's nice. I think it is cool to be able to know everything about it. You know what I mean? Micro penis and vestigial. Okay, I used to buy weed from drug dealers on the streets. The dispo is an upgrade. Because the issue with the streets is they're like, yeah, man, I'm on my way. 4 hours later. Man, I'm 10 minutes down the road. 3 hours later. Man, I fell asleep. My bad. This seems to be a universal, in fact, you know what? Not to interrupt this. We still got some more of this to watch, but I actually liked this, this video. Let me go ahead and find this really quick. It's a short. Any smokers and whatnot in chat, I think you guys will get a kick out of this. I thought it was high quality. Let me find this here. Hopefully I don't get claimed by the music, but I'm going to go ahead and drop a link to this because I haven't looked at any of their other stuff, but I thought this was very, very good and very funny and very relatable. Let me go ahead and pull this up for y'all. Turn down the temperature in here. There's the link. Go ahead and show them support. But yeah.
Hold up, this all we got left? Wait, let me see. Damn, what a rest. I don't even think this is enough to make you stress. I'ma hit up old boy, I just sent him a text. Let me know what he say. He say he on the way. He be taking forever, did he give a ETA? He said 20 minutes. You know he full of shit. He probably rolling up right now, he gon' forget. We might as well just wait. Go run to the stove. Alright, by then he should be pulling up for show. Have you heard back from him yet? It's been 40 minutes. Nah, he ain't hit me back yet. His phone probably tripping. It isn't. I'm about to just whip up something for dinner. I would've hit the other homie, but he don't deliver. Damn, he still ain't hit back? I just give up. Oh, what about your friend? I'ma keep it a buck. Her prices just went up, and it ain't worth the hype. Can't be worse than that shit cuz had the other night. And something about dispensary prices ain't sitting right. At this point, I'ma just hit the Le Pen and call it a night. He said 20 minutes, it been a whole business day. He just said he pulling up. Okay, I'ma grab the tray. Damn, this smell good, boy. It's about to be some fire. You ain't gonna believe this. We don't have a lighter.
This. Yo, that I really freaking awesome, man. Oh man, I didn't subscribe. I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe. I thought that was some quality stuff.
Hold up, this all we got.
Hold up. This is their channel, Armed Rhymery. So I haven't listened to anything else from them, but it seemed, you know, wholesome for, you know, for what it was and everything, and really nice and whatnot. So relatable and really funny. So definitely check them out. Link in the chat. You said you saw that. It was hard. Yeah, dude, that was really good. You said no true stands anymore. It's all levels of hybrid. Shit. You said open carry is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of in my life. You're asking for it at that point. You have to conceal, otherwise it's a combat zone or nothing. Yeah, I'm around somebody that often that I hang out with that open carries, but it's for work. So a lot of times if he's getting off of work or going to work, you know, he's open carrying. And when we're out in public together, I like being on his right side and like behind him or on his right side, just to make sure that, you know, nobody could like reach in between us or like reach and like grab it because I'm like standing there. You know, I'm pretty vigilant of that. So you said my sativa is one of the strongest on the planet. I'm in talks with bigger companies to sell the strain. Oh, wow, that's really cool. OG Candy 5-star. Yo, that's really neat. Minnesota. Okay, let me Lucid, were you responding? Let me go to your earlier I think you're responding to the NAMBLA thing or the maps thing. All right, I'm now on a list. Minnesota is utilizing I don't even think it knows what I'm looking up for. Okay, I'm looking into it. It's very vague. It's very vague. Let me see. Also, I don't think Google knows what I'm trying to look into, and I really don't want to go on their website, if I'm being honest. Oh, never mind. That's not their website. Yeah, I think it's taking map and it's looking up a bunch of different stuff. If you guys have specifics, you could let me know or send them over or whatever, but I'd rather not fall down this rabbit hole. Man. Oh, my Lord. Here it comes, Minnesota. Some blue-haired incel gonna disarm someone. New head capital. Cardi murdered Trump at Davos? I'm not familiar. Guys, if you want to drop links and continue the conversation when we're not here, be sure to check out the Discord. I'm dropping the link in chat. Or more accurately, you type in Discord and Nightbot drops the link. The link might work on mobile, it might not. It's also in my description, but you could post links. We have conversations. We do voice calls. If you guys want to hop on stream and chit chat, you could go there, read the rules, and hop on stream and whatnot. I might actually end up showing the Discord here in a second. I did look up NAMBLA and it's insane. Yeah. It's funny because I learned about NAMBLA through South Park, out of all places. Not true completely. I have some hybrids, but I do have original strain like Durban Poison. You have 5 dispensaries in like 5 miles, or sorry, 2 miles. Wow. What blows my, do they have this, anybody in DC right now? Washington, DC? From what I understand, it's decriminalized there. I'm not sure if they have dispensaries. They have some weird laws last time I heard about it. I just think it's crazy. If it's legal in the nation's capital, then I mean, obviously states' rights, blah, blah, blah. But it just seems ridiculous to have something legal in the state's capital or in the United States capital, but then have it federally illegal. That just throws me off. Granted, it might be just decriminalized, but regardless. Billions of billions gone in the wind. traction goes 2 in, but as thick as a Coke can. I don't understand, Adam, but welcome. Welcome to the black hole. The blackest hole. Tell me how ridiculous Virginia laws are. That you can accidentally go into a store and, quote, receive a gift and receive too much of it and then be over the ounce limit. See, and that's the thing. I believe the DC laws were similar, where you're not allowed to sell it. I don't think you're allowed to purchase it. You're allowed to hold it. So the loophole is it's a gift and you make a donation. I could be mistaken. The laws could have changed, but somebody was telling me about it. You said Carney's a clown, and he looked like a retard fool. He is. What Davis speech did you watch? Yeah, guys, link it or just I might be able to look it up here. You can't link in YouTube. That's why I said maybe if you just say what it is, I might be able to look it up. They could do fuck nothing. So-called greatest president ever. In terms of what? I like weed so much that better than alcohol, but one stiff bourbon drink is okay every now and then. Exactly. It is crazy that alcohol is legal. I mean, I know we had prohibition and everything, so people were not going to let that be illegal. But it is crazy what how much damage alcohol does to people in society and whatnot. That's legal, but marijuana isn't. It is pretty crazy. Said only shooting and murdering their own kind, and these dumbasses support him. I'm gonna need more context. Pen weed is bullshit. Not true completely. I have some hybrids, original strain like German poison. Yeah, maps. So concealing may not be illegal, but it can be used against you for premeditated intent. And that's why the concept of open carry is interesting to me, because it's not like the person could, if somebody aggresses upon you when you're open carrying, it's not like they're going to be surprised if you were to draw your weapon, right? I like Durban poison because supposedly it has a higher concentration of THCV, and apparently that leads to a different appetite suppressant profile, I guess. Suppressant? Interesting. The little things you'd never think about. Huh. I tend to think of, when it comes to weed and whatnot, that it does the opposite of suppressing your appetite. Extras FBI agent not sponsored. It's so funny. We do have this account. It says FBI and it has their logo. And one day I got off a stream. I was like, okay, guys, I gotta go. And FBI appeared in chat, and he's like, finally, I can take a break. So FBI, if you're in chat, what's up? What's up? I know you can't blow your cover. NSA, CIA. Well, I don't know why you would be here, CIA, but maybe it's because of the foreign people in chat. I don't know, but what's up, guys? I always like to shout you guys out, give you guys a laugh while you're sitting there listening in. I appreciate you. Thank you for your service. Please don't ruin my life. Who else thought that one of them was a man and the other was a woman? Are you talking about... Wait, what are you talking about? The people on screen? Elon and... I don't know the gentleman on... the other gentleman on screen. I haven't heard that name in forever. Nice. Which one? The Durban? Or are we talking about something else? You said, I once shortly messed around with a casual African girl from Africa, and she told me that everyone in Africa goes crazy because of smoking weed, and if all they have is sativa and it's Durban poison... Huh. Like go crazy, like a negative crazy, like not going crazy like, we're having fun, guys. You mean like psychosis type crazy? What's going on? Not Sopravat playlist. Not so private. Okay, got you. Not so private playlist. Welcome to the black hole, the blackest hole. Okay, in the universe. You said you're old, but young in spirit, right? North American Marlon Brando look-alike association. Yes, exactly. South Park. Yeah. Mask felt of. I'm not familiar. Tell that fucker to tuck in his shirt. Are you talking about Elon? Is that a graphic tee with the blazer? I don't think I own a blazer. I really need to get some, I don't know, more sophisticated clothing. Dude, stop it. NABLA is the new GOP official website. Stop. If you're open carrying, all you're doing is asking for trouble. I'd say unless you're, you know, a show of force, like again, like a security guard, right? In that case. Be careful they are watching. I remember when it happened in real time, a bit mysterious too, with 2 states reps shot after voting yes to pass a continuing resolution. Big rabbit hole. Wait, Steve, what are you talking about? A resolution for what? Nambla Rambla. Discord. Nightbot, you're supposed to post a link, my guy. Okay, so I guess if you do explanation point Discord with no space, he should post a link. Illegal everywhere in Canada. Guys, I might have to take a trip to Canada. I've never been there. I would like to go to Niagara Falls. We are going to take this stream on the road here. I'm going to save up some money and maybe I'll let you guys vote on where we go. It'll probably start with the US, maybe Mexico and Canada. I do plan on going to Japan. I don't know if I'll make it this year, but we are going to take this shit on the road. And I think Niagara Falls would be so freaking cool. I really want to go there. So attention seekers, braggers, and terrorists, you know. Try not to get the YouTube, you know, AI bots on me here. Gift giving law is the most ridiculous thing ever. You should be able to carry up to 4 ounce if you're transporting at home. 4 ounces is a QP, my guy? Damn. You say you smoked a fatty while talking to a uniformed cops a couple years ago. Wait, where at? Have you guys seen? Oh shit. That reminds me. Damn. We're a little off topic. I don't care. This is fun. This is, guys, I love doing this. This is fun. Y'all are the best. Truly. I don't know if you guys have seen this clip.
Do detect a smell of marijuana in the car. Is there marijuana in the car? Do detect a smell of marijuana in the car. Is there marijuana in the car, sir?
Yeah, there's a little bit.
Okay, then did you buy it here at one of these local shops?
No, I brought it down from Denver.
Oh, you brought the marijuana from Colorado?
Yep.
Okay, sit tight.
Oh, man,
Tripping. So, here in California, we do things a little different, okay? Just present whatever you have in the car, show it to me. If it's not an absurd amount, like I said, you'll be free to go, okay?
Okay.
So, let me just see what marijuana you have in the car. Okay, can you open up the bag for me, please, sir?
That?
Okay, I'm gonna need you right now to go ahead and throw that out the window. Throw it out the window, sir. Trust me, this is a lot easier this way, okay? Okay. And I want you to sign right here where the X is, okay? You're not getting a speeding ticket today, but you are getting a ticket. Okay? This is a ticket for littering. Yes, for littering, sir.
What the fuck, bro?
Littering?
That weed was trash. Do detect a smell.
That weed was trash. I don't know if this is real, if the officer was just trying to help him out. I don't know why you would admit to crossing state lines with it. That does seem a little silly. If this isn't a skit and it's real, then I guess props to that officer for not trying to ruin somebody's life. You said Purple Heart, metal worthy. There's a layer to the stupid. Shit, I hate how sometimes my chat just snaps out of. The rough draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp paper. We won the revolution using hemp sails and ropes. Our country was founded on weed. Yeah, and some of the history of it, some people say that the reason it was made illegal is because, I forget who it was. I don't know if it was, who's the Rich Morgan person from the past? Like the rich family? Is it Morgan? Rockefeller? I'm not sure. But basically they had a bunch of investments in lumber and paper. So they basically did yellow journalism, I think they called it, to make weed and hemp seem bad. So their profits wouldn't be hurt by hemp sales. Not sure if that's true. But apparently that's where we get things like reefer madness and whatnot. According to Chappelle, DC is a different place. I'm getting off work. Nice chat. Sub. I'll see you later. Hey, drive safe, bro. Attrition. Ghost. Appreciate you, man. I should have the Teletubbies sun baby noise for your black hole face. I don't know what that is. Teletubbies sun baby noise. Teletubby sun baby. Ah, yes, I know what you're talking about. Yo, okay, maybe I might put that one on the stream too. That's funny. That's funny. We aren't the sun hole though, okay, guys? We're the black hole. The blackest. The blackest hole. Remember, if you get too close to the hole, you will be sucked in. RCMP. I don't know what that means. You should have Diddy oil with you when you go to jail. I will note that. I will note that. President Trump's trying to get cannabis to the same level, which you think is, or I think is 5 for alcohol. Nice. He did something recently for it, right? I don't think he decriminalized it, but there was something he did with it. On December 18th, 2025, President Trump signed a major executive order directing the Attorney General to reclassify marijuana as a from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 controlled substance. This action represents a significant shift in federal drug policy, recognizing potential medical uses for cannabis and easing restrictions on research and business operations. So that's really cool. You know, incremental change here. You've already breached the horizon. There's no going back now, okay? Welcome to the black hole. Hold up.
No matter where or what you are, the broadcast reaches you when needed most. Welcome to the Black Hole Radio broadcast. Remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in. Tell me, have you hit the like button and subscribe? It would really make us happy.
And it would make us happy, guys. It would make us so happy. We're going to be adding more and more production value to the show, guys. Okay, this is going to be a real show here soon, all right? Baby steps, all right? Baby steps. I want sort of like an Art Bell coast to coast. I don't like likening what I'm trying to do to anything, but if I had to. An Art Bell coast to coast, maybe mixed with like a Howard Stern. I think that'd be really nice. You said yes, of course. I mean, that's... Yes, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not just the terpenes in the different concentrations and different types of THC, such as THCV. If it's an appetite suppressant and pure sativa, then there's no chill, there's no indica that would have an effect on people that might explain why they go crazy if this is an actual thing. Okay, let me try to understand this. Yes, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not just the terpenes, it's different concentrations and different... Okay, sure. Of THC, such as THCV. If it's an appetite suppressant and pure sativa, then there's no chill. Sure, no chill because it's not indica. There's no indica. That would have an effect on people that might explain, okay, yeah, maybe it's just too much, it's too heady, right? Did I review Trump's Katie Pavlich video? I'm not familiar. Let me... Katie Pavlich Trump interview. Let me see here. No, I didn't see this. Okay, guys, we might have a little something to watch on that front. Appreciate the link. Guys, it is the black hole is the largest growing object. Yes, it really is. You might as well join early. Don't be one of those late adopters. Don't be one of those followers. Be a trendsetter, guys. Be a trendsetter. No, I haven't checked out the VHS movie yet. I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm going to. Oh my gosh. You guys that were here for that movie trailer, when we were watching the movie trailers, oh my gosh, that was a funny stream. But no, I want to watch VHS. Man, all of those found footage films that you guys were putting me onto were just so cool. You said the states Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, Texas, and Florida are not known for their gun violence news. They are, in fact, open carry states. What's going on, Gator? Did you just get here, Gator? What's going on? How you doing tonight? It's so funny. There was somebody in stream yesterday named Gator. They had a Gator in their name. And I don't know if they were from Florida, but I was like, man, we got a lot of Gators in chat. Gator. And a lot of Chris's. Your name's Gator Chris. I swear, there's like 3 people or 4 people named Chris in the Discord. Yo, you said hilarious Scottish stoner video sent to the Discord hangout. All right. Let me pull this up. I know a lot of you guys want to hear what Elon Musk has to say. We'll get back to it, don't you worry. But we have to take breaks from time to time, you know?
It gets to midnight and I wake up pure choking for a joint, pure looking forward to my Jeremy Kyle. Goes to stick it on.
Do you know what we're going to do today?
Fuck's this. Went and recorded the wrong channel. Ended up recording some mains programme. Bird was like, we're going to make a spaceship for cardboard boxes and fly to the moon. I was like, aye right. But then I starts getting tuned in it. Starts getting ideas. And a wee voice in my head says, Dee, we're doing this. We're going to the moon. We're going to the moon the night. So I pauses it. And I batters it. And I raids the bin shelters for cardboard boxes. Managed to get a belter of a box. Kind of cardboard box you could build a real spaceship for. Never mind a pretend man made a cardboard box. Anyway, I gets back to Cape Canaveral. And we're ready for launch, but no before I've had some rocket fuel. A banana skin triple TARDIS bucket upside down my couch. No need for a spaceship, I was already on Pluto. But I gets in anyway, as captain of the starship Dee. Fucked it man up. Press play on the remote and the bird was like, right, 3, 2, 1, lift off. I was like, yeah. Bird was like, look below all the people, they're tiny. And they were. I've lost the plot, man.
Lost the plot, man. Yo, this is great. I just subbed. This is coming from Slam Dunk Productions. I'm going to have to check his stuff out. Let me go ahead and drop a link. Yo, appreciate that. Guys, join the Discord. You could drop links for us to pull up on stream. Yo, that was great. There's a link to his channel. That was awesome. Was that his actual channel? Is this him? Or is this a repost channel? Okay, let me read. Welcome to the Slam Dunk production. Long form content is serious. Shorts are not. Oh, what's his long form content? Okay. Scottish comedy. All right, guys. Yeah, go show some support. Yo, that was great. You said it was in Canada when you were talking to the cops blazing. They were on my property and it was a casual conversation. Wow. What are cops called again in Canada? Don't they have like a special name? They're not called cops, right? Like mountaineers or something? I might be way off. Mountaineer. Okay. I don't know what they're called, but when I throw out a window, when I throw out the window so I could pick it up and smoke it later. Taima is the strain, but it's weak. Huh. You weren't in any trouble. They were asking about something with an abandoned vehicle that was parked on the road. So they didn't even care. That's awesome. 100% of skit. The country was founded on slavery, dude. I don't know what that's in reference to, my guy Norton. This guy's great. I like what he does with Crip Mac 55th Street. You talking about the Scottish dude? Man, it seems like you guys just sent over a gem. Appreciate that. Gator, Alabama is among the highest murder rates in America. Gun violence is strong there. Is that what it's called? Gator, Alabama? Well, I don't think I'm going to visit that place anytime soon. What happened to real cartoons from the 90s? What's going on, Adam? Trying to find Tom and Jerry the other day. Saw Scooby-Doo instead and thought I was on drugs. Had to do a second look and rub my eyes. I think old Scooby-Doo is solid as well. Tom and Jerry, Scooby-Doo. I think those are both solid picks. What's going on, Not? Actually, I hate to tell you, but the country was founded on Native American proxy wars between the French and English. Oh, Lord. Chat just snapped again. I gotta find where I was. Oh, there it is. Okay. Trump. What's going on, Pussyfoot Productions? How you doing? How you doing? I see productions in the name. Are you a YouTuber as well? A streamer? A content creator? DuPont. Wait, DuPont. Oh, is that you said the Crip Mac 55th Street? Is that in regards to that? That's tough. I wonder what type of cannabis Andrew Jackson was smoking up on. Video. Oh, yeah, no. It's new. Play it. It was recorded yesterday. Oh, yeah, we're going to check it out. Love me some Art Bell. Yes. Yeah, anybody using voice to text, you guys end up falling behind in chat a lot of the times because it pauses the stream. There's many astounding Art Bell stories, dude. Art Bell is just really cool, really cool. I need to listen to some more of his broadcasts. Made me think of Daisy Confused. That woman was Martha Washington, man. Every day George would come home, she would have a big fat bowl waiting for him. Ah, damn, bro. You said I've been... That's right. No, I know you said you've been sick. And keeping up with the stream kills. Yeah. I know I'm doing these late night ones. I should have my schedule figured out. I want to say next week. I'm figuring out some work stuff. And once I get my work schedules solidified, I'm going to try to have some streams that are at more reasonable hours for people in America. I'm still probably going to do these late night streams as well. And we'll actually have a legitimate schedule posted, so you guys will actually know when to drop in on a regular basis. A lot of Gator Chris's? Who would have thought? A lot of Gators. What's up, psychopath? Speaking of the devil. The Scots are hilarious. Okay, I need to listen to more Scottish people here. You have a strain that looks crystallized due to the trichome level. Just walking in the area, your arms would feel sticky. Maltese. There we go. Maltese, right? Montes. Play the trivia, not trying to bother you. Oh, yeah. The officer, either you've stopped too close to the horizon or I have. The time stream is not computing. The time stream, hold up. Okay, cool. Well, actually, I'll give you guys a chance to catch up if you are behind. And I'm going to go ahead and drain the main vein. To my male viewers, you know what I mean. That's 72% of you guys. All right, our female viewership has been growing. We checked the analytics yesterday, and it's up to 28%. Over a quarter of y'all are females, apparently. At least you say you are. All right? It has been growing. You said Some of you guys are content creators. We had Spelt in here last night. So occasionally we get a content creator in here. U.S. founded on ideals of liberty, self-governance, inherent rights, articulated in the Declaration of Independence. We must never lose the plot. You work overnight, so it's perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I haven't worked an overnight job in a while. I've tried refreshing several times. I think it's on different continuums. Until next time, have a great one, Astral. Gator, try not to kill anybody in the meantime. Norton, you're out of here. Damn. All right, Norton, take it easy. Appreciate you for coming through as always. And Norton, try not to kill anybody. Damn it. Oh, shit, you're getting out of here. Norton, try not to kill anybody in the Discord. What's going on with you and Kami? Hold up. I haven't heard from Kami in a bit. Have you been going too hard on him in the Discord, man? I think you might have scared him away. What's going on? But I know you got to get out of here, so we'll pick it up later. Drain the vein is like paying the water bill. Lucid, I give you props on the patience you showed in the Discord stream. Oh yeah, that's right. And Lucid was a beast. Lucid was also a beast in the Discord stream as well. I appreciate you, Lucid, for coming through. I ended up having to run and come back, and I think you were gone by the time I got back. But round of applause for Lucid. That was a fun conversation. I have no problem. Everyone has their own opinion, and I've learned that sometimes people got to see stuff for themselves for them to believe. Exactly, yeah. Gator, you had us in the first half. You had us in the first half. But all right, I'm going to go drain the main vein, and I'll be right back. I might make some tea as well, but I'll be quick. Don't worry. Avy, welcome back. Did you get your microphone working? I know you were trying to drop in the voice chat last night. Let me know how that's going. But which one struck a nerve? Spelt or Lucid? I think they're good people. They sound like good people. You know, we're not going to agree on everything. A lot of, I think my conversations moving forward, they're probably going to be very just, I think based on exploration and understanding. To where I'm just trying to understand other people's viewpoints. And sometimes, you know, I have to listen to what you guys have to say. And I have to take a step back and maybe take a few days and just kind of let it sit in my head and just kind of mull it over. You know what I mean? So, Spelt. We'll watch the video, Dookie. We'll watch the video. Oh, Gator. Were you not here last night? Spelt, he dropped in. He's a Twitch streamer. He has some content on YouTube as well, and he discovered the stream last night. He got sucked in, and he ended up jumping on. It was funny because in the chat, he seemed, maybe I was reading his messages. I was projecting onto them, so he seemed a bit aggressive. But when he ended up getting on chat, on the voice call, he was very articulate and had some interesting points of view. When you got his ass about the women's stuff. Okay. Let me use the bathroom. I think we're gonna we might try to finish this Elon Musk one. Dookie sent Dukin. No, I was like Dookie. That doesn't sound right. Duke and Daisy, all right, sent a video or requested one. So we're probably gonna get over to that. I'm gonna change the title of the stream to reflect that video. I have it pulled up here. Trump, Greenland is important for the Golden Dome and international security. Katie Pavlich. So we're going to go ahead and maybe finish the Elon one and then move on to that. But let me go ahead and change the title of the stream since we're moving along here. Trump interview with is this News Nation? I'm going to say with News Nation. News Nation is interesting. I appreciate them with how much they do UFO/UAP coverage. I feel like they were one of the first mainstream. Well, I don't know. That's the weird thing. I feel like News Nation came out of nowhere. I had never heard of them. And then all of a sudden, they were all over my feed. But let me go ahead and change that. Oh, shoot. Damn it. My A button is a bit wonky, so that, geez. There we go. Duke is cool. Gotcha. The Kill Tony clip? All right, well, I think we might be able to check that out. If it's a clip, I think we could check it out. I don't know how they are with reactions. But okay, before my bladder explodes here, I'll be right back. Let me see if I can't find some moon music for you guys. I'll probably be on for about 2 to 3 more hours. I'll have to take a break after that, and then we'll see how much longer I could be on. I have to make a run somewhere. Probably around 5, 6 a.m. It'll be similar to yesterday. I'll disappear for maybe an hour. I don't know. We'll see if I keep the stream running or if I maybe turn it off and turn it back on. I'm not sure.
Is now on Artlist.
Life is like trick or treat, and that's all. Advice. Just hold your shit together and you will be fine. That's all.
Damn it. I was doing so good with not playing the copyrighted stuff, but I thought it was on a playlist and played, damn, a whole minute of it. That's frustrating. But oh well, here we are. I'll let this tea steep for a bit here. Not too big of a tea drinker. It's all right. I generally drink coffee, but we're out of coffee, guys. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. All right. So why did your chat disappear? Not sure. YouTube has weird sensors of its own, so it could have been YouTube. I'm not seeing anything moderation-wise on my end. But let's go ahead and give this and it vanished. That's weird. I guess just try to send it again, I suppose. But let's try to give this News Nation interview a listen here. We might circle back to this Elon Musk World Economic Forum video, but I am curious about this one. I was like, should I save this for the top of a stream? Maybe we should restart stream and fire this one up. I don't know. Ah, damn.
We have got to the...
I'll probably get rid of the ad before we get to 10K subs. Because man, are they annoying. You'll retell it later, laugh my ass off. And don't forget, y'all can hop in the Discord. Maybe after this video, we could do a hangout in the Discord and chit chat on voice if y'all want. All right, let's see what we got here. So, theater mode, boom. Go ahead and drop this link in chat for y'all. This is News Nation. That's my go-to P music. Yes, exactly. We have similar tastes. All right, let's get into it.
Continues to be ground zero for the left's war against your deportation efforts. Just today, you saw the Department of Justice issue a number of subpoenas against Democratic officials there, Governor Tim Walz, the mayor of Minneapolis, and the Attorney General Keith Ellison. What is the status of Minneapolis, and what is your administration doing to ensure that your deportation efforts can continue in that city and around the country?
I think you have two problems. Number one, you have $19 billion worth of stolen money. At least, I think the number is going to be much higher. And you have that in California. You have it in other states also, I believe, when you go through it. So that's a big problem. And then you have the agitators, anarchists. You know, I watched sort of everything. I see it all. And I see people screaming, shame, shame. You know, this is not people that are like living in Minnesota. These are professional, paid people. They're like actors. I mean, I watched the guy last night in the church. He was, and not just Don Lemon. Don Lemon's a loser. But I watched the guy last night in the church. This guy's a professional guy, and he actually admits to it. He gets paid a lot of money to go and cause trouble.
My fault. I missed a bit of it because I was being silly.
So these are professional, paid.
I'm gonna sit here and listen with you guys.
People that are like living in Minnesota. These are professional, paid people. They're like actors. I mean, I watched the guy last night in the church. He was, and not just Don Lemon. Don Lemon's a loser. But I watched the guy last night in the church. This guy's a professional guy, and he actually admits to it. He gets paid a lot of money to go and cause trouble. And you see that. What they don't see is that ICE gets rid of murderers, drug dealers, Tren de Aragua, I mean, the worst gang in the world, anywhere in the world, MS-13, Tren. But these are the worst gangs, and they get rid of them. They take them out. And I say, something's wrong when a place like Minnesota, which is a good place, it's got a horrible governor, it's got horrible people. This Ilhan Omar is horrible. I mean, she comes from a country that doesn't even have a government. They have nothing. And she comes here and she lectures us on the Constitution. She's got constitutional rights. She's just horrible. Somebody said she's worth $30 million. Well, therefore, she's obviously a very dishonest person. And she should be looked at for that. So you have a couple of things. You have the money thing, and then you have the all of the fake nonsense going on and screaming. The people, they're so professional. They hold their cameras up high, and it's a terrible thing going on in Minnesota.
Well, you've threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act if the governor did not get things under control. They clearly don't have things under control and don't seem to want to get them under control. You have these activists storming churches now, and they're still impeding these investigations of child sex offenders, murderers. At a press conference today at the White House, you held up a number of photos of the people that ICE has been deporting. The Insurrection Act would allow you, it requires essentially that if federal law cannot be enforced, you can invoke it and it would allow it to be enforced. So where are you with that threat, and do you still think it's necessary?
I don't think it is yet. It might be at some point. It is actually very common. You know, with me, they'll make it like a big deal, but it's been used by over 40% of the presidents during their term. It's something I would have no problem doing if I think we needed it. We have great people in ICE. They're strong people. They're smart people. And I don't think it's necessary yet. But, you know, I see they're building up like, oh, if he ever did that. Over 40% of the presidents used it. Some presidents used it actually many times. And it does make life a lot easier. You don't go through the court system. You don't, you know, it's just a much easier thing to do. But I don't think we need it at this point, and hopefully we won't need it. But I would not have any problem with invoking it if we needed it.
Well, as you pointed out, this is not just a problem in Minnesota. It's been a problem in Los Angeles and elsewhere. There's a new governor across the river in Virginia, Democrat Abigail Spanberger. The first thing she did when she came into office was repeal cooperation between ICE agents and local law enforcement. So what is your message or response to governors like her now deciding they're not going to work with ICE?
Well, I hope there are no problems, because if there are, she's not going to get it corrected very easily, and that's a bad signal. You know, that's not where the country is. The country doesn't want to see murderers and drug dealers and gang members and all coming from other countries and just stay in their area. Take a look at Washington, D.C. As you know better than anybody, it was very, very unsafe a year and a half ago. Because now it's a year, so I have to go a little more than a year ago. But it was a very, very unsafe place, and now it's totally safe. It's a beautiful. I mean, people are walking with their kids to restaurants. They meet their husband at a restaurant. The restaurants were all closing. Now the restaurants are all opening. The place is beautiful, and you have good-looking, solid military people walking around. It's actually, I think it's almost like an enhancement. Everybody feels safe. Washington, D.C. is a different place. If you go to, well, it's happening in Louisiana, where you have, you know, we put some of the security in Louisiana, go to Memphis, go to different places. I mean, wherever we put it, it's good. Now, even in Chicago, we got the crime down a little bit. We did just a little minor version of it, but we get no cooperation. Yeah. If I were a Democrat governor, I would say, boy, would I love to have Trump come in here so I could show some good numbers. But anywhere we go, everywhere we go, it's good. And by the way, the numbers are way down in Minnesota. You know, if you go to Minnesota, the numbers are down because of us. But it's like pulling teeth.
Well, one of the first things that you did when you came into the White House for the second time is you signed the Laken Riley Act after Laken Riley was murdered by a criminal illegal alien here from Venezuela. Why do you think that Democrats are defending these types of people? What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, it's not only defending, it's like Laken Riley is, you mentioned the name and they don't even want to talk about it. You see it at State of the Union addresses, you introduce people, their young child was killed by a horrible human being, and the Democrats sit there and they won't clap, they won't acknowledge. The mother and father stand up, they're devastated. And the Democrats are just sitting there. They won't smile. They won't clap. There's something wrong with them. Maybe it's Trump derangement syndrome. But no, there's something wrong with them. You introduce a family whose child was just lost, and they're sitting there and they're just stone-faced. It's a meanness. They're a mean group of people.
You're on your way to Davos this
Yeah, not sure. Is there censoring going on? If your stuff doesn't show up in, as a lot of you know, if it doesn't show up way up there, then YouTube's probably censoring it. Not sure, because now a couple of you guys have mentioned that. If we continue having issues, not sure. I'll try to figure it out.
This week, there's a lot of talk about Greenland, of course. European leaders are not so happy about your increased pressure to acquire Greenland. For the average American who maybe doesn't understand why the United States is pursuing this piece of property, what do you say to them? Why do we need Greenland?
It's located in such a place that is literally so important for national security. When you come to Russia, when you come to China, a lot of Chinese boats, a lot of Russian, ships, military ships. It's in a location that is very important for our national security and also for the international security of the world, literally. It's a very big piece of land. It's really cold, got a lot of ice on it. So it's not like we're going to build a nice real estate development or anything.
No golf course on Greenland?
Well, I don't see a golf course. You'd have to wear a lot of very heavy clothing. We're not going to set any records with golf, but I will tell you that it's very important to the United States. And as an example, we're building the Golden Dome, which we're going to have a dome over the country. If somebody wants to shoot missiles, it'll knock them out of the air like matchsticks. It'll go very nicely. It's amazing. Ronald Reagan wanted this many, many years ago. He was ahead of his time. But the problem is you didn't have equipment that worked. Today, the equipment is unbelievable. You've seen it. I mean, we can knock a missile coming at thousands of miles an hour. It's like, and you get literally 100% of them. The technology is so good. So we're building a Golden Dome, and having Greenland makes it a much more effective Golden Dome.
So you're saying Greenland is essential for the security of the United States and the free Western world for the sake of missile defense.
That is correct.
And that's why we need Greenland.
That is correct. And even beyond missile defense, but it is so important for the Golden Dome. It's so important for just national and actually international security.
So the European Union has said that in response to your pursuit of Greenland, they will launch a, quote, trade bazooka at the United States. What do you think that means, and what is your response to Europe threatening some kind of trade war with
I don't think they know what it means, actually, but they already do trade bazookas. They fine our companies billions of dollars, like Apple and Google and lots of them, 15, 16, 17 billion dollars. And you shouldn't be doing that. We just signed a deal with them. And it's a good deal. It's a big deal. And had we not had tariffs, we wouldn't have been able to sign anything like it. But they need that deal. So I don't think they really know what a bazooka means. And, if see anything they do with us, I'll just meet it. All I have to do is meet it. And it's going to go ricocheting backward. But we're not looking at that. We'll probably be able to work something out, possibly even during the next few days in Davos.
So looking back here at home domestically, last year you worked with Congress very closely, Republicans in charge of both the House and the Senate, and of course you're in the White House, and you worked with them on the big, beautiful bill. For 2026, especially in a midterm election year, what is your goal for Congress in terms of getting your agenda through? What is on the agenda? What expectations do you have for Congress?
Well, one of the things I'd like to do, we pass so many executive orders. I have great executive orders that are really common sense and good and like water coming out of a sink. The water wouldn't come out. They had all sorts of ridiculous restrictions. I took all of that off. Coming out of the shower head, you'd stand under a shower, there's no water coming out. So I passed so many things like that. Straws. They don't have to be paper anymore. They don't have to melt in your mouth. So I passed so many different things like that, and much more important things, but like that. They're important, the quality of life. And I'd like to have all of that confirmed by Congress if we can. And we've done a lot of it. We've done probably 35, 40%. I'd like to get them all confirmed, every one of them.
So you want your executive orders codified in law, so to speak?
Ideally, we get them codified, and we get them codified soon, yes.
So the mortgage rates are down in terms of the economy. Inflation has slowed. Gas prices are down. The budget deficit has been cut significantly by tariffs.
These are very good things, Katie.
What do you think the economy is going to look like now that the legislation from last year will be kicking in and the Biden agenda will be no longer in place?
So we have thousands of businesses being built right now. Because of tariffs, we've taken in so much money. And what's happened is, in order not to pay the tariff, they don't have to pay it. All they have to do is build their business here. So all over the world, they're coming in, they're building car plants, AI plants, massive buildings and small buildings, but literally thousands of them. We've never had anything like it. And you've seen that. $18 trillion is coming in. No country's ever been even close to that. And I think it's just going to be an explosion of success. I would be very surprised if it wasn't. There's never been anything like $18 trillion. You go back, if you see $2 trillion or $3 trillion, that's a lot. We're at 18, and by the way, that's through 11 months. I assume I'm going to add something for the last month, which was now we just finished our 12th month. So we're going to be over $18 trillion. There's never been anything like that in the history of our country.
So when you're talking to these companies who are investing in the United States, saying they're going to build new plants, how do you ensure that they continue that investment after you leave office? Similar to your executive orders getting codified by Congress, how do you ensure that those deals actually come through?
Well, once they build the plant, they're sort of here. They're spending billions of dollars to build a plant. They're going to be here. That means, they're not going anywhere. They can't put it on their back and bring it over to another country. So I think the big thing is to get it built now during my administration. And once they build, they're building a building that costs $2 billion, $10 billion in some cases, and in some cases, 50 and 60 billion, the AI. And with AI, I'm letting them build their own electric plants so they can build the electric, because, creating that kind of electricity for us. For China, okay, but we're beating China badly on AI. We're doing incredibly well. The approval process is going so quickly. If you look at the approvals, it's such a big deal getting that. We have Lee Zeldin, who's done a fantastic job, but all of those houses in California that burned down, they had their approvals within 2 weeks, federal approvals. Federal approvals are tougher than the local approvals. Typically. We had everybody done in 2 weeks. The whole place is finished, ready to go. That was a year ago, more than a year ago. They don't have their state or their local approvals. The mayor has been unable, I guess the governor, I don't know if the governor's involved with it, but I think he is. And they have not been able to build their houses. It's a terrible thing.
As the U.S. moves into this AI race and you pursue more AI at home, you mentioned these electric plants. Are you interested in more nuclear as well, given that it seems AI is going to surpass the electricity production that the United States can produce on the timeline that AI is working on?
Well, AI is now going to make their own electricity, which is a beauty. I'm giving them a permit where they can make their own. They're going to make their own. They're going to become essentially a utility. They're going to make their own electricity, which is pretty amazing. And they're coming in with plants. You wouldn't believe it. They're building these massive buildings, and the grid system, can't handle that. We need double the electricity with all that's being built now. We need more than double the electricity that we have in the country now for everything. Think of that. Now, you can't do that unless they want to build their own plants. So we're giving approvals to build their own electric plants, and they're coming in with unbelievable electric plants. They're going to make their own electricity while they're building their plant. They're building an electric plant.
Save time creating content.
Not sponsored, guys. Not sponsored here. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like. Let's get rid of these ads, guys. We got to grow the community, okay? We got to grow the black hole.
The problem.
You've had a goal for a long time to use tariff revenue to replace the income tax for Americans. Where are you in fulfilling that goal?
Well, I think if we can win this case, I think at some point in the not too distant future, it's an option. Or you can just make a lot of money and keep the money and spend it wisely and, you know, spend it on building the country, rebuilding and building the country. But no, I think the revenue will be such that we could, if we wanted, replace the income tax sometime in the not very distant future. You know, the income tax started in 1913. Until then, we had tariffs. Our country was the richest. If you go back to 1887, that was probably the single richest point that our country was ever in. And it was all tariff income. We didn't have an income tax. In 1913, they started with the income tax, and then you had a problem in 1929, a little thing called the Depression, which knocked the hell out of everyone. Then they tried bringing back tariffs a year later, 2 years later to save it, but it was gone. You'd say this sucker was gone. And, you know, had I not been elected, you would have had, in my opinion, this would have been Venezuela on steroids. And by the way, Venezuela's an amazing thing that just took place a couple of weeks ago.
Speaking of Venezuela, there was a weapon used, a sonic weapon, that took out many of the Cuban bodyguards that were used to defend Maduro. Lots of people saw the details about that weapon and were concerned. Is that something that Americans should be afraid of, something the United States is combating?
Yeah, it's something I don't want to, nobody else has it. We have weapons that nobody knows about. And I say it's probably good not to talk about it, but we have some amazing weapons. That was an amazing attack.
That's not scary at all. I mean, I think we've all known of those types of weapons. Isn't it similar to, if I'm not mistaken, Havana syndrome? Like, sort of like energy-directed weapons. I was hearing people talk about it in Venezuela. It's interesting seeing them talk about it here, so he's not denying it at the very least.
Don't forget, that house was in the middle of a fort, an army base, a big one, a lot of soldiers, and they came in and they did their job. We lost nobody.
Do you feel like Maduro is going to make some kind of deal when it comes to the charges he's up against, to give you intelligence about what the Russians and Iranians have been doing in his country?
Well, I'm leaving that up to the Department of Justice. We'll see how it all goes. But look, he killed a lot of people. I mean, when you look at what happened with the drugs. And he also was responsible, more than any other country, for emptying his jails, his mental institutions. Just emptied them out and brought them into the United States. And that's what we're talking when we talk about Minnesota, when we talk about all this crime stuff. We're getting rid of, Biden left us a mess. We're getting rid of the mess. He had open borders. He had an open border policy. So Maduro came in and let all of his criminals into the United States because of Biden's open border. They didn't even question. They'd look at some people, they say, they're criminals. I don't want to get into it. They'd say, they're criminals. And it's, come on in.
Yeah.
And what we're doing is getting them out. And believe me, it takes a big part of my time. This was a self-imposed error. This was just a terrible, what they did to this country can never be forgotten. He was the worst president. And what Biden did, and you know, it's the people that use the auto pen, you can call it a lot of different things. But he was surrounded by people, the beautiful Resolute desk in the Oval Office, which I'll show you right after this.
Oh,
but it's beautiful, but it was surrounded by radical left lunatics. And what they did to this country can never be forgotten. They let in millions of criminals. You know, you have probably 25 million people that were let into this country. And no checking, no vetting, no anything. Many of them came from prisons. Many of them came from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. They just let them into our country.
Yeah.
And I've got to get them out.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
I forget that Kumo's over there. Some interesting stuff. A little bit of Greenland talk. A little bit of energy weapon talk. You said you imagined Pink Floyd. Not quite yet, but, you know, I need to learn some more songs. There was a point I was trying to practice guitar while we were listening to Trump speeches and stuff like that, because I like to have my fingers moving, and I don't know, like, we could sit here and listen to him. Man, I don't know how long I've sat here and listened to Trump now with this streaming stuff, and I'm not trying to say there's more productive uses of my time, right? But if I could somehow improve upon a skill while simultaneously doing that, that would be super cool. But what did you guys think about some of that stuff? Let me work through chat here. Hey, Ramos, I appreciate you, bro. We like all opinions here. The only issue is no spamming. I don't like spam. We don't do spam. So I'm going to have to go ahead. Just 10 seconds here. 10 seconds. Boom. What we got here? The whistleblower. Oh, you guys talk about UAP. Okay, UFO patent, which, man, I wish somebody would, he would get into it more and talk about it more with the UAP UFO situation. Let me go ahead and drop this link. This was News Nation, obviously. Let me go ahead and drop that link in chat if you guys want to go check them out. I mean, it's a news site, right? News Nation. Boom. Bam. Bada bing bang. Pow. For those of you that just tuned in, welcome to the black hole, the biggest, blackest hole in the universe. It's going to expand and it's going to suck up everything. So you might as well subscribe, get in early. All right, cool. That's out the way. But back to chat here. I wish you were here. I need to learn that one. I feel like I've learned and forgotten it or tried to learn it or something. So, all right. Your favorite tech bros want a Freedom City. By the way, technically, I do have a TikTok account. I haven't been posting there. I was doing it for, for this content stuff. I was posting clips there. I might get back to doing that. Not much traction there, but I think once I get 50 followers or something, we could start going live there, and I think that'll be interesting. I need to start multi-streaming. What do we got here? Okay. You said, I love this man. What's going on, Cranky? Oh, and if you guys don't see some of the messages popping up in chat, you have to go to the settings on the live stream. Go to the little 3 dots, click on that, scroll down, and it'll say chat settings or something along those lines. And it says top chat. That's what it's defaulted to. Go ahead and click live chat. I really don't understand why it does this, but it just filters out a bunch of people's chats and stuff. Damn it, Ramos, man. Oh, I hate having to do this to people. Bam. But yeah. Wait, TRB3, Astra, fusion reactors, mass antimatter production and storage have patents for everything we're building. Hit me up. Try me. Yo, Adam, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but you can drop links to stuff. We get into the weeds a little bit on the paranormal, extraterrestrial. I need a name for all this. I was going to call it Conspiracy Corner as like a segment, but I'm definitely interested in all that. So if you can drop in the Discord and stuff, we'll definitely cut it up. By the way, guys, if you want to hop on stream and chit chat and you can mind your P's and Q's, go ahead and drop in the Discord, jump in the voice chat, and we could chit chat. I think we, for the most part, worked through the news, unless you guys have other stuff that you wanna get into. UFO patent, which is being reverse engineered to create Navy new TRB-3. 2008. Montauk, that sounds familiar. I'm somewhat familiar with MK Ultra. Yeah, it might be the chat setting. Frequency resonance technology. We could do messages directly into somebody's head without, oh, that's so cool. Without radio or worse, same technology can be used to soften stone and other rocks. I'm sure you could melt somebody's brain with that shit too. So I was waiting for season 5 to finish before I watched Stranger Things, but that whole big deal was made about one of the kids being gay. It turned me off to wanting to watch the series now. I've only seen a couple episodes of it. I've been meaning to get into it. What's going on, Ant the Bible? Anth the Bible? I don't know. You said it made you think of the machine in Stranger Things season 5 to stop Eleven's powers and keep her from doing anything. Hey, what's going on via airship? You said you're a registered independent. I'm not beholden to any political party. Indeed, indeed. We've got a little bit of everybody here, guys. You got the lefties, the righties. In fact, let's check out the poll. We got almost 1,000 votes in the poll. 17% say they're on the left, 34% say they are on the right, and 50% say they walk their own path. Months ago when I was running this poll, the walk my own path was a lot less, and then left and right was more even. So over the last few months, it seems like maybe people are moving more towards or more away from partisan politics. I don't know. Israel did just strike a deal with YouTube. There was a Jewish person was talking about how America should restrict our First Amendment rights. Not familiar with that. Seroquel. But I think we've kind of rounded it out today for the politicans, for the most part. Oh wait, hold up! You hit me up. Somebody sent me something, I think. Oh hey, okay. This is a yo Gator. This was you, right? Sending me this link. Oh yeah, you sent me that Alberta thing. How long is that? We might actually watch that. It's a Benny Johnson, so I guess we'll watch this before we get completely off of. Oh no! You sent me that other Benny Johnson one about the Bank of England. I meant to cover that. I haven't watched his video on it. I did really quick Google-ins and stuff, and found it kind of interesting. I think I'm gonna pull that one up. So that's interesting, obviously, to me at least.
Traditional dropship.
Traditional dropshipping. Guys, we're not sponsored. We're not watching ads. How long is it? 13 minutes? I think we could do that. Yeah, and I saw the Drewski video. You said it's about guitars? Okay, cool. We're gonna check that out. I want to check out this one first, and I'll check out the Drewski one. Well, actually, how long is the Drewski one? It's a short, right? Drewski hates... Okay, we'll start with the Drewski one since it's a short. And then we'll get into the alien stuff. Ba-da-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-dow-bow-ba-doo. Ba-da-ba-ba-doo. Ba-da-ba-da-boom-ba-dow. Bow. Ba-da-boom-ba-dow. All right. Oh, Drewski hates guitars. All right, let's see what this is about. Oh, wait a second. I'm not hearing any sound. Let's try this again. Am I crazy? Let me try another video just to see. Okay, that sound is coming through. Weird, the sound for this short is not coming through. Okay, hold on. The sound for all these shorts isn't coming through. Let me try to pull this up again. I think it's up on my end here.
Thank you, gracias.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it might have been the sound button, but there we go. I think we got it. Okay. This is Drewski. I'll go ahead and drop this link in chat as per the usual. Check him out.
¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo están?
What are you here to do?
Voy a tocar la guitarra.
Oh, guitar. Let's get him the out of here.
Bro, what?
Next.
What's up, Drewski?
What's good, brother?
Hey, man, I'm over here. I'm trying to play guitar. You know,
Okay,
man?
let's get him out of here. Yes, sir. Thank you. Gracias, papi. Another guitar.
What's poppin', Drisky? I'm about to sing something for you.
What's that? What's that you playing?
The guitar 6 string.
Let's get him the f out of here.
You gonna do me like that, bro?
Rapido.
They need to get a ukulele or like a banjo. Does he have an issue with those stringed instruments?
Rapido.
I'm a singer.
You're a singer?
Yes.
You're a singer that plays guitar?
Yes or no?
Yes. Yep. It's enough of that shit. You know, it's oversaturated here. You know what I'm saying?
I'm Swayze.
Let me guess. Another f***ing guitarist.
No, bro, it's a ukulele.
Oh, that's a ukulele? Yeah. All right, yeah, let's hear it. Come out. Oh, no, that sounds like a guitar. Get him the f*** out of here. There ain't no f***ing ukulele. You can't fool me. There's too many of y'all out here. What the f***, man? You come to play guitar?
No.
Do you play guitar?
No. For you. Hey, King.
Give him the f*** out. The guitar.
And this is all.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Telling y'all, man, all that guitar bullshit is done, man. I'm just over that shit. Niggas trying to get slick and get out of it. What you do, man?
I don't speak Spanish.
Oh, he trying to hide the guitar. we still see that motherfucker. Hey, let's give him the f*** out of here, man. Everybody do the same f***ing shit. Nigga tried to hide his shit behind his back, didn't he? You can't hide that, I say. All right, bring the next group in, and I swear to God, I'm gonna keep it real. On Mexican Jesus, it better not be no guitar. God damn.
Somebody needs to bring in a bass. Bring in a bass.
Get him the f*** out of here, man. Take the guitars with him.
What about cellos? Oh my lord. Wait, Black Israelite. Is that a Drewski video?
Black man! Black man! That's right! 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 Receive this word, white man! That's right! That's right! That's right! You celebrate Christmas, don't you, brother? Yes, you do. And it's a white holiday. White holiday? Black power! Black is power! Black is power! That's right! That's right! That's right! That's right! Black is power! Black is power! Oh, man. Brother, can I speak to you, please, man? Lost another one. Do you feel it's...
Lost another one!
This is right? Yeah, this is my girl, bro. Boys, you need to come join us. That's right. You need to come join us. That's right. That's right. We are not equal. That's right. Our ancestors did not live for this. That's right. Poison. You will not stop our brothers or sisters from the Constitution. That's right. That's right. I'd rather be in the cell than to be in hell. That's right. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. That's right. John in the window, chapter 16. That's right. A white man will beneath, emancipated souls. That's right. That's right.
How can I help you, sir?
I do not need help. I will assist myself. What form of payment for this, please?
Whatever is easy for you.
Is it because my skin is black? We out here bringing our people back to the law, statutes, and commandments, man. We do not follow rules made by white men. We do not follow rules made by white men. You are not a sister, and you will not proceed to be a sister.
I'm sorry.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Who is your master? Who is your master? What y'all doing after that? Is that the party or something? What's your name? Bullshit. Why you thinking hell? Nah, that's dope, man.
Yo, that is kind of how they are. They occasionally show up where I live, and he kind of hits it spot on with that one. Oh my gosh, that was ridiculous. Dude, he's pretty funny. I need to check out more of his stuff. Some of his skits actually get me. He's like, we lost another one. Oh my gosh. All right. I wanted to check out that thing you guys sent. You could say one thing. He doesn't ever, Drewski never discriminates when it comes to jokes. Let me go ahead and find that UFO one that you had sent.
Build a website you love.
This one's coming from Benny Johnson. We're going to go ahead and drop his link in chat as per the usual. Go ahead and pull that up. Bam. Give him a watch here. For those unacquainted, Benny Johnson, I'd say sort of like a conservative commentator on YouTube. As far as I kind of know about him, we've caught some of his videos on stream, and I've watched a few of his videos. You said they literally stopped me and my husband in traffic, asked for a donation, and we said no cash, only card. This motherfucker whips out a card reader. No. That's like when somebody comes up and asks you for change, and you're like, sorry, I don't have any cash. And they're like, oh, I have Cash App. What? Or I've had somewhere, I'm like, yeah, man, I don't have any cash. And they're like, oh, there's an ATM right down there. Sir, ATM spit out $20 bills. I don't know what you think this is, okay? But I cannot break you off a $20 bill. I'm sorry, all right? I can't do it. You said Digger's movie was real and not just a fake movie trailer. Skit, Theo Von, and Drewski would have been great. Not familiar. We might have to check that one out. It's already sounded funny. Theo Von, man, he cracks me up a bit. He seems like such a down-to-earth dude, just from what I've seen of him.
He asked you a question. What is that? What's this? What is what? He asked you a question. What is that?
We come in peace. We come in peace. We come.
He says it is a government psyop and we should destroy it.
What's up, guys? It's been a Project Bluebeam.
That's the funniest thing. The government for the longest time denies this stuff. And then once they start coming out and, drip feeding us information, everybody's like, it's a government psyop. We all start raising our eyebrows. It's like, is this Project Bluebeam?
Is a theory from the
Oh, shit, Project Bluebeam. He has it up.
90s, right when Independence Day was released, in fact, where the theorizers said that a global government would be formed because they'd stage a fake alien invasion, complete with projections in the sky and so on. This would bring about the New World Order. That's because the global elites have been trying to create total and complete global control for a long time, but they realized that there were too many disparate cultures and nations, and it'd be so hard to bring all of them under heel and get them all to agree to one master. And that is, of course, what they're going to try and do with Operation Project Bluebeam. Manipulation of archaeological evidence will happen, holographic projections in the sky, space lasers, and so on.
I found this conspiracy back in like
they'll create, fake gods in the sky and so on, electronic mind control, and staged alien invasion. The final stage involves fabricating a global crisis, an alien invasion, or a series of natural disasters to provoke fear of humanity, to accept centralized authoritarian world government projection. And ladies and gentlemen, this is something that we have thought about for a while, especially as you review CIA documents, where they openly talk about using projections of Mohammed in Iraq to bring the Iraqis to heel. They have regularly considered using drones and lasers in order to project Muhammad over Baghdad and tell everyone to surrender to the Americans. I wish they had tried it. Honestly, it sounds incredibly entertaining. But the point is that, you know, much like the directed energy weapons that were just used in Venezuela, that was Star Wars technology in the 1980s. Now it's being forward deployed in a war zone, and we're capturing the leaders of
the energy weapons, essentially low frequency sound waves, if I'm not mistaken, or like that's one way you could use them, right?
Powerful communist nation in our hemisphere, that's for sure, using directed energy.
Top UFO experts reveal whistleblower activity will finally bring disclosure in 2026. The evidence is aligning. There's that big movie coming out later this year called Disclosure Day. I'll definitely be watching it. It's just interesting seeing everything coming out, more and more hearings being had, more and more quote unquote whistleblowers, more government officials looking into it and talking about it openly. I'm super excited.
Frying literally the brains of the people protecting Nicolas Maduro. So
you said a YouTuber photographed, you said he's closeted. What's going on, Mike? You said a YouTuber photographed a Black Ops plane the other day. The same plane has been flying for 12 years at least, and the public has never seen it. It has to be an Aurora type project. I'll say, oh, please do. I'm unfamiliar. Evie, you said, I don't disagree with that. I think Milo spilled the beans on him, and he had nothing to hide when it comes to being gay. Milo Yiannopoulos? Interesting. I'm not caught up with the lore.
The future is here, and as far-fetched as these things sound, it's time to take them seriously. Top UFO expert reveals that 2016 will finally be the year of alien disclosure. You know, if you've been...
I feel like we've said this every year. Man, I really thought the disclosure was going to be 2 years ago or 3 years ago when they started doing the hearings.
These kind of you've been seeing stuff heat up, right? You've been seeing a lot of congressional hearings. You've been seeing a lot of people with a lot of different videos. You know, this is the famous Tic Tac video. But there are so many different military videos that are dropping, some of them by whistleblowers, some of them by, well, unknown sources, all of them claiming to be military videos. And you know what? I got to tell you, man, I had a run-in with a fighter pilot that flew for the U.S. military. Is one of the most accomplished pilots currently serving in the U.S. military and has a very, very high rank and status, and is not a liar, is somebody who is in the employ of the...
Yeah, I think we might have to pull up. We're in the hangout session of our of the stream here, so we're gonna be all over the place, just kicking it. If you guys want to hop on stream and chit chat, drop in the Discord, and we can do a voice chat and hang out and explore all these things. We might check out that Milo Yiannopoulos situation. He's an interesting character. I've got about maybe 1 more hour, and then I have to see if I have to do something. So I might take like an hour break. But we'll try to get to that Milo Yiannopoulos clip. Or hold up, let me see. I'm gonna pull it up right now and just see what we're working with. Milo Yiannopoulos, Tucker Carlson. Oh shit. Okay, that's 2.5 hours, which is okay, they're all living lies. This is a 15-minute snippet. Milo's confession about leaving his gay life behind. Let me type in Benny Johnson, just since that's what you guys are on about right now. Ah, damn. Somebody said Milo hijacks Tim Cast and puts Benny Johnson on blast. Let me see what this is real quick. This is a few minutes. Let me see what we're working with here.
Every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys. This is...
What? Milo's a character. You know, I'm gonna take what he says with a grain of salt, but this is interesting. If you guys, this is a 5-minute clip. If you guys want to see it, I'll drop the link in chat. I'm not familiar with this channel. You said that's it. Okay, this is coming from Boston Brian. Not familiar with this one. How much longer do we have on this? I'm gonna give this one a few more minutes just because I wanna get into this UAP situation. But we'll definitely check this out. Blunt Politics. Let me pull up the channel. And this is the channel. You guys can go check them out. I might give them a sub here once we get through watching it. Let me circle back to this one.
The administration, and again, like in charge of a lot of guys. And
so Bank of England must plan for financial crisis sparked by aliens. A former analyst at the central bank has urged Governor Andrew Bailey to put contingencies in place to prevent collapse if alien life is confirmed. The Bank of England must plan for a financial crisis being triggered by an official announcement confirming the existence of alien life. One of its former policy experts has claimed.
Yeah, let's just say completely legit. And he told me straight up, yeah, I mean, UFOs are 100% real. Like UFOs do happen and happen to us regularly. We're flying all the time and there's always UFOs around us. Describing to me in great detail, completely sober. This guy hasn't had a drink in 20 years. I'm telling you, man. And he has no reason to lie to me, right? This wasn't like on some live stream or anything. This was just like a social dinner, with our families. So anyway, that kind of like took me back. I live in a big military city, right? There's a lot of military activity in the city of Tampa where I live. And this is the CENTCOM is here, right? And so I got these people that are always telling me this kind of stuff and they have no reason to. It's not like I don't think they're trying to trick. I mean, there's some op. Is everyone an op? I don't know. Is this article an op? This is from the Times of London. Bank of England must plan for financial crisis sparked by alien. Little on the nose here.
Sorry, I just read all that.
You got to be this obvious. A former analyst for the central bank has urged that alien life is confirmed and begins to invade the world. Got it. Okay. Got it. Project Bluebeam. The Bank of England must plan for a financial crisis triggered by official announcement confirming the existence of alien life, one of its policy experts has revealed. Helen McCaw served as the senior analyst for financial security at the UK's central bank, preparing events that could impact the economy. She's now written to Andrew Bailey, the bank's governor, urging him to organize contingencies with the White House to confirm that aliens are real.
Interesting. The top UFO experts reveal whistleblower activity will finally bring disclosure. Link to the Betty Johnson videos in chat. Obviously, this is like one of the famous Tic Tac videos or Go Fast videos. I can't recall which one this is. These are the hearings. We've checked all these out. Obviously, David. Is this David? No, is this Graves? No. David Grush, I believe, right? Whistleblower. This one's interesting. I think we covered this. This was actually really cool.
About alien.
As I recall.
Last question about UFOs. So I'm a mad UFO lunatic
Me
as
too.
well.
Yeah.
So, and you said, I think the Ruthless podcast that you were going to, in August, you were going to figure out what happened. So have you
That was a
managed?
little tongue in cheek. I have not figured it out yet. I
Right.
haven't had the time to figure it out yet.
But you've got access to all this.
I do.
Classified.
And I really want to sort of dig into it. Marco's actually very interested in this too. We talked about this a little.
Yeah, Marco Rubio, Tim Burchett. I'm trying to think of some of the representatives that have been pushing this shit forward. Oh, I forget the girl's name, the woman's name, and the head of, or she's a part of the. I don't want to call it the Disclosure Project, but they were supposed to be disclosing the JFK files, the MLK files, UAP files, and a handful of other things, I believe. Though I have not heard much from them recently.
It's back in our Senate days. So yeah, there's certainly an interest there. There's certainly an intrigue, but I haven't yet had the time to really dig in. Things have been so busy. But this is the crazy person inside of me. And there's, all of us put the tinfoil hat on from time to time. I was like, I can't allow myself to become so busy that I spend the next 3 years and I don't get to the bottom of this. So I will get to the bottom of this, but it's going to take me a little time.
Because Tulsi Gabbard says that she believes there are aliens. Do you believe that?
You know, I don't, it's interesting. I wouldn't say that I do or don't believe it. I mean, I'm a big believer that there are things out there that we can't explain. And so if another person sees an alien, maybe I see an angel or a demon. So I'm a big believer that there are like spiritual forces working on the physical world that a lot of us don't see and a lot of us don't understand and a lot of us don't appreciate. But, you know, is it aliens or is it our guardian angel, or is it aliens, or is it a not so guardian force that doesn't care about us or in fact actively wishes us harm?
Well, yeah, in chat, when the subject comes up, a lot of people say angels and demons. Regardless if this is extraterrestrial, interdimensional, spiritual, or what have you, it appears that there is at least something there. There is a there. I don't know that we could put our finger on what exactly it is, but there's something, right?
Question. What I try to do is I try to say my prayers. I try to be as good of a person as I can be, and I try to do a good job. And hopefully that's all I need to do.
UFOs. There's been a lot of...
My husband is in the corner, for the record, pumping his fist right now that you're asking this question.
So, I mean, is there anything... We've had some declassification of some very strange videos that look like they are, you know, unidentified flying objects. Is there anything in the files that you think you could find or you have found?
Nothing that I'm prepared to talk about today. We are...
Don't even get me started on the Watchers, man. I went down a whole rabbit hole with falling into that, and also with ChatGPT asking it some questions about stuff, and it kept referencing the Watchers, and I was like, what the hell are the Watchers?
Yeah, we're continuing to look for the truth and share that truth with the American people.
The truth is out there.
Yes, it is.
There've been a lot of articles lately about UFOs. I know this question is a little out there. Is there any truth to any of this?
Well, we don't know. All I've said is we have people that have very high clearances, both today and in the past, who did really important work for our government or continue to do important work for the government, who have come forward with some claims about the U.S. having in the past recovered exotic materials and then reverse engineered those materials to make advances in our own defenses and technologies. That's the claim they make. Now, I don't know if those claims are true or not. What I do know is that one of two things is happening.
Yo, there's the other Gator in chat. Yo, I told you, Gator. I told you there was another Gator. Yo, what's going on, Death Gator? I'm going to get to chat here. We're almost done with this video.
They're telling the truth, and that is something that obviously would be the biggest story in human history. Or we have people in really important positions of government who are crazy.
Right, exactly.
and who are still in positions of importance. Either one is a big problem. So we've got to figure out which one of these two it is, because the second one in particular would be very troubling. But we don't. All we know is claims that people have made. These are credible people that have done and continue to do important work for the country. And by law, we're required when they come forward as whistleblowers to take their claims seriously and to investigate.
Anyway, that was Benny Johnson threw together those clips, and that was his little take on it. I'm going to go ahead and link his video. You can check out his channel. Always show support to whoever we're reacting to, you know. Back to chat here. Admiral Byrd. Oh, you guys talking about Admiral Byrd. He had something to do with Antarctica, if I'm not mistaken. There's some shady stuff in the ice. That's what's going on in Antarctica. If you ever heard of the Explorer. Yeah, the Explorer, right? That's Admiral Byrd, yeah. Your husband thinks that's why NATO is suddenly willing to work out a deal with Trump over Greenland, like he showed them something when it comes to aliens. I don't think he would lie about that because he had nothing to hide about his sexuality. Yo, Milo is funny. I don't know if I care so much. I mean, it really is just gossip at a certain point. It's like, regardless if Benny Johnson is a closeted gay person, I honestly just don't care. You know what I mean? I guess the story would be interesting because the person is putting on a facade. I mean, that's the interesting part of it. But I just don't really care. But Milo Yiannopoulos is an entertainer, I feel like, at heart. So I'm sure whatever program he appeared on and talked about this, it's probably going to be very funny. Look up NASA mission STS-75. I could type, geez. NASA STS-75 mission, February 26 to March 9th, 1996. Aboard Space Shuttle Columbia, focused on the tethered satellite system Reflight, TSS-1R, and USMP-3 microgravity research. Despite the 12-mile tether breaking before full deployment, the mission successfully generated record high voltage data and valuable ionospheric studies. That definitely didn't give me enough information. Designed to deploy a satellite on a 20.7 kilometer conducting tether. Oh, cool. To study electrodynamics and the ionics. I've actually wondered about this. I'm like, could you make, I guess a tether, I didn't know what to call it, but could you make a tether that could harness energy from the atmosphere? Because if it's like, if we're operating within a magnetic field, could you, in like layman's terms, have a conductor spinning through that magnetic field and generate electricity or a current? I thought that would be really cool. That's so interesting. Tether break. On February 25th, 1996, the tether broke, causing the satellite to drift away, but not before yielding, as scientists predicted, electrical currents 3 times higher than expected. Wow. USMP-3. The United States Microgravity Payload 3 was a success, focusing on material science, including crystal growth and solidification experiments. Technical achievements. The mission provided unique data on plasma wakes and the first ever recording of an ionized shock wave around the satellite. It's notable for being the first mission to use a laptop running the Linux operating system utilized for data analysis. Huh. All right, we're gonna have to do a deeper dive on this one. I've never heard of that. Appreciate you. What's going on? Dawash. What's going on with you? You said what's cooking? I don't know, man. I gotta check the stove. He went over the wall in Antarctica. I think you're talking about Admiral Byrd. Down into the center of Earth. He was telling people about it until the CIA told him to shut the F up. My dad is an expert in Admiral Byrd. Yeah, and there's a really good, a really cool channel I always have to plug when we're talking about this stuff. Y Files. And he did a video on this, Admiral Byrd. If you guys are into these topics, even just taking it with a grain of salt, I highly recommend the Y Files. Freaking awesome channel, awesome production, blah, blah, blah. Can't suck them off enough. So, Operation Hydra, mission to find and destroy the secret Nazi UFO base in Antarctica. He breaks down sort of quote unquote conspiracy theories, sort of gives the story at face value, and then at the end, he'll poke holes in it or say what's true and what's not and what's sort of like undetermined. And it's just a really well put together channel and videos that are very entertaining and thought-provoking and might send you down a rabbit hole. So I'll go ahead and drop a link to this video, but I highly recommend checking out the channel. The Y Files. Highly recommend that. You said when he gets near a couch. People are obsessed with JD Vance and couches. If we knew the actual truth of everything, it would cause an uproar. Probably. Didn't the Vatican come out? Let me see. Vatican. Oh, this isn't what I was looking for, but it says the Vatican UFO topic involves claims from whistleblowers like David Grush, alleging the Vatican held secrets about the 1933 UFO crash and shared info with the US. I believe that was in Italy. Alongside speculation the Vatican archives might contain hidden UFO. But I thought they came out recently and spoke on it. All right, without falling too far off what we're doing. What do we got? Oh, his diary does exist. Oh, man, I would love to read that. We're always drawn to things that can't be disproved. Antarctica is remote and harsh. We have to take the word of others. Yeah, it's also odd how restrictive it is, how Antarctica is so restrictive. Book of Enoch talking about the Watchers. Some think they're aliens. Schizophrenic people aren't crazy. They just see beyond the material world. I was writing a book about the Watchers. Oh, really? Oh, man, I got to pick your brain. You got to give us some excerpts or something. But yeah, we kind of touched on this last night. Schizophrenia, altered states of consciousness. Maybe it's interfacing in with a different sort of plane of existence or something, right? What's going on, Death Gator? Like I said, we got all the Gators in chat. What president was it that wrote the deal with aliens? Was it Kennedy? Not sure. President made deal with aliens. While no official record confirms a president made a deal with aliens, President Dwight D. Eisenhower is most commonly cited president in conspiracy theories, with claims he secretly met extraterrestrials and agreed to allow limited abductions for experiments in exchange for advanced technology, though these stories lack evidence and often linked to rumors surrounding the 1947 Roswell incident. Sometimes I think that, right? Especially if they're so technologically advanced, we let them abduct people, but in reality, it's not like we could stop them anyway, right? So it's an interesting rabbit hole. You said US 2017. All right, let me copy paste this one. Guys, if you enjoy this, if you enjoy the weird stuff, a cool hangout, you know, all the good stuff, get sucked into the black hole, hit the subscribe button, all the good stuff, guys. Craft using an inertial mass reduction device. U.S. Navy granted patent for inertial mass gravity device using inner resonant cavity wall and outer resonant cavity and microwave emitter. I ended up clicking on a Reddit one. Some people are saying this patent isn't proof of anything. Novelty of design and function in mind. They are not proof of achievable concepts. Obviously, this is Reddit. I'm just kind of clicking around here. Huh. Oh, yeah, I think I have actually landed on this page before. Now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, this is craft using an inertial mass reduction device. This is under Google patent. I don't think Google patented it, but it's Google has like a section called Google Patents. So this is the patent for it. You can't see all of the screen. I'll drop a link to it if you guys want to get into it. But this is the abstract. There's quite a bit here. This is a bit to chew on, guys. It's a bit to chew on. It is interesting. There's patents for these odd things, we'll say. Fascinating. I'm compiling all this so I could actually look through it and make sense of it here. Patent for inertial reduction, anti-gravity technology, propulsion. We on aliens now? Yeah, aliens, UAP, UFO, a little bit of everything. We're jumping around. We did some comedy stuff. You know, it's the hangout section, so it's what you guys throw at me here. Evie, I've watched several videos about Bird and his diary. It is a great story, but seems too fantastical. Him seeming to be so genuine is what keeps it alive, I believe. And that's the thing. There's people in such, high-ranking positions with such high clearances, with such responsibility, and they're coming out saying these things, and it's like, dude, are you crazy? Is this a psyop? Or is this real? It's crazy that all of this is on Google, but if you don't know what to look up, you'll never... True. That is so true. If you guys want an interesting read, and you haven't fallen down this rabbit hole yet, go to CIA.gov or type in remote viewing CIA. Go to CIA.gov. An evaluation of the remote viewing program, research and operational applications. I think they spell viewing wrong, but whatever. Essentially, if you've ever heard of astral projection, it's something similar to that. Imagine being able to step outside of your body consciously and travel the world or whatever and see things and obtain information psychically, we'll say. Researched by the government in, I want to say, the 70s or 80s. It's fascinating. And there's a lot of stuff on this. This is actually compiled pretty nicely. Because generally when you go on the CIA.gov site, it's just a clusterfuck. It's just a bunch of files randomly thrown around, and they're not titled very well either. So, but this is an interesting read. It's this one, but also this one as well. This one is really cool. I'll go ahead and drop a link to this. This is the a suggested remote viewing training procedure. So this basically breaks down the training methods for achieving remote viewing. And again, wow, they really put this together. When you go to their site, like I said, it's kind of thrown around a lot, but it's fascinating. Maybe we'll do a deep dive into this at some point. If you guys have never heard of this stuff, I mean, it's just really fascinating, I have to say. But you can definitely check that out. Samala was doing impressions of black women on Tucker. It was hilarious, not in a bad way. It was so funny. We might circle back to the Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. You got one in your garage, Gator. Can I see it? You sent another one. U.S. So these are patents you're sending, I imagine. Let me go ahead and copy paste this one. Huh. Triangular spacecraft. Abstract. A spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electric field parallel to the sides of the hull. This field, interacting with a plane wave emitted by antennas on the side of the hull, generates a force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. The spacecraft has a hull in the shape of an equilateral triangle. A parabolic antenna is centrally located in the bottom of the hull, and an array of horizontal slot antennas is located along the side of the hull. Each back corner has a corner conducting plate which is charged to a positive voltage. The forward corner has a conducting plate charged to a negative voltage. A motion control hemisphere is located on the bottom surface in each of the three corners. And then we get into some maths and physics here, guys. A little bit over my head, I have to say. Something I do want to study, though. Again, for your reading pleasure, did I already post it? Well, you've got it posted in chat. Newest files I could find on TRB3, but are old and corrupted. Is that what this one is? Gator, or Evie says Gator. Well, that's why the general public will never believe, right? He was actually on the radio talking about it himself. Of course, once they're crazy, they're no longer valid. Yeah, another rabbit hole, which a lot of you might think is crazy, is look into crop circles. I thought, crop circles, it's a very, very, very silly thing made by people, whatever. There is some interesting history on crop circles, and I question what the hell they actually are. Hundreds of thousands of mile-wide objects appeared after the tether snapped. Interesting. There is a, this woman recently. Oh, fuck. This woman was researching there's like these plates, these things that you use, I guess in the past, I don't know if they still use them, but they were used to capture the night sky. They were like these long exposure, kind of like cameras, right? And she was basically going back in the data from maybe like 50 or 70 years ago and kind of analyzing it. And it appears that there's these things in the sky that are no longer there anymore that you would think are stars, but they don't appear on any of our star maps these days. And there were thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of them. Oh, man. Oh, shit. What is she? Researcher, UAP, thousands. Oh, this woman. What is her name? Oh, come on. Damn, I can't remember her name. Damn. Oh, fuck. I cannot remember her name. Beatrice, there we go. Yes, Beatrice Villarreal. Don't know how to say her name. Hundreds of thousands of UFOs are surrounding Earth, featuring top astronomer Beatrice Villarreal. We might get into that. Of course, all of these things are so much for us to get into. But, well, I'll drop her name in chat for you guys. You know, obviously take everything with a grain of salt, but I found this very fascinating. Physicists, space objects appeared, disappeared years before first satellites. I'll go ahead and drop. Wait, what the hell? I'll drop a link to the News Nation one, but you guys can find some more info on her. You know, just with the name, you can find a lot on her. Death Gator. Or his information is of no consequence. Are you talking about Admiral Byrd? Fallen angels? No such as alien fallen ones. Yeah, a lot of people will say that. What's going on, Kelvin? Eisenhower? Yeah, I think it was, Eisenhower, right? Wasn't that in Men in Black? Not familiar. So that's why our stuff has advanced so much in the last 50 years. North American technology is compounding. I could get there without alien involvement. Or it could get there without alien involvement. Have you guys heard of the whistleblower from 2006 that wound up beaten to death? The bald guy that came out with the J-Rod alien story? No. J-Rob refers to a supposed alien entity from conspiracy theories who allegedly survived the 1953 Kingman UFO crash. Never heard of that one. Worked at Area 51 to help reverse engineer alien tech and was studied, communicated with by military personnel like Captain Bull and microbiologist Dan Burish, offering scientific advice in a parrot-like voice before his alleged demise. Interesting. There was this old video, I think it's lost media now, but when I was a kid on YouTube, I found this interview with an alien. And this was maybe 20 years ago. And just for this random YouTube video I found, I have not been able to find it since. It freaked me out a bit, and it seemed, as a child, it seemed real. But I haven't been able to find it. There's something out there that mimics it, but it's not the same video I saw. And this is like in obscure YouTube, like back in the day when you'd find just random weird stuff on YouTube. And the production value was at a level at the time that it wouldn't really make sense for people to fake. Like, I don't know if people were doing that much on YouTube like that, I think it's lost media now, at least I can't find it. You think it's the following ones? I just remembered reading something about how the Watchers gave technology to humans. I got back into some of the interviews lately, and they're crazy interesting. Remote viewing. Death Gator, you had me in the first half. You said I remote viewed once while taking a shit. You must have been squeezing hard. You squeezed yourself right out of your body. I'm such a curious person. I'd die just to know everything, right? I would love to know. I would love to know some of this stuff. To be a fly on the wall. Project Stargate, the CIA's remote viewing program. Its name was Project Stargate. Yes. Yeah, the viewing lens and Stargate interviews, future humans, changing timelines. Awesome interview. Stuff like this makes politics seem so minuscule. Stuff like this makes politics seem like a purposeful distraction. Changing the timeline explains the Mandela effect, right? It is so weird that it could be likely possible. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'd really like to watch this one. It's long. I mean, you guys would be into it. Some people can't do long form content. I would really like to check this one out. It was fascinating to me. You guys know the channel, but I can't think of the channel. He does interviews, a bunch of different people, and it's not Joe Rogan. I'm trying to think. On a lot of this stuff, like paranormal type stuff and alien type stuff. Danny Jones? Is it Danny Jones? Yes, Danny Jones. So Danny Jones had this guy on. Yes. Top physicist reveals exactly how to build a time machine. Dr. Ronald Mallet. I'm saying his name right. I've tried to show some other people this, and like I said, some people just aren't into long form content. So, yeah. We might be able to check this one out. This would have to be something we watch. Because you kind of have to watch a decent amount of it to really get at the meat of what he's saying. Give me a sec. I got an ad, like a really long ad here. Guys, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button. We're going to get rid of these ads, but we need to grow the black hole. Guys, it's the biggest and the blackest hole, okay? You got to love it, all right? You got to love it. Let me go ahead and pull this up. I'm going to drop a link to this. Take everything with a grain of salt, but this was fascinating to me. I need to re-listen to it. I would love to do it with you guys. In fact, I need to make a... we have the conspiracy hole in Discord. But I want to make a channel in the Discord... I don't know, for like compiling information on different subjects. I need to figure it out. I need to think about it some more. I'm going to go ahead and drop this link, though. If you guys are unfamiliar, Danny Jones. Oh, look, he has a bunch of different people on. The titles, I think, are meant to be provocative. But at least some of the ones I've seen, this guy in particular, I really thought this was fascinating. I'm just gonna let him do his little spiel in the beginning, just to give like an intro to it. We might come back and actually watch this one today.
Thank you for coming, man.
Thank you.
So it's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on the show.
So tell me about your time machine.
Well, I think what we should do is to start back about the real possibility of time travel, because I think it's important for people to realize that it's not something that just I came up with. It's actually something that's based on solid physics. And in fact, time travel to the future is not only solid physics, it's something that we've been able to do. People don't realize that time travel to the future has happened, and we've demonstrated it's time travel to the past that we haven't done experimentally, although theoretically we can talk about it. And all of this notion of the serious possibilities of time travel are based on Einstein's theories of relativity. So I should start off with that and what we know about that, and then go into what my contribution has been.
So again, I mean, that's just, I mean, because he goes into the history, the science, and he really lays it out. It's a lot to get into, so we might do this one if we can. I'd really like to. How old is it? Oh, it's a year ago. Okay, cool. I try not to react to, you know, some content that is too fresh, you know what I mean? Out of, like, courtesy. So go ahead and drop that link. Sorry, oh my gosh, it's just like, man, this topic, we just go everywhere, and like I could just fall into this forever, right? Yes, exactly, guys. You could all pile into the Discord. In fact, you know what? Let me go ahead and pull the Discord up. I'm going to go ahead and post the link. Maybe you guys already did. I'm going to go ahead and pull the Discord up for you guys. Let me think. How to do this. Kind of hard to see on this. Like I said, next stream we're going to try that YouTube thing where it allows me to do desktop streaming as well as mobile streaming, so we can have a better field of view. So here's the Discord, guys. The black hole gets sucked in. So we have the Hangout, we have Stream Chat, Conspiracy Hole, Politics Hole, Religion Hole, Gaming, Art, Music, Memes. We'll be adding some more stuff as we go. But that's like, you know, the general breakdown. You can post a bunch of stuff, post links. Stream Chat, we're eventually going to get it to where Stream Chat is where we post stuff for me to pull up on stream. Things are a little wonky in here. We're still getting things going. And then down here we got Stream Chat. If you guys drop in here, you know, read the rules and everything, but you could come on stream and chit chat. Gaming Lounge, I hang out there when I'm not on stream. Sometimes I'm working on stuff. Sometimes I'm just hanging out. We could chit chat and just drop in, drop out. You know, sometimes we'll be gaming or doing whatever. Tony B, one of the community members here, he plays chess, and I've been meaning to get like a chess game going with y'all. I think that would be really fun, and just do different interactive things and whatnot. But yeah, so that's how that works. Let me see here. The rules, pretty simple. Be respectful, stay on topic, no talking over others, no yelling or mic abuse, no doxing or personal info, no hate speech, extremist content, one main point per call. I might work that out a little bit different. I mean, that's more for if we're in the middle of something. I'm still trying to work out the formatting and the flow. Hosted mods and final say, bad faith calls will be removed, and call may be recorded or clipped. So you consent to that. But yeah, highly recommend dropping into the Discord to continue the conversation and all the good stuff, man. Make connections. Boom. All right. We're going to be filling it out, guys. I think we're at 60 something people. We're going to be at 100 before you know it, okay? It's going to be, eventually 1,000. Soon the Discord will never sleep. So go ahead and okay. So you're off this weekend too. I'm going down a big rabbit hole. Yes. Shit. It's questions religion in a way, in the sense of, are we actually the only beings in the entire universe? Right? I mean, yeah, a little bit. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel like aliens and religion have to be mutually exclusive. If God created everything, why could he create some aliens too? Right? It seems so simple to me. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie. Sekina sounds like a Disney villain. Astro, I sent you a video. Dive into that rabbit hole sometime. It will blow your mind. The J-Rod stuff is interesting, but the Looking Lens and Stargate stuff is what gets me. Okay, cool. Dan Burrish is the guy's name. Okay, so you sent it to me, you said? Let me just make sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bro, you have sent me some damn gems, man. Applause to you. You've sent me some gems over the time. So I appreciate that. Still here, was helping my husband carry up groceries. Okay, no worries, no worries. By the way, this is long form content. Oh yeah, good point. If you've been hanging out here, some people just drop in for the politics stuff at the beginning. And some people like the longer form stuff. Though we do fall off and we go into so many different directions. Some people know me as like a political streamer, and I'm like, I guess. I mean, yes, that's a piece of it, but there's so much more. There's so much more. Exactly. New age kids with the attention span of goldfish. I'm just like, is there a short? No, there's no short. Like, you're not going to be able to get anywhere with a short on this. I mean, maybe you could get some bullet points, but it really doesn't, you're going to roll your eyes at it unless you could actually sit down and watch it and actually think about it for a bit. And again, take it with a grain of salt, right? Some respect on my name, Tesla. Time travel daddy. The multiverse makes time travel paradox a non-issue. Yes, and he actually talks about this. This gentleman, Dr. Ronald Mallet, just on some theories and whatnot. It's actually really interesting because, of course, when you travel backwards in time, it creates or has the potential to create paradoxes. If you go back in time and shoot yourself before you went in the time machine, what happens, right? We create a paradox. But he actually just has some theories on it that were just fascinating. Death Gator. I think all this stems. Discord, thanks, bro. Of course. Appreciate you. I think all this stems from the fact that, we are the only organism that developed enough frontal cortex to ask why. Why are we here, and what is our purpose? At least as far as we can tell, right? And because we can't communicate with plants, we can't communicate with animals. So for right now, yes, we are the only ones that we are aware of that ask these questions. I'm here for all the above, but the paranormal and comedy are my favorite in life and in the stream. Okay, very good, very good. Do you think that could tie with Adam and Eve eating the fruit of knowledge at Death Gator? Interesting. A paradox would never exist. The act of time traveling throws you in a parallel universe. Yes, that's kind of what he gets at. Yes, exactly. Basically, the timeline splits. Yeah. So in your original timeline, you disappear, but you're put into a new timeline, so it can't create a paradox. We're getting close to 5 a.m. over here, and I might have to do something, might have to run somewhere, make a drive, which roughly will take me an hour, just, 40 minutes or so to get there and get back. Similar to yesterday. Actually, we can communicate with dolphins. Look up the experiment with dolphins and LSD. Oh, wow. It's so funny because when I was saying that stuff, I was thinking about dolphins because I was like, aren't they? I think it's like dolphins and elephants are like the two animals that come to my mind when we think about intelligence. Dolphin, experiment, LSD. The Dolphin Who Loved Me, the NASA-funded project that went wrong. In the 1960s, Margaret Levatt was part of a NASA-funded project to communicate with dolphins. Soon she was living with Peter, 24 hours a day, in a converted house. Christopher Riley reports on an experiment that went tragically wrong. Margaret Howe Levatt. Dolphinarium. The goal of the experiment was to teach dolphins human language over a period of 2 years. Lilly and Levatt, both with very different approaches, tried to prove that human language could be mimicked by dolphins. Levatt reasoned that if she lived with dolphins and made human-like sounds similar to how a mother teaches her child to speak, they would have more success. She tried speaking slowly and changing the pitch of her tone to help Peter pronounce words and that she wanted to teach him. Levatt and the pubescent male dolphin, Peter, spent all their time together in the isolated dolphinarium, where she documented Peter's progress with her twice daily lessons and encouragement to say the words, "Hello, Margaret." According to Levatt, the M sound was extremely difficult for Peter to pronounce without making bubbles in the water. Wow, complications. Peter, being an adolescent dolphin, I knew it. Peter, being an adolescent dolphin, frequently had sexual urges which disrupted his lessons, and taking Peter to a downstairs pool with two female dolphins proved to be a logical issue for Levatt. Eventually, Levatt relieved Peter's urges herself. Stating, "It wasn't sexual on my part, sensuous perhaps. It seemed to me that it made the bond closer, not because the sexual activity, but because of the lack of having to keep breaking. And that's really all it is, or all it was. I was there to get to know Peter. That was part of Peter. It would just become part of what was going on, like an itch. Just get rid of that scratch and we could be done and move on." An article titled "Interspecies Sex, Humans and Dolphins" appeared in the magazine Hustler that dramatized the situation and reflected badly on their research. Other problems arose surrounding the project. In addition to Levatt's animal communication research, Lilly had been funded to research the effects of the drug LSD. Lilly had been testing the effects of the drug on subject dolphins with no results. Since neither his communication experiments nor his LSD research were proving fruitful, Lilly's dolphinarium eventually lost all funding. Due to the lack of funding, the dolphins were moved to a different facility in a repurposed bank building in Miami. Ugh. In smaller tanks, and since the building lacked sunlight and space, Jesus, Peter quickly deteriorated and eventually he ended himself. In John C. Lilly's words, dolphin activist Rick O'Berry explains, "Dolphins are not automatic air breathers like we humans are. Every breath is a conscious effort. If life becomes too unbearable, the dolphin just take a breath and they sink to the bottom. They don't take the next breath." Damn. Wow, fascinating. I think dolphins are one of the only animals that actually have sex for pleasure or something. Well, there's probably a few other animals, but don't humans actually get raped by dolphins? Two are not correlated as far as intrinsic curiosity. I don't think time travel, that was just the wiki, so I was just, a quick synopsis. I don't think time travel throws you in a parallel universe, since time isn't linear. The way I understand multiverse, it's you, but a different version. Like you may have a different job or family, right? I've got the patent for quantum particle communication, tried to get on Discord, go to sort out email issues. Yeah. Let me know when you make it over. Yeah, some people have issues with either the phone number or the email or whatever. You can always drop it in here too. At least the name of it. Previous reply to Lucid Kingdom. Got it. Didn't her and the dolphin get freaky? Yeah, it seems like it. But it was strictly platonic. That dolphin thing has been split. They have millions of years of evolution with a much larger brain. Evolution seems to have handcuffed them. Technical advancements are not in the mix, only mental. Right, yeah. I mean, how do they... Because I've wondered about this. Could you be an advanced civilization if you live in the water? It's like, how could you manipulate matter? You wouldn't have fire. It's curious. Bruh, this gives a whole new meaning to Fishy Kitty. I'm just saying. LSD is one hell of a drug. The dolphin conspiracies have blown up in the past 6 months. You can thank the internet for this one. Ducks are vicious lovers. Oh, Lord. Underwater alien dogs. They're worse than a dog. Maybe we're lucky when they're not OP. You mean like on land or something? What time is it? 5:02. Let me go ahead and check on something real quick. I need to see if I have to leave or if I can actually stay here with y'all for a bit. Oh my gosh, yeah, reminds me of the episode of King of the Hill when Dolphin tried to bang Hank at SeaWorld. Yo, that's a fire reference. Wow. Wow, that's hilarious. It's been a while since I've seen that one. But yeah, let me go ahead and check on something real quick. I'll be right back. For shits and giggles, I'm gonna play the song. Yo, Snickers, I doubt you're in chat right now. Snickers, or he's not Snickers on YouTube. Sebastian sent over. He had made a song. Made a song for the stream, so I'm gonna go ahead and play that. And I'll be right back. It should hopefully it stops playing and doesn't play on repeat. It should stop playing after it plays once, I think. But I'll play that one, and I will be right back. Hit that sub button, guys, and like the stream.
Astra's live, the camera's bright, with his gamer chair in the neon light. Talking big with fans all around, but little did they know he'd soon hit the ground. Eyes grow heavy, the world fades away, as the chat goes wild, he slipped into gray. As to the dreamer, he's out in the zone, caught in a slumber, his heart feels at home, streaming his dreams while the world's wide awake. In this digital realm, he's got no mistake. From epic plays to a soft little snore, comments blow up, they can't take it anymore. Wake him up, they shout laughter in the stream, but Astra's lost in a pixelated dream. Sleepy head caught in the stream's embrace, while all his followers race to keep the pace. Astra the dreamer, he's out in the zone, caught in a slumber, his heart feels at home, streaming his dreams while the world's wide got no mistake. When he wakes up, it'll all be a show. But for now, Astra's lost in his glow.
I got a few more minutes before I get confirmation here, so I'll hang out for a bit longer. Oh, man. You said it's not Slayer. Now I wish we could play like all kinds of music and stuff, but unfortunately we cannot do that on YouTube. Woo. I'm gonna fuck around for a little bit. Maybe Paranormal Corner. Either Paranormal Corner or Conspiracy Corner. I don't know. Don't let me infect you with the yawns, guys. Come on. That's my fault, though. That's my fault. Oh, crap. Transition. I need to make a transition button. Damn. On my Stream Deck. Do-do-do-do-do. Need to mess around with this stuff more. No. Where is it? I threw together a couple songs. I need to just throw together a whole playlist. But some of them are cringe, some of them suck.
Drop into the stream, yeah, the vibe's supernatural. Orbiting the thread, feeling cosmic hidden fractals. Or call me Astro, riding chaos peaks and disaster. We gonna master all the factors, but what does it matter? We're trapped in time, talking to you through wires and signs. Stuck in a loop, but the loop feels right. Lost in space, but you found me online. If you're bored of your space, come tune into mine. Call me Astro, drop into the stream. Yeah, the vibe's supernatural. Orbiting the thread, feeling cosmic hidden fractals.
Tool. I've heard of Tool. I can't think of any songs off the top of my head.
And disaster, we gonna master all the factors.
This last part I just don't like.
You're exactly where you need to be.
And the last part a bit cringe. I mean, some of it, almost the whole thing is cringe, but I don't know. It sounds nice. Sonically, it sounds nice. There's a few that I actually kind of liked. Yo, some of these are so funny.
My check feeds alive. Lights go on, it's vibe.
No. No. Damn, I wish I could play music on stream. Yes, for everybody. Guys, get some coffee. Get some coffee, get your tea, use the bathroom, walk your dog, walk your cat if that's something you're into. All right, Tool. Gotta add Tool to the list. I have like so many tabs open from the things you guys have recommended. Need to add Tool to that. Tool. What other ones do I have up here? Gotta go through my history, really. James Blunt. There's a few things from the last few streams. I need to go through my history. So much more than music.
Chasing a carrot that I'll never win. Hold me home, just a hole that I'm in. Talking with shadows, invisible friends. Beat up whip, I'm hearing voters. Simple fit, minimum threats. Sleep on the floor so my ego stays sober. He's outside of myself, peering over my shoulder. I'm splitting in two, don't know what I'm splitting in two. If the world want a war, then I'm splitting it too. I've paid my dues, so I'll do what I do. Playing with matches, they looking confused. That's who lit the fuse, no one's got a clue.
Got a clue. Everything after that is like hilarious. It's like, will the cord reach the bathtub? Charging my phone, give him a call, a place far from home. Oh my gosh. Cool art. A glimpse into the DMC mind space. Oh, yes. Again, this is I've heard that this stuff is kind of what you experience in DMT, though I have not had the experience myself. That's crazy. That's craziness, man. Man, if I see some stuff like that, wow. Wowzers. Hold up. Jeez. I don't know why. It gives me this like Hindu Buddhist vibe or something. Very interesting. Alex Gray. American visual artist and author. Wow. Oh, from Columbus, Ohio. Wow. Psychedelic art, contemporary art. Very nice. Well, ayahuasca is similar to DMT, right? Or it has DMT in it. Wait, did one of y'all mention Cryo Trump to me the other day? I don't know if it was one of y'all in chat right now. If anybody gets the Cryo Trump reference. Oh my gosh. You said it's similar though. This is a little calmer version. Yeah, I looked at the Alex Gray. I mean, the artwork is out there, man. It's freaking sick. I called this one Up Like Trump. I thought it was kind of funny.
Up like Trump and your phone like Elon. All these speed bumps, or am I driving on peons? Cryo, freeze me, throw me out room for eons. Heads up my enemies, I rest my feet on. I question their logic, they switch their face. Keep digging that hole, I won't shed tears at the grave when I rest my case. Flip to a page, I don't color inside. I connect dots, so I color the lines. I'm not black, I'm not white, I'm not left, I'm not right. I am correct, but the question's rhetorical.
I'm correct, guys, but the question is rhetorical. So, oh my lord. I don't know, I really like that one. live, guys. Welcome back to the chat. True story.
Hello, chat. Welcome back.
Working long hours, can't wait to find time. Chasing horizons, but the line moves away. Lost in reflections, can't wait to find mine. Praying tomorrow tastes better today. Serve me a vision, a future I crave. Just praying tomorrow tastes better today. Thoughts keep returning, stuck on replay.
Yeah, I don't like the delivery of the last bit of it. Honestly, I love the beginning. I will have to step away here in a bit. It turns out. A mix list for Tool. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. You said your only criticism of the Y-File Stargate episodes, it didn't do a good job discussing the looking lens in Stargate. Okay, I'll have to check that one. The looking lens, that I need to add to my lookup. Because, for some reason, the looking lens, I'm not familiar with. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Yeah. All right, y'all. I got to disappear for, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes or so. I'll be back. I'll be back. The famous last word. Okie dokie. Not sure if any of y'all are still left here. We got a few of you. We got a few of you hanging out. Hope I didn't give you a jump scare. Evie's here. Got Gator. Very nice. All the Gators. Oh, Lordy. Oh. My damn phone died while I was driving. Luckily, I knew my way around. Otherwise, it might have been a long time before y'all heard me. Plug this baby in. Hang out with you guys for, I could probably do a couple more hours. Gotta handle some work stuff afterward. Get my schedules figured out for, well, next week and the foreseeable future. And then, well, that's it, really. That's all she wrote. But, boom. Shit, I'm losing subscribers. That's hilarious. We're at 65.19 and now we're at 65.18. People are getting sick of me disappearing, I think. Oh, Lordy. Might want to reheat or heat up some more tea. It's a bit chilly out there. I can feel the cold coming off of me here. I don't know if you guys have said anything in the Discord. Chris, you sent me some more stuff. Oh yeah, the tool. You said you were going to work on that playlist. Very good. Check out some of that stuff. You guys are posting to the musical. Very good. Lordy. Oh. But if anybody's still here, speak up. If y'all aren't, then I'm gonna I might honestly take my break right now and get my work stuff done. What time is it? Reach out to some just some people I need to reach out to. Get all that shit figured out. Oh, you'll give me a list later. Very good, very good. So we got Gator Chris up in here. Anybody else left? Oh. Because I might save the time travel video for when we're all in here. Because I hate when some of y'all miss out on some of the stuff we cover. Especially if you guys are into it. Oh, stretching. Curious to see how this weather shapes up here. As everybody is getting ready for this storm. Whew. It starts tomorrow, it seems. Whew. Yummy. All right. Since it has quieted down, what are we on? Oh, it's only been about 6 hours. Kind of a short stream today. what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to call it here. And I'm going to hang out in the Discord with y'all if you want to kick it. I will be in either the gaming lounge or the stream chat lounge or whatever. Probably the gaming lounge. And just be kicking it, hanging out, listening to music, all the good stuff. So the fact she was killed makes it crazy. And you said you sent me that stuff, right? Let me see here. Let me see if I got that link from you. Looking Glass revealed. Yeah, you sent that over. Start with this one. All right. I got it pulled up here. This gentleman. This gentle being. Why do they have paper towels? Damn it. You know what? It's about an hour long. You know what? I'll kick it here and watch it. How about that? Let me go ahead and warm up my tea, and then we will, yeah, we'll get into this. I said I could see how he could be disregarded. The topic is so far out there. As crazy as the topic matter is, my bullshit sensor doesn't go off. Okay, cool deal, cool deal. We're gonna hop into this. I'm gonna warm up some tea, and yeah, we're gonna hop in. Let's do it. Be right back. Should take me about, I don't know, 2 minutes, 60 seconds. I don't know. As fast as the water heats up here, which should be pretty quick. All right, we're back. Okie dokie. Let's get settled in. This will probably be the last thing I catch here until my next stream. Hold on, just gotta get my micro or my sound working. All right. Gonna go ahead and drop this link in chat for y'all if you're interested. You're checking out, this comes from the channel Truth Driven. The title of the video is Looking Glass Revealed. Dan Burish exposes Stargate time viewing technology, part 1. If stuff like what he is talking about is real, ignorance truly is bliss. Not knowing is the way to live a normal, happy life. I can believe it. If it, man, you're talking this up. I'm definitely getting hype over here. Oh, my fault. I got you. Thanks. Gotcha.
Yeah. We need to save ourselves. This was a quid pro quo for them to get certain information from that Kaela showed me. I demanded certain information back, and actually it was information concerning the time travel issue, because they were still trying to be, they were still reticent about informing me as to what the real nature of the situation was. As late as 2001, the looking glass shows probabilities, or has shown probabilities. The cube would react with the people present. So there was an alteration, if you will, over what you were seeing from it. It would actually spin out as a yellow disc out of the top of it, where the word Yellow Book originally came from. Yeah. Actually, I used that to our advantage at the T9, because that, in fact, was present at the T9, and I projected certain information which caused a little upset during the meeting, but I was also allowed to show them probable outcomes. So in fact, the Yellow Book, the cube, was used for that purpose. Shockingly, they happened to see themselves standing on the bones of their own families and things like that in the vision, and they ultimately decided to remove Lotus as well as certain abductions from the Tau 9 Treaty. They were handing this cube around from country to country to the elitists in the countries to look into their own future so that they could pick the best paths for themselves. I'm happy to pass along the information. I'm honored to pass along the information that I understand that the Yellow Book is no longer accessible. I will say this to everybody, whomever took it, it's in safe hands and it won't be used to harm humanity.
How would you like to start? What's the best place to start as far as Stargates are
I've got a list of questions here in front of me, submitted by you two, all 30 of them. And, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned the number.
No.
They are decommissioned. They are separated into their 3 components. There's a projection component, a ring component, and also a barrel component to both the Stargate devices as well as the barrel projection component. They are separated into their three components. There's a projection component, a ring component, and also a barrel component to both the Stargate devices as well as the looking glass device. The Stargates also have field posts, and again, I'm not a physicist, so I wouldn't be the appropriate one to make comment as to how they work. But there were field posts that were positioned around the actual gates, and they have been stored, I guess. I'm not certain what happened to the field components, but of the three components, they've actually been decommissioned, and liaisons to the European Union, the United Nations, and NATO are actually in possession of them. And there is no one group which has the other one of the other two components.
Well, okay, so
everybody's staring at everybody, and they're not. They can't put the equipment together because everybody is mutually dependent and looking questioningly at everybody else. So everybody is literally protecting everybody else. Of the actual base operating equipment, there are three components to it, which is a projection device of some sort, a barrel, and a set of rings, electromagnetic rings.
Are we able to know how many man-made Stargates there were on the planet?
No. I'm not going to comment as to the total. I will say that there was over 50.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. In different countries of the world?
Yes.
Okay, and these are man-made?
Yes.
Okay, so, and natural Stargates?
Well, see, it's not a Stargate. It's a device which accesses.
Okay,
which
right.
accesses a portal, a wormhole,
Does it
or
access a natural, in other words, the man-made device
Yes.
accesses a natural Stargate?
It draws off from a natural ERB, an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Okay.
It accesses it and somehow works, from what I understand, not in parallel, but almost like piggybacks on the energy of the natural Stargate. Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, if there were 50 man-made devices accessing, they would be accessing a corresponding 50 natural energy vortexes.
That I don't know. There's a possibility, in fact.
Not necessarily, right?
When the looking glass was
Sorry, I am trying to get comfy here. Oh, bear with me. We're jumping right into it. I'm loving this. Are they saying Stargate was a documentary?
There's a possibility, in fact, that when the looking glass was operated, they were usually worked in tandem. It required a second looking glass to be turned on at the same time to get acoustics through. So unless a second one was turned on, which was operated at one of the places where Will Uhouse had been, he saw the second node location, as opposed to the first node being over at the Papoose facility. Two pieces of equipment, two looking glasses, were required to be turned on at the same time to be able to hear acoustics or sound, if you will, from whatever the people were watching, but to go to piggyback in tandem with the visual response of the equipment. That it required two to be turned on to hear anything, and then both sides could hear the same thing. So I suppose both of the looking glasses being tuned to the same thing was accessing the same tunnel, if you will, to the information.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay, so the looking glass has an ability to show one the future, but a Stargate or or equipment that accesses a Stargate or wormhole is for time travel, right? We're talking about two different things.
Yes.
Are they using the same technology?
Essentially, yes. The original device was the Stargate device. That was then increased in power, if you will, with the use of these field posts. And how it pumped up the power, how it stabilized it, I don't know. You'd need to speak with a physicist about that.
Okay, and
However,
it increased it enough to where it became a looking glass?
well,
or had
no.
the abilities of a looking glass?
No. It would be pumped up in power to stabilize the doorway, if you will, to step through into another location, which in essence, because distance and time are relative, the same thing, step two into another time. The looking glass device was a back-engineered Stargate.
Okay.
So it was actually back-engineered from the original cylinder seal data, which allowed us to produce the Stargate access devices, if you will, what we call the Stargates. It's a back-engineered device, the looking glass is. So the looking glass is a secondary device, and it was coming into its fore in the 60s and 70s. And Will saw one of the first generations of it. From what I understand, very large piece of equipment. They always get smaller no matter what. I mean, look at what's happened with the computers.
Will saw?
Oh, yeah.
Will
Uhouse.
Uhouse saw the original looking glass.
He saw one of the original looking glasses demonstrated, and in fact, it's going to be in the DVD that we're getting ready to put out, the actual interview, where he was indicating firing of a bullet, I believe it was, through an object. And there was a time delay where the bullet actually passed through the object, where he saw the bullet past the object, or the projectile, if you will, a rail gun, I believe is what was being, yeah, it was a rail gun that was being used. And then afterward, they saw the impact of the device. So they were already playing with it in the early 70s, early to mid 70s, with dealing with time sequences.
Wasn't the original looking glass a back-engineered from alien technology?
Yes.
Okay. But it also, there was information around the cylinder seals that they used as also, and that those cylinder seals also came from an off-world race. Is that
from well, no, the cylinder seals didn't. The information on them did.
Came from. Which was maybe the Anunnaki? Is that kind of our...
I wouldn't feel comfortable in characterizing it with that name.
Okay.
I really shouldn't go.
But it was off-world technology originally.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, like, okay, say that was in the 60s, the 50s, the 60s, you said.
Well, yes. That's when they started actually being showing a lot of interest in actually building the equipment to be able to see over the curvature of time-space so that they could see into the future and somewhat into the past, but basically the future.
Okay. So there's also our Henry Deacon contact said there was a black box that came on one of the crafts. And I don't know if you're familiar with that black box. Did you have exposure to that as well?
Yeah,
so
it was something that we called the cube or the yellow disc or yellow cube, yes.
Okay, but then that was not a looking glass. Was that a looking glass?
That is a variant of the technology. Okay. However, whilst the looking glass shows probabilities, or has shown probabilities, the cube would react with the people present. So there was an alteration, if you will, over what you were seeing from it. It would actually spin out as a yellow disc out of the top of it, where the word yellow book originally came from. Yeah. And depending upon what predisposition, it's kind of like little Yoda telling young Luke, you bring in there what you have with you. You know, whatever is in there is what you bring. You could then change the perspective, the tilt, if you will, the orientation or angle of the information being presented back to you. So unless you are well prepared to deal with such a thing, human interaction and human emotions bring instability of the provenance of the information.
Okay, that's what went on with the black box, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but with the looking
and
glass...
I used that to our advantage at the T9, because that, in fact, was present at the T9, and I projected certain information which caused a little upset during the meeting.
Just oh, hold on, I got my speakers on. Hopefully the sound isn't coming through too jarbled here. I want to look up this guy. I'm very interested. I just want to know who this guy is. A microbiologist? Working with extraterrestrials and all sorts of stuff. Compelling testimony. Interesting. Okay. Weird. When I look up his name, yeah, that's what it sounds like. The J-Rod alien. Okay. There's some Reddit posts and stuff. I'm trying to find, odd that there's not more, I don't know, like more information. It's really, it seems kind of sparse. Majestic, I think I've heard that. All right, sorry, I just was, I'm gonna have to find his other videos or his other interviews as well, so let's keep going here. Let me actually change this from news and politics to something else. I hate to call it entertainment, but we're gonna do that for now. And just in case there's somebody looking around for this guy, you know, online, you know, I will drop his name in here. Dan, in the title here, Burish. Interview. All right, very good. Let us continue. I'm going to go back a few seconds here.
Ability of the provenance of the information.
Okay, that's what went on with the black box, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but with the looking
and
glass...
I used that to our advantage at the T9, because that, in fact, was present at the T9, and I projected certain information which caused a little upset during the meeting, and they got certain abductions removed and Lotus removed off the calendar and things like that. I caused some real trouble, in other words.
Can you elaborate? Are you willing to elaborate?
Let me sit here and consider what I should and should not. During the negotiations for the Tau 9-6, I was asked to supply a model for the Lotus. In fact, Marcia and I were both asked because they knew tangentially she was involved. I agreed to do so, which is what you respond when you're a sworn operative. It's yes. Unless there are great objections. I was then taken to the location where the treaty was actually being negotiated. Give a short recitation as to the nature of Lotus. What was happening is the P45Ks use Lotus. They wanted to use Lotus for the back engineering of their own neurological problem. I was objecting to its use, but still was under orders to provide a model. I was prepared to do so. But I was also allowed to show them probable outcomes. So in fact, the Yellow Book, the cube, was used for that purpose. Shockingly, they happened to see themselves standing on the bones of their own families and things like that in the vision, and they ultimately decided to remove Lotus as well as certain abductions from the Tau 9 Treaty. So we were successful in getting certain things removed. I think I can safely mention at this time, because we're only one OF9 and one Tau 9 Treaty away from the passage through the completion of the passage through the galactic plane. So I think I'm pretty well safe to go ahead and mention it now. They're not going to be able to get it back put on the treaties and all of that in the time that we have left. In other words, they got outfoxed. And that's what happens when you're negotiating in treaties.
So you use the capacity of the Yellow Book or Little Black Box to show them the future implications of what using the Lotus to amplify or to rectify their own biological problems.
This is true, and that was skewed by, it takes a great deal of emotion to skew the imagery and the audio that comes with it. But I'll just say that I'm extremely vehement with regard to my objection for the Lotus being used, and apparently that vehemence was sufficient to skew the image enough to get them to jump back aghast and in horror.
Wow. So, okay. And this kind of, like, just for the sake of the audience to some degree, you have seen in, I guess, the Yellow Book or in the Looking Glass, and you can correct me which one it is, the future of Lotus, in a sense. How Lotus becomes, once it's brought to the fore by you.
Well, actually, no.
No,
I haven't. The reports to me which came concerning the future of Lotus, which we're not going to get into in depth this evening, was given to me as information.
Oh, so you didn't see it?
Personally see it, no.
Okay.
I was told.
I see.
I was told. That was during the early years, I say the early years of Lotus. It's only been going on for 6 years now.
Right.
But this was the latter half of 2001. And this was a quid pro quo for them to get certain information from that Kaela showed me. I demanded certain information back, and actually it was information concerning the time travel issue, because they were still trying to be, they were still reticent about informing me as to what the real nature of the situation was, as late as 2001.
Meaning the real situation was, meaning how much access to Stargate, to time travel that they actually had?
Right, the whole treaty system, the situations involving the treaties, their outcomes, the actual potential for both timeline number 1 and timeline number 2 outcomes. In the case that we're in right now, we seem to be in a variant of timeline 1, and that's good. For everything that I've seen and have read and reported to me concerning timeline number 1, it's not happening exactly the way that they figured that it would. But then again, it couldn't, because we've made changes along the way, which diverted us away from timeline number 2. And in so doing, our future, again, I regard our future as something which is pretty much a blank slate. We're writing it for ourselves. And so we are now seeing something coming to pass which is slightly different than the prognostication, than the probabilities that we were seeing. And I'm good with what we're seeing so far, but we are still faced with the challenges, the environmental degradation, etc.
Okay.
But hopefully we will rise to the challenge.
Okay, so this is interesting, because it sounds like Kaela was instrumental in getting you to have greater access to intelligence about what the Looking Glass was telling MJ-12.
Yeah, it was the information that he was providing me which provoked questions. And the fact that they didn't even want to get into long-winded discussions with me in the late 90s concerning what he even was. After we had argued for years to find out even where the material was coming from, then we were finally given access to the material. I mean, this went on for a few years.
Meaning, okay, but your interaction with Kaela was leading you one way and giving you one set of information, and MJ-12 then had another set. Isn't that right?
Well, they weren't really it wasn't that they had another set of information. He was telling me, he did tell me basically what was going on.
Okay.
And they were simply not providing that information as what they considered a need-to-know situation.
I see. So
they just weren't going to tell me what they didn't feel I needed to know.
But little did they, well, this is my paraphrase, but little did they know that Kayela was basically cluing you in.
He was cluing me in, and he was informing me his perspectives concerning the treaties. I knew something was going on, and that is
Right. You said it lacks context. You said it was beaten to death. I'm going to look into that. This does say part 1 in the description. And again, I do want to, we're going to get a place together on the Discord. I mean, we got the conspiracy hole, but I want to start working on compiling some of this stuff. Because even in just looking it up, I was reading some Reddit posts, and people were like, man, there was so many videos lost that were from the 80s and 90s that, you know, have not been seen again. And I would hate for some of this stuff to become lost media. Yeah, without the context, it is, you know, I'm trying to follow along, but I'm somewhat familiar with, like, for example, if you've ever watched Stephen Greer, you know, he has, it's similar in essence to how Stephen Greer talks sometimes. I'm trying to see here. Part 1. Yeah, so now I'm going to watch this one, though, and hopefully I'll be able to find some more information on this. All right.
Cluing you in.
He was cluing me in, and he was informing me his perspectives concerning the treaties. I knew something was going on. And that is ultimately what they wanted to know about. And I said, well, for you to know about that kind of thing, then I need to know about certain other things. It's, you know, it was truly a quid pro quo situation. And they said, well, okay, we'll tell you if you tell us. Right. So I told them, and they told me a little more.
Wonderful.
And it was right around that same time that Lotus was actually kicking into fore. The May 31st, 2001 event that took my prosaic project and basically threw it in the garbage can, and it turned into what it is now, this project that it is now. And as a result, I also found out from them where they said Lotus was ultimately destined. And that is, like I said, we'll discuss that in a slightly future date.
But isn't it true to some extent that Lotus could help Kayela now?
That was the perspective of the P-45 J-Rods, and that is not my perspective.
I see. So, because I make a distinction between Kayela, who's what I understand a P-52, and the P-45. So, but they're on the same,
They were on the same timeline, the same track, but just separated by 7,000 years.
Okay,
yeah.
so even so,
which is quite a big separation.
What we got, so what you're saying is that in a sense, Kayela couldn't get the benefits of Lotus because...
Nor did he ask for it.
Okay.
Nor did he ask for it. Nor did he ask for it.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say, Stephen Greer has tended a lot of the time to rub me the wrong way as well.
You know, I will say this. This is something that David spoke with David on the phone not that long ago. I'll leave the last name off. I think you know who I'm...
Sure, but we can use his name if it's okay with you.
Well, sure, David Wilcock.
Okay, yeah, because we just interviewed him.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Yeah. And he was talking. We were discussing the same thing, which was the box, the cube. And I said, you know, a strange thing happened. I was pro tempore made MJ9 for the 12. As a result of a bet that went on within MJ12. And I got a chance to tap who ended up being the last MJ9 prior to the adjournment. And before tapping her, who was the first female to ever set in the 12, I got a chance to look at certain documents and look through certain archives in Washington, D.C., prior to going across to the continent and meeting with some folks and telling them basically I wasn't interested in their offers. I'm talking about a trip to Brussels.
The Illuminati?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And during the same time, the cube disappeared. And it hasn't been seen since. And it disappeared out of the archives. Of course, I have no idea. I have no idea where the item may be, but I do know this: I'm happy that they can't find it, because what they were doing is they were handing this cube around, and this is a question that Bill had asked, whether there was only one cube. They were handing this cube around from country to country to the elitists in the countries to look into their own futures so that they could pick the best paths for themselves. Why don't they just live their lives and try to be good people? Why do they need a little black box to tell them when to jump and how to jump? That's not being fully human, or at least from my perspective and those of our associates. That's not being fully human. So, as I understand it, disappeared. Now, there have been certain, allegations that have been made that during the time when I had, it's almost a year ago now, when I had the bad seizure. It was near the end of last year, was it? No.
I think it was about a year.
It was about a year ago, and I had a very severe seizure and was actually put out of commission seriously for a while. And there was a big hullabaloo to get over to my apartment to get something out of my apartment. What that object was, I won't comment. But I will say this to everybody, whomever took it, it's in safe hands and it won't be used to harm humanity.
All right.
In fact, the fact that it's in safe hands will prevent it from being used to harm humanity. It has been thus far only used, aside from, well, I mean, I've got to try to justify my own behavior in Bandolier of using it for the purposes of skewing to get Lotus off and the abductions off, but I think that was for a beneficial cause.
Right.
But it has been used since actually the 50s by the potentates, by the leaders of the various countries to skew the history.
Wow, that's amazing.
Of the human race.
Right.
And the common folk, the average people, all of us, have a right to a future which is our own, and not being skewed and designated and promulgated and promoted and provoked by blue bloods who feel that they are above everyone else.
Well, thank you, Dan.
You're
for
welcome.
that. I think we probably all owe you a great thanks for that. Dan.
No, I'm happy to pass along the information. I'm honored to pass along the information that I understand that the Yellow Book is no longer accessible.
Yes.
That's all I know about it, though.
I understand. I totally understand it, and thank you for that information.
That may be the reason too why the Illuminati hasn't done something to us, and it may also be the reason on the other end why the old Magi haven't, and it may be why they're also quiet and
Right. They
I don't know.
have the upper hand anymore, in essence.
The people should have the upper hand, and they should have the upper hand for their own destiny, and that's why we too have gone as far as what we have to expose the NSSM 200 report, which was put in during the Ford administration, which I believe was written by Dr. Henry Kissinger, wherein he suggested the possible use of food as a weapon, and its use against, in fact, as a tool against the third world. Now, at the same time, we know.
This is mostly ancient. This is mostly ancient.
What was it? This one by chance, Gator? A Burrish archive. Go ahead and sub just so I don't lose it. Is this what you were talking about? But that interview is good. All right, let me just... I'm curious, very curious. Which one do you think is better to start with?
What if I could... What if I could...
Just found this one as well. The J-Rod interviews? Can't believe I've never heard of this guy. I'm finding a lot now on him. At least on YouTube, it seems like a lot of people have talked about this.
It's a remarkable piece of footage. If it's a hoax,
it's a remarkable piece.
Well done. If it's not, then I would say it's probably revolutionary.
It's a fake in my opinion. Fake in my opinion. Yeah, that reminds me. That video, yeah, that looks like the one I saw as a kid when I was falling down these rabbit holes. So it's the so what is J-Rod? Is J-Rod the alien or what is J-Rod? The program? We'll give this one, okay. We might be hopping around a little bit, but I'm just trying to grab some context to make sense of some of this stuff. Okay, so J-Rod was the name that, okay, S4 gave the survivor. Okay, gotcha. Is S4, is that one of the sections of Area 51? Is that what you're referencing? Like one of the compartments or whatever of Area 51, if I'm not mistaken. Here's the link in chat to this one. Again, I'm just trying to grab context so I can sort of pull together and understand. Okay, gotcha. All right, I think we'll start with this one. I think it'll give hopefully a synopsis. This is coming from the channel B4TSM. Put the link in chat. B4TSM.
You continue to ask questions that are out of bounds, I won't hesitate to terminate this interview.
This is powerful because this is not a staged event. This is real.
Okay, you said you sent the interview? Anybody paying attention, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around like this, but... Oh, yeah, I think that was, if I'm not mistaken... So that was this one, right? You think it looks bogus? All right. Make sure this is the same interview.
Tired of generic.
This is mostly ancient history.
All right. How ancient? Sumerian?
Not that.
All right. Hate to keep doing this to y'all, but go ahead and drop a link to this video as well, as per the usual. Bada bing bang pow. Coming from Alien Info on YouTube. Fortunately, this one might have ads, but we're gonna give it a yeah, it does. It's going to be out there regardless, I'm sure. So
We're going back to your ancient history. And we're going to also focus around the J-Rod. And there's only 10 questions here. It looks like one was added, but I'm just going to let you talk. Whatever you want to talk about freely. I'm just going to ask you the first question and we'll continue.
Yeah, I just prefer it be more of a conversation rather than a... The other makes me feel as though I'm testifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well.
Okay, raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible here. Or was it your right hand that's supposed to be?
And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God.
Yeah, conversation is definitely the way to go.
Yeah, I'm working on that subpoena. I talked to a big-time attorney, and we're talking different things, and we can discuss that at a different time. So.
Yeah, he's a great guy, too. He's a good guy. He's experienced at high level.
As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered to present a copy of my order to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial of a committee member, a coded initial of a committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. And this is mostly rumor around the community to forward a public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, the old 5412, which is now basically called the Committee of the Majority, as far as I'm told.
The questions are just to give us a little structure.
Well, that's fine. That's fine.
Well, that's interesting news. And if I say something or one of them says something, just answer. Talk to me.
That's fine.
Keep going between you and Bill.
The lights are cumbersome, but that's
a little much? Okay.
That's fine.
Right.
That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope all last night, so they can't get much worse.
Okay. Okay, the first question, Dan, they want to know is, where did you work in the mid-90s, and how did you come to be employed there?
Well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned Joe. In fact, I had some police experience at the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around the work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bert Bell Barbero's office in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking through a scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was 2 uniforms and a suit that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as most probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all of the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We spoke for a while. They asked me if I was interested in seeing the world and the like. I told them I in fact was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this, and reviewed my background. I went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 90-91 time frame, I was cleared for working past groom to the Papoose Mountain facility, that place that doesn't exist, about 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Groom Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing and then was basically let loose for a year, and I heard no contact from them. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origin. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who are already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names of those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4-5 facility, and the 4-5 coded for 9. You're again aware. We covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the clean sphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were in pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We'd give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML, like keyboard, for examining the slides, and I digressed, but then working with the J-Rod itself in the ambassadorial suite or the Clean Sphere suite.
Now, was this under this Project Aquarius?
Yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. And then mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until, well, within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I. He was my senior not only in ability but in age, and I would have never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above him. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator because I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the authoring of that document.
Okay. Now, could you explain briefly what you were briefed on who and or what J-Rod was?
Initially, I was briefed that J-Rod was an alien, specifically from the reticulum system, to reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, from 2 Reticulum 4 now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be. As I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which was a basing name for where they're located, the number of light years from our location. So they took those names. And they identified through the Sigma protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J, meaning 10 and 5 for 15.
So sorry about the ad. Yeah, this is giving a little bit more context, a little bit more backstory here.
Now, 15 light years away, is that the police 876?
876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned.
Well,
They don't call it, apparently, Gliese 876, whatever,
how
Charlie.
did J-Rod get here? I mean, how did he, 15 light years away?
He crashed in 63, from what I understand,
Oh, was that right?
outside of Kingman,
Okay,
Arizona.
right.
There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, as we know, with the MGUS and the paraprotein associated problems. And he crashed.
And how was he transported immediately from that crash site to the S4 facility? And how?
That I don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know.
You don't know how he came to be at the facility?
I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Groom Lake facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos.
Los Alamos.
I have no independent verification of where the associate went, though. All I can say is that he was there at Site 4. Right?
Now, you interacted with J-Rod. Was there a general procedure for this interaction?
Well, there was not a general procedure. There was a very specific procedure.
Very specific, okay.
After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, and then the introduction specialist, which was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, no pun intended, until finally we were pressurized and fully encapsulated a TEC, a TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had a medical evaluation, all of that first. But they ceased doing that after a couple medical evaluations. It was more just interested, let's get you in and get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all. I was not supposed to know his name. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the ambassadorial suite external to the clean sphere, talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was run as like a teleprompter system, over to my right, that would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold my hand up and mimic certain signs. And it became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication underway. They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that he made, the grabbing incident that he did with me, they perceived that there was a communication that occurred. So I began getting questioned quite extensively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he had promised not to, apparently, with the Sigma unit. I alluded to the fact that there was conversation underway, but I didn't talk about what it was until, of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go, and this is much later. And at that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the convergent timeline paradox. I told them a little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Damn, these ads are gonna really suck, but this is fascinating.
Now that you brought that up, which implies travel through time and
Yes.
space, and you said that J-Rod was retrieved from a crash near Kingman. Was he at that time just traveling through space from the staging area, or?
Yes.
No? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
He wasn't doing any time traveling at that point?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Not as far as he told me, no.
Can you describe J-Rod to us, what he looked like and how he behaved?
Yes. The gentleman with which I was associated was approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized clean sphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pores on his skin, which was associated with the neuritis, the neuropathy that with which we were dealing.
Did this have an odor to it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't. We were dealing.
Did this have an odor to it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I couldn't perceive any odors whatsoever. I was inside my. But I would imagine. But I have no data set to say what it would have smelled like. And in fact, there was nothing I read that indicated whether or not there was an odor. Why? I'm wondering. You've asked that before, and that's why I'm wondering.
Well, yeah, I've heard about this secretion coming through the pores of the skin before, and there have been those who've had encounters who say they can smell an odor.
Okay.
From the skin.
All right. Where were we?
You were describing.
3.5 feet, large head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of the cranial to the torso area would be larger than in what we would call a modern human being. Large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had been selected out. So it looked like a large pupil, basically. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably had something to do with the telepathic nature of his mental structure. Large arms, large length. 4 very thin, sinuous fingers. Nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you've showed me in the past. The ones done by Tom Mack, was it? By Tom?
Bill, you guys.
Oh, yeah, that's it. The Puppet Master photos. I'm smiling because the Puppet Master leads me to other nicknames. But he was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy, and that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy under which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would say our feet would be. He was unclothed 4. Yeah, he was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing and was refused in every turn. Called himself captive, and justifiably so. His feet were unusual in that the plantar area had a very large knob underneath what we would call our heel. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was
Normal of his type?
Yes, yes. He was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial figures, his features. Nose was recessed, not a nose like we have, but basically two opercula, 2 orifices. An extremely small mouth, a hard palate, no teeth. His musculature, again, it was suffering from the problem at the myoneural junction due to the neuropathy.
Do you have any idea what his chronological age was?
622. And that I don't know. That I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request from 622 or a report from 622 could be from anybody. So it's used, and in fact the SRB report that I have with me today, the supplemental report for 0302 that I have, probably is labeled from reviewer 622. I haven't, again, it's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but it's probably from 622. They excrete in a manner that we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers, and if it looks like a disc with rectangular solids that are rotated into position for clasping at the inguinal region. They do have internal fertilization.
Now, this was something you read because you didn't see a female, did you?
No, this is something he showed me of his wife.
Oh, internally?
Yes.
And how was that image presented to you? Did it appear?
I was inside the image.
You were inside the image?
That's what it felt like.
Like virtual reality?
Yes, everything that he showed me when this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there. My sensations were heightened. Quite extraordinary.
Was there a background perceived? Was she in a domicile of some sort?
Again, excuse the pun, a gray surrounding, very, very dull, drab surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center, where you'd have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of a mass casualties or a mass disaster. Where it was a very clinical environment.
So, were you impressed that he was kind of depressed about his situation?
He was extremely depressed. If we were to term him human, I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as clinically depressed. He wept, but he didn't weep outside. He wept when he was with me.
Well, could you estimate what his level of intellect was?
Smarter than me. He He was smarter than me by a long range.
Did he have a wide range of knowledge?
The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind.
Was that right?
He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns group theory in mathematics. Highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was and how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty that was just signed. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me to take them. There was no pain medication. And whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, it was an aspirative avulsion system, he would cry, and then he would just stand there and look at me.
There was a suction.
Yes, yeah. In fact, I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was Robert, outside of the clean sphere, and then he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols. It was a level 5 past our the BMBL system. He'd just stand there and take it.
Hi.
Wow, this is fascinating. Let's see, you guys said, so he says he's a compulsive liar, believes his own lies. I don't know. I'm just taking it in right now. I'm taking it in. I can't believe I haven't heard this. He sounds well read. His body language is what tells the story. Without that factor, I'd call bullshit. Yeah, so far, I mean, I'm not sensing bullshit, but I mean, sure, if he was a compulsive liar or just believing in some sort of a delusion or whatever, then maybe it would be hard to tell. But I mean, so far, I mean, it's fascinating. I'm just kind of taking.
Do you feel the communication that he established with you when you were in contact with him, could he extend this communication over any distance?
60 feet.
60 feet.
Definitely 60 feet.
Okay.
Because it was 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp going down into the ambassadorial suite. So at least 60 feet.
So you don't feel like he's been in communication with you since that time?
No.
Okay.
Was it selective in some way? Was it willfully selective on his part who he wanted to communicate?
Yes. Yes. The folks that I'm sorry. The folks that wanted to find out what he was saying to me, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after a while, because I was smiling. I couldn't help it, because we were actually joking back and forth. And you know, they didn't know. They didn't have any clue. They didn't have any clue what he was saying. So it had to have been selective. They certainly wouldn't have pressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the clean sphere. I was drug out of there by Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drugged me out of the clean sphere. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he was saying. I'm sure of it. They were extra rough in removing my plug and my catheter and all of that business after I got out of the TES.
Yeah. One of the things that I want to ask you now, departing slightly from this subject, we're going to ask this last question, then we're going to take a break, okay? And then we'll see where we go from there. But
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
yeah, okay. But everybody's
don't like this at all.
Why, and of course you're going to have to restate this again, why are you talking to us now? What is your intention in telling us about this, about your involvement?
It's multifocal. It's multifocal. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops community and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I can see myself walking along a pond and not being bothered by anybody except for maybe a bird here or there and taking a sample and just taking my time and looking at it for fun, for enjoyment.
And you're worried about your health, right?
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease that I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is, and of course that's within God's providence.
So you'd like to maybe have some freedom, to have some
Yes.
time of your own.
Yes.
To go to Walden's Pond or something, right? And study the life.
Disappear at Walden's Pond.
Right.
There are other reasons too. Without yelling the poor me scenario. Yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them phony as a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know what is going on. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not. And it depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof. This gets me thinking. The one thing that we've heard from the Brookings Institution study, the famous clamp study, was this would cause a great social upheaval. It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. And in fact, I know I'm digressing, but I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of would this destroy your faith, I have heard, it's my experience only, I'm sure there are going to be varied opinions, no, it would do, no, it'd strengthen it. It'd strengthen it. From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution was correct on a certain level. Suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real. That the ruins that are present on the moon and on Mars, the ancient temples, were in fact, and are in fact, the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to as the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped? Will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, in something other than buildings and stones and marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is, or she, it, or just us.
Cut through the clutter.
I mean, I'm hooked, guys. I'm hooked. This is really interesting. It's compelling. It's compelling, to say the least.
Can we take a break?
Please.
Take 5 minutes, yeah. Take 5 minutes and talk about what we just...
All right, they're taking a break. I'm taking a break. I need to heat up my tea one more time. I need to get another tea bag here. This is this is fast. I'm glad we found this video, because this is going to give me a good foundation to sort of get into this lore here and see what the hell this guy is talking about. Yeah, and a lot of things he mentions, like I've heard of this and that, like little tidbits here and there. So, and this was what, 2000, and I'm assuming this was around 2000. Yeah, 2004. Discussed its classified world of Site 4, the biological and psychological challenges of working with non-human intelligence, and the controversial project Looking Glass, which may hold the key to time manipulation, 2004. Okay, cool. No, this is really, really, really interesting. I'm so glad you guys dropped me this gem here. This is gonna send me on a spiral down a bunch of stuff. Yeah, let me go ahead and heat my tea up, and yeah. And if you guys want to drop in the Discord voice call, if you want, and just give your 2 cents and whatnot, be sure to, or just let me know, and you can hop on and we could chit chat, or you can let me know some stuff or whatever, right? Hang out with me. But I'm gonna fill this up. All right. The tea is heated up. I'm actually heating up some oatmeal. It'll be heated up here in a second. You said this this seems to be more or less a deathbed confession, true or not. You have to wonder that person's motivation. Keeping a big secret that doesn't serve the righteous is a heavy burden. You could imagine. Oh, yeah, I mean, right? I wish we'd get some more modern day deathbed confessions, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around some of this stuff. It's curious because there's been I don't want to say world leaders, but people in like high ranking positions that have come out and said similar things, somewhat similar things. Now, is it possible he's just piggybacking off of, because Bob Lazar, I think Bob Lazar's story came out, when was that? Was that like the 80s or 90s? Let me see here. Bob Lazar, or when did Bob Lazar work at Los Alamos? Okay, when did he claim to, I guess? 89. So yeah, so his story probably came out in the 80s, probably like the 90s, right? And this interview was around 2004 from what I understand. So is it possible it's bullshit and he's piggybacking off of that? Sure. And obviously if you're smart or if you have technical knowledge, or in his case, from what I understand, he's a microbiologist, you can make things seem super real and, you could be very articulate to the layman. So it can come off as real. But yeah, no, I'm still super interested. Yeah, he's the one that made 51 famous. Yeah, exactly. The thing that interests me is it doesn't seem as though these people profited off of this. I'll have to look a little deeper into that. I mean, now, granted, maybe they wanted to be, leave a mark in history or something along those lines, or, whatever, or it was a sick joke or something, right? But that's the thing that's compelling to me, is a lot, like, for example, the testimony that we get today from people like David Grush, Captain Fravor, I want to say Lieutenant Graves, he might not be a lieutenant, but Graves, who is I want to say Air Force or Navy pilot, is that these people have, high-ranking, respectable positions where it's kind of crazy to come out, and say these things because it could hurt your credibility, right? And it seems a little crazy. Like, what's the angle? So, yeah, that's something that I don't want to say it's evidence of it being true, but if there's somebody coming out and they're like a filmmaker, and they're like, yeah, I worked for the government, this, that, and the third, and there's aliens. It's like, and I have a movie about it. It's like, okay, bro. Nah. But when you're, like an Air Force pilot, or in Grush's case, you were tasked by the, I want to say it was the the Biden administration, if I'm not mistaken, to actually investigate this stuff and then come back with information on it. It lends some type of credibility to it. At the very least, it sounds less bullshitty, to put it one way. But let me go grab my oatmeal before it burns. I think it's important to, remain skeptical and whatnot. But let's just say, for example, 80 years ago, roughly, somebody came up to you and said, hey, the government is making a super weapon that could destroy a city. You're like, wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, man, they're designing this super weapon that could destroy a whole entire city with like, it's a super bomb. And it's like, what do you mean? It's like, I would have heard of this, or there's no way they'd keep that a secret. Who would create something like that? Well, it's compartmentalized, and all the people working on it, they don't actually know what they're building. You'd be like, bro, you're crazy. But then it turns out we had the Manhattan Project, right? So, you got to suspend your disbelief a little bit. All right. Oh, get locked in here. I really need something to put my feet on. Okay. Got my oatmeal. Got my tea. Oh, can't wait to get some more coffee. Really need to hit the grocery store. Okay. Back to it. You said some of it came out. Nobody saw that. Anyway, some of it came out stating they are sick, but their jobs were so secretive. The military denied their involvement. Some feel betrayed by the government. I can imagine that. I mean, would you be able to keep the secret? If there's any government people listening, I would definitely keep the secret. But no, if you had a chance to know all of this stuff, let's say it was real. They'll pull you into a room, they'll show you it all. Would you be able to keep that secret? But does it even matter if you could keep the secret? Because nobody's going to believe you. It's so fantastical. The nature, like how fantastic it is that the nature of that protects the secret, because nobody's going to believe you, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I missed a little bit about the clean sphere entrance in terms of suiting up, preparing yourself. You did mention the medical exams, which faded out after a while.
Right.
But in the other tape, you talked a little bit more about some of the mechanical specifics, just to give a better image of
That's fine.
what it's like for you to do it.
That's fine.
Okay. That was
The introduction gantry, the swinging.
The swing goes on. Yes, those things. Yeah.
That's all visual. And I'm interested in the dulcing facility. Training what you're talking about.
Hold on. One thing at a time.
Okay.
The other thing is that might be pertinent to what you just did, what you just spoke about, was what you were looking at slide-wise prior to knowing what the unknown origin material was, what its origin was.
Sure.
Just what it was you were looking at.
All right.
Without revealing.
You want me to get into the microbial?
Well, maybe just a general statement of what that was. What you thought you were looking at. Just to give us a little.
That's a good one. I had no clue, and in fact, they brought in who we got on our side, a biochemist to turn our attitudes around. And after about a year, he didn't turn our attitudes around. He finally joined us. And finally said, no, we can't do this without finding out the origin of the tissue. Right. We needed to find out. See, we were dealing with it. We were dealing with a situation where it was in vitro.
We might want to go back on camera for this. So
that's fine. Okay.
And the other thing that I think you made a very good statement about why you're doing this. I wonder if there's anything else we can do for you. Anything else you can say that is of value to you that we can record for you, as far as what you hope to, how you hope to get out, what it is about. I mean, you said it's your health and a number of other things. I'm just wanted to put it to you that if there's anything else that comes to mind that you'd like to add in that regard, in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish. Because I would like to tell our elected government what we're doing.
The bathroom break out of the way. Okay.
In that regard, in terms of what it is you're trying to accomplish, because I know
I would like to tell our elected government what we're doing.
Maybe you should say that. You know, I mean,
under the appropriate circumstances, because there are military applications that need to be handled in a very careful manner.
For example.
For example.
I understand. All right.
Those issues we're going to be extremely careful about here today because they should be taken with great care.
And of course, our objective, which
including the military applications for Lotus.
I know that we're somewhat constrained for time today. Well, how much longer do we have?
It's only 16:37.
How much time do we have?
We've got time.
Okay.
I have to be back at 1900.
1900. 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, we have plenty of time.
All right. All right. Okay, good.
We're not in
All
a
right.
rush.
Well, what I wanted to do was, the only other thing I'd say was we're trying to focus on, and it's been great so far. It's been very focused. It's very, very central to the J-Rod interaction. And we felt that was the best way to introduce you to our next stage.
Right.
Now, we can talk about anything we want. We got plenty of tape, as long as you can stay on the lights. You know, beyond the three things I just mentioned, anything you might want to bring up.
Oh. Guys, be sure to subscribe. We're getting rid of these ads soon.
Do you think mention anything you might want to bring up?
Do you think
So
that
in
thing is
order.
real? Do you think that thing is real?
What's that?
That piece of paper you showed me the letters. I don't know.
See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition. I figured that it was a need to know. It was a need to know basis above that. I didn't figure that there was direct. You see, and the rumors coming at me about the potential for public acclamation, that would be for him, those initials to take back as the hero in this situation, because he loves playing the hero. And you show me a piece of paper that says ordered to remain. Ostensibly, that's what it meant. Ordered to remain in the capacity, which means that there is a greater loop. I've had the chance to speak with the individual one time, and he was funnier than hell. He really was. I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I was shown one time. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but in a little more relaxed circumstance.
I infer their use, and I've seen this elsewhere, of the word bird refers to EEE.
Mm-hmm.
I infer their use of the word clock refers to the timeline paradox.
Mm-hmm. I would buy that.
Before we, let's talk a little bit about the things we just discussed. What was it that you thought you were looking at when you were looking at these slides of material of unknown origin?
Well, we were looking at extremely minute microglial cells. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization, the organelle structures were fused, such as dictyosomes to mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by the individuals next to me was that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, an intermediate, and they had more experience. they have more experience than me involving such matters. So, and being that I was new, I was letting them take the lead.
That's great. Now, let's talk a little bit. The second one was tell us a little bit more in detail about the physical aspects of preparing for an entry into the Queen Sphere.
Fine. Well, we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introductions, the 92 time frame, 91 to 92, when we were doing introductions. We had regular systematic medicals by a physician. Following that, we would be suited, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus was placed on our heads. We had a cooling system set up. It was, for all intents and purposes, it was a spacesuit. It was a total encapsulated suit, something like what you would find in an NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, well, for instance, at USAMRIID or CDC, that type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space-type suit with joints. We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then walked with our cooling system and our hosing down a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry-way, which had been moved into position by the Clean Sphere, which had been previously rotated up through an iris through the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed. What they did with him down there, he didn't say, and they didn't tell me. It was not a need-to-know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the sphere and all of that down there. The regular housed animal maintenance, as they treated him. We would be led up the gantry-way. The hoses would be hooked into an interior system inside the doorway, which was exterior to the Clean Sphere. And it was called the exterior system, in fact. But then we would be led in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantry-way. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantry-way and the Clean Sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing verbal around the specimen, around the J-rod. Why? I was never told, but we were not supposed to talk around the J-rod. I moved the drum system and re-hooked a secondary set of hosing inside the Clean Sphere, checked the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the Clean Sphere would be closed behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization remained the same in the gantry-way. Following that, I would do my business inside of the Clean Sphere involving contacting the J-rod and removing the samples.
Do you want to have a wait list of dream clients? Having worked as a psychotherapist and coach for over 20 years, if I could offer coaches...
I hate it, guys. I hate it. I hate it.
And what was the reason you were removing samples?
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine type presence to the J-rod, cocaine syndrome type presence, and certain genetic issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein, their antifreeze glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems at their axillemal ridges. They were not transmitting the energy, something like a dystrophy. And when the action potential goes down a nerve, well, their action potentials were dying at the synapse. They were also losing energy because there was a demyelination process underway. That demyelination process was, since the Q94 document, was tied to a CMT1A-like problem, the Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is a protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater demyelination. We tied that to the demyelination issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, there's 2 promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of TFOs, or triplets-forming oligonucleotides. It's essentially an ssDNA vector expression system that we're using. Oops.
Doesn't that...
You're staring at me, Bill. I'm sorry.
Bill, one thing, when you're speaking, when you don't sort of make any noises, just nod, that's good.
When I'm not...
Sometimes you're going, ooh, R-E, that's a...
Okay.
Just keep just nodding. Great.
It's all we've been doing is nodding. I shouldn't.
All right. So do you want to simplify?
I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I don't. Actually, no. I think that's fine.
I'm sorry, Bill.
I actually understood some of it.
That's all right. Doesn't that interfere in the demyelination process? Okay, isn't that similar to conditions that humans sometimes have, like, what is it, muscular dystrophy?
Well, yeah, except for he wasn't forming plaques.
Okay.
He wasn't forming plaques. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, humoral system, just like we have. The cells are different. They've got Philopodia, but very strange looking blood-like material. But it's like it. It's like it.
One sec, sorry. Okay. I could not focus because I was just, the only thing in my mind was, did I turn the stove off? Did I turn the stove off? Okay.
But that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
Can we talk a little bit about some generalities around the building in which you worked? The sort of, how many floors it was, or where it was located?
Sure.
How you got there?
You want an experience of Site 4, watch the Andromeda Strain. Except for there's a little more color inside of Site 4. They've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the floor you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. Now we're talking separate to the groom facility here. I'm aware of several floors at the groom facility, and then finally the majority of the hot stuff was taken over to Site 4. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, and they're coded 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and then finally where he was stored is 4.5. And that 4.5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is 9.
Right.
That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars on the Galileo and Sidekick levels, the 4.1 level. The 4.2 level contained the looking glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door for the major facility, there's a white rabbit with a clock. A very large, it's a statue that's probably about that tall, and it's held above the doorway. It's wired above the doorway. The looking glass, I find out, is one of the ERBs. It's an Einstein-Rosenbridge promoter. It uses some form of, this is found out, Jesus Christ, in the last 2 weeks. I'm asking the right questions there, I guess. It's composed of a spherical, spinning, arced, rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disk underneath it, which is supercooled. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning, and I'm not a physicist, spinning disks, is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are obtaining the gravity repulsion matter from the heavy materials that have been obtained from the J-rods, the 115 variety material. And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, this stuff repels gravity and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, or they can see through it. And that is.
And again, some of that sounds like he's, you could make the observation that he's piggybacking, or you could make the allegation that he's piggybacking off of the Bob Lazar story. Element 115 and whatnot. I'm gonna go back a little bit though. I just want to hear that.
And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, this stuff repels gravity and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, or they can see through it. And that is, from what I understand, the great prize in what's going on in the world right now, are those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for the climatological records that are just happen to be disappeared out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? And you're going to see some cylinder seals today too when I show you some report.
So Dan, does that mean when they're engaging this device in Project Looking Glass?
Yes.
Is this something that they use only for the transmission of information, or can they transport a material object through time?
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another, the production of two of the devices, and they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human did not survive. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was a volunteer situation, and the human did not survive. The human did not move. The human stayed where the human was put. But the human changed, and I don't want to talk about it anymore.
This is an attempt at time travel?
It was an attempt at well, in essence, yes. It was a linear. It was a attempt to transport an individual over linear distance, which I understand is the same thing as time travel.
What if you could taste the movies?
We turned that idea into an $11.3 million business.
If we're talking purely from the Einstein.
Translating time, space.
Distance is time.
Like a transporter?
Yeah. From what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from that, how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know. What specific information they've obtained, I only know of one piece of information, and that is the rush, why the rush is underway to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact this group of J-rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-rods and the associated the 2005 deadline. I only know of one piece of information, and that is the rush, why the rush is underway to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact this group of J-rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-rods and the associated brothers, to put a clamp on them so that they stop their influence within the political structures of our government, including the financial structures. That it is, in fact, their slowing down of the progress to stopping getting these, picking up these little gates that were put together, that would be our downfall in 2012.
Okay. Do you want to say anything further about the Stargates? Or their use in 2012?
Well,
Before we go,
Bill,
let's finish up our third objective when we turn the lights back on.
what can one do for me?
Yes, exactly.
I would be very happy and very relieved to feel as though I was responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what talents God's given me. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information to which I'm privy is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances. Certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session milieu for the national security. As I said to you at the Luxor, the Congress knows it's not in control. They know that this is a train, a wild train out of control. And they want that control back. They're not stupid. They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't fathom. They deserve to have that back in their hands because that's what they were elected to do. And if we care at all,
Now, I don't know. The 2012 thing was supposed to be a prediction. But what he's saying, it's interesting that this was 2004 because I believe 2004 was the same year that the Tic Tac video, if I'm not mistaken, was recorded. But what he's saying actually lines up with the way that Congress or certain representatives are responding to the UAP situation, saying that they're being blocked from accessing certain information and that there's essentially a rogue part of the government, I don't want to say embezzling money, but essentially using money secretly to run these types of programs. So that's just interesting. And then the time frame of it seeming to be around the same time that the alleged Tic Tac video was recorded, even though it wasn't released until 2016 or leaked until 2016, if I remember correctly. It was recorded, I want to say 04. And yeah, he's just, I mean, what he's saying mirrors what representatives are saying today. Like Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett's always the one that comes to mind, but there's a few others that are kind of pioneering the topic, so.
they deserve to have that back in their hands because that's what they were elected to do. And if we care at all about what's left of our Constitution, they deserve to have that in their hands. Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? Aren't we supposed to be? Yes, sir. Supposed to be.
Okay, let's break for a minute. And you have a question? What questions do you want?
I want you to do their question. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
You want a break?
How you doing? It's cool. It's cool. It's
All right, good. This is what to do with them.
I hate these lights, but I'm fine.
Just a little bit long. Want something new?
I expect, no, that's fine. I expected the largest light I would have would be a CRT.
I do understand. I literally turned my light down earlier when we started this because even this light with the softer light on it can be a bit much. When this light is bright, it's just like, wah. That's a lot of the times why I like wearing my sunglasses in here because it's just all the lights from the screens. I like sitting in the dark. But then all the screen lights, then I have a ring light. It's just like, wah. You said, yes, Evie, appreciate you. It's what it will be. What does it all mean, you think? Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, it could all be bullshit, right? It could, but it's just interesting how it, the story just kind of goes along with what's being reported today. Yeah. We know politicians line their pockets, though, so embezzlement wasn't too crazy of a word. Yeah. I forget what they called it. It wasn't embezzlement. But essentially, I mean, the government loses, I think it's like hundreds of billions of dollars a year. When I mean loses, I mean it disappears. They don't know where it goes. Now, we do have black budgets and stuff, but those are overseen by, I believe, a House committee or some sort of special committee. What is it called? There's a committee of representatives that get to basically be privy to what the black budget is being spent on. But allegedly, these programs are not even in the black budget, right? So maybe it's something in the black budget that, we're spending money on this thing over here, but really the money's, going to something else. So, but it does seem like there's a situation where money does just kind of vanish into thin air. And if it was like $10, $20, maybe a few $100,000, maybe a few million, it wouldn't be a big deal. But I swear it's in the tune of like billions or hundreds of billions of dollars, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe billions. Hundreds of billions sounds like too much. Much money is unaccounted for in the U.S. government, according to Google AI. It's not released apparently. Department of Defense has the largest budget, but it continues to struggle with audits. In 24, the audit, when they audited the DoD, was unable to properly account for or document a significant portion of its assets, which are valued in the trillions. No way. While the Department of Defense has made progress in identifying assets, the total amount of assets that cannot be accurately verified due to issues like lack of documentation or weak internal controls is exceptionally large. Previous years saw trillions in adjustments and unsubstantiated transactions through the 2024 audit, specifically noted improvements in accountability while still failing to provide a clean opinion. Based on recent audit reports and Government Accountability Office data, the U.S. government has hundreds of billions of dollars in annual improper payments, with the Department of Defense failing to account for assets in its multi-trillion-dollar budget for the 8th consecutive year as of late 2025. In the most recent full fiscal year, 16 federal agencies reported approximately $162 billion in improper payments across 68 programs. What are improper payments? These are payments that should not have been made or were made in the incorrect amount, including overpayments, underpayments, or payments with insufficient documentation, fraud, waste, and abuse. Major areas. 75% of those losses were concentrated in 5 areas: Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, COVID-19 relief programs being the primary culprits. Wait, that's 4. Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, COVID-19 relief programs being the primary culprits. Okay. Oh, and I guess DOD, right? Total since 2003. Since 2003, total estimated improper payments have exceeded $2.8 trillion. Okay, with that much money, not saying it's all going to like secret alien shit, but with $1 trillion, I imagine you could keep a lot of things secret. We all know, but yet we continue to vote. But if I put more than $100 or $200 on Cash App, I have to show ID because of the nosy government, as if they don't monitor that anyway. Pretty well the government gets away with this. IRS taking kickbacks. Right? That's insane. That's insane.
I was comfortable with that too.
I'm quite interested in if you could describe for me sort of what it was like when you were first introduced to J-Rod. When you actually sort of walked in, presumably that he was in the clean sphere and you were kind of taken into that sort of part of the facility. What was your reaction when you first saw him?
I thought it was an insect.
Sorry.
That's fine.
We lost the line. We'll take a break. Okay, let's take a break. That's great.
Wellington, I went to Dover Grammar School for Boys.
Oh, really?
On the hill over Dover.
4 years. Or
Yeah, indeed. We were right above Dover College, and they had all the girls down at Dover College.
Right. Was it a boys' school, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, like Wellington. We were not allowed to communicate with the females in the village.
We had Grandmaster, Headmaster Coleman.
Oh, right. We called him the master, actually.
Yes.
There was a headmaster there.
Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane.
I ran away, actually.
Good man.
Yeah, really. Had enough of that rubbish. Okay, so it's back to that question. Let me just rephrase it for you. Can you describe in detail the first time, what it was like to meet this being for the first time?
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect. It's the best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect, being dark brown and hunched in a corner, very insectoid in appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real. And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of men. It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment, because honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey, something like an old world ape or the like, but indeed it wasn't. That's what my feeling was. This, I'm not going to lay on and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
What in terms of actually when you first confronted with the idea that it was, a non-human being, an extraterrestrial, something not of this world?
There's a reason why the most organized people never seem to take no.
I hate it, guys. I hate it as much as you. All right, but we're pushing through. I imagine with the Faithful Morning, you're referencing 911. You said it makes you think of the Green Goblin with those yellow.
I'm trying to remember what I was feeling when I was looking at the briefing books. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rod, they were him-hawing around as to its origin, his origin. Poppycock. I didn't believe it initially. I didn't believe it. However, deep inside, I held open the possibility, because of what happened to me earlier in my life. I held open the possibility that such things could be true. But wouldn't happen to me. Put it to you that way. It's that old can't happen to you feeling. So to me, it was poppycock. It was rubbish. Until I found out otherwise.
Before we go on to the next question, can you talk a little bit about the briefing books? That series?
Sure. They were called King Tuts, and they were basically King. They were all labeled with K's. The ones that I was allowed, they were blue binders. They were all labeled with K's. They had DTIC on the front of them, and I still don't know what DTIC. This is 1987, end of '87, and I still don't know what the letters mean. I haven't done independent searches on the net, or I would be. So if you can tell me, what does DTIC mean? Hey, it's a shot for me to find. You don't know either. They had a white DTIC printed on the front of them. They were marked in several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the J-rods, their origins, potential implications for interactions with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of as much information that I could take in during the times that they were allowing me to read them. But I still don't know what that damn DIT or DTIC means. Yeah, they were called King Tuts. They were update books. The one person. This is another reason why I didn't figure that, how Stephen, how I could be promoted to a working group leader above Stephen. Of course, I found out and I told you why.
Right.
At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all of the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, or at least the last visit. So, the man of that importance, I couldn't figure out why. But again, that's moot now.
What was actually in these briefing documents? Can you explain a little bit of the detail?
Sure. Close-knit, very well-ordered society, one which is numerologically based, one which speaks to others that were called brothers, that I now find out are those who left on a spiritual path to another location, to the famed Duat of Orion, the Epsilon Orionis area. Head-to-toe physiology, including real autopsy photographs, not the Santilli kind, but the real autopsy photographs. He can't sue me for that, I hope. He won't raise his head probably, but that was disgusting. The Brookings Institute paper was present, as well as several position papers clarifying the Brookings Institute. However, each of these that I was allowed into, they had separate folders and they had separate clips within them inside these three-ring binders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open up. And they were given to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review during the times that I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff, they had everything from military applications, the physics of the craft, and I couldn't have cared less. I was more interested in taking in the biology issues. Just doesn't interest me. Aside from the fact, from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and the craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads, and there are open nerves which are protected by various glycoproteins, and those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action, or they can be through an active fashion pulled back, and it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft.
If it's bullshit, it's fascinating world building, to say the least,
That interested me. Although most of it at the time, and still some of it now, I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I don't pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histology, histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them, isolations of viral material, to include the protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing. which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. I mean, all of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis to, you know what, to anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going because this is not new territory. This is, pardon the pun, alien territory.
How many beings have we had to work with?
I only met one. I am aware of possibly 3 from the reading. And at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel visioned. And when I finally believed and understood that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, numb.
Okay, thank you. Just want to ask you a question about the telepathic communication, the nature of it. What is it actually like to communicate with one of these beings telepathically? And what do you hear something in your head? Do you hear images, see images, or?
I could hear my voice. No, you can hear yourself think.
So can you do the bill?
Sorry. Habit, looking at the people that are. I could hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. It was no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that, and I'm glad I do not have a proclivity to hear voices in my head, and have heard none since. But people could probably challenge that. But I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When the J-Rod spoke with me, prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience the sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching an object. And that's the only real time that I've felt anything, more physical than physical.
Is there a sort of conveyance of emotion during these communications?
100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I would inject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering him. So I could feel his feelings.
Were you aware of Bob Lazar anytime when you were there? Think about it.
I saw a guy out on the MAC outside of the Galileo, the 4-1 area. He was barefoot. And he was just staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on the helo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. This is before they started taking the buses. We were choppered in. When I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. It could have been. And this was early on. This was.
Cut through the clutter.
I can't prove it. Okay, and I could not positively identify that being Bob. I am aware am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. They would have said a DIR or a for director or a geek. I was called a geek, but his name was mentioned. I heard the name Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar, and it was not Laser. It was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had interaction with him or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo, Sidekick, or Avionics.
How successful were you in assisting this being medically?
Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. He got worse. The exacerbation, it got out of control again on him. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if he's resident there or not now, there has been a progress, we'll just say progress, involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplex. And it's not triplex in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplex to the extent that there are what we nicknamed hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplex and then they're braided. It's a supercoiled DNA situation, and we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Our long interspersed elements are genes which have been shut off, that when combined with the appropriate Hoogsteen base pair milieu, produce a different being, what we were before they made a mistake, a grave mistake.
That leads us to our next question, doesn't it? Where they're from and
what we're going to do the treaty.
They're from here. Oh.
Yeah, you sort of mentioned this exchange. There was an exchange going.
There's been exchanges going on for since they spoke with us in 41.
What's the nature of this exchange?
They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the Reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein-related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease process under which they're fighting is a PNA. It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're, a protein-associated background nucleic acid. And that protein-associated background is a prion, which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do at Sweetness. Very dangerous, very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012. And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. but a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is upped in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, and I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the illegal nucleotides to possibly help facilitate their problems. But once that's upped, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and their respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back. That's just something that's impossible as far as what they can tell, meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the STAR issue, Starflower and the ERBs and all of that, the Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Can you explain what the fuck you're talking about?
He just said, can you explain what the fuck you're talking about? I am so glad he...
Explain what the fuck you're talking about.
Somewhat.
I kind of get it because I've been watching your tapes and stuff, but it's so compacted. What you just said is so compacted in your own...
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, I'm just saying, let's stretch it out a little bit. We might want to begin by being specific. It sounded like you were talking more about what they were going to get in this exchange, and we're kind of curious as to what are we going to get in this exchange?
Well, we're going to get not wiped out.
Okay, what's the problem?
I'm trying to keep up. I just don't have enough context, like enough background, so I need to find some other videos of his for the lore. My inclination is that we're like a derivative of the J-Rods, or we've broken away from them. I don't know if I'm way off on that. But yeah, anyway, that
we're trying to solve vis-a-vis getting wiped out.
The biggest problem is to make sure that I'm supposed to look at you.
Yeah, sorry.
The biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human-created ERB machines. Yeah, I mean, that sounds science fiction-ish, okay, and it's hokey sounding, okay. To make sure that there are none of them in existence which can automatically turn on when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are apparently going to cross over the plane of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There's supposed to be some sort of enlightenment, whether or not that's the Christ event, or whether that's a burp on a Sunday morning. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough of a scholar in that area to figure that out, to know. I do know that failure would result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. And hence my interest in looking at the pretty pictures about the sun, the corona of the sun. It's the pace at which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing.
Are we entering an area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Okay. Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can...
So I've heard.
...surround the sun?
So I've heard.
Okay. I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with a classification of star called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust, star called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, if we're to believe the mythologies, there was conflagration on our planet. So would we be in danger of a heat and conflagration?
That would make sense, and that sets well with what I heard, yes.
Okay.
That is what we're in danger of, that, as well as a large electromagnetic burst from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic, our poles.
Right. Now, what they're calling ERBs, okay, now called wormholes. We'll talk about the wormholes. You're talking about two different, we're talking about natural, there's a number of natural occurring wormholes.
There are a number of nodes on the planet, from what I'm understanding, that naturally are sensitive electromagnetically. I don't know. Okay, they're naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass.
Okay.
These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily opened.
And what happens if we use a machine to open an artificial wormhole?
Well, it's two different things.
Okay.
One, they're trying to put, well, they have been putting, in fact, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to the ancient cylinder seals, which are now missing from the library or the museum in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody looted them. But they went to Tinian Island, by the way. Touch it. That's where they went first. After that, I've got no clue. But they were looted by the best. Put it to you this way.
Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural...
Indeed, Frenchman Mountain.
Frenchman Mountain. Frenchman Mountain.
I'm just chewing on some of this. I'm suspending my disbelief. I love the idea of I've just wondered if there's different parts of the galaxy that, we just haven't passed through yet, or we're going to pass through, that could cause either, I don't want to say like physics is different, but we'll just say it's full of shit, we'll say. And that it could have an effect on us, the planet, I guess in this case, the sun. So it's really curious. They're talking about this. I'm kind of, I don't want to say my BS detector right here is going off. It's just he's got like the whole 2012 thing he's trying to connect to it. This is 2004, so he's talking about Iraq, right? And I don't know, it just seems very convenient. Like it almost clicks together too well. And again, this is with this much context, like this most limited context. This is like the first time I've gone into the Dan Burrish lore. Again, world building wise, or as a story, it's very interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely got the follow.
And your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Our remote viewing unit.
And now he's talking about remote viewing. He's hitting all the things. How well known was remote viewing back in 2004? Was that like a well-known thing? Like the programs that we used to have in the, I think it was the 70s and 80s, if I'm not mistaken. So 2012 was just the Galactic New Year date. Oh, okay. Although this would lend credence to WMDs in a way, right? Just not the type of WMDs that we're thinking of. Or they would have the same effect as WMDs, but again, it's just not in the traditional sense that we're thinking. I don't know, it's fascinating. The plane of the Milky Way, Saddam had stargates that ended up disappearing via our military. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up on so far. Which I'm just like that's really interesting.
First brought the notion that this could be a wormhole situation. And yes, we've employed remote viewers for it. Since then, there have been occurrences at the mountain that are far and afield from the research that I would be doing for the Lotus.
Oh yeah, no, sure. I mean, if it's all real and stuff, obviously it would have been around for a long time. I'll have to look into dream walking. That's interesting. I feel like I've heard of that. I just mean, was it a well-known phenomena? Like today, or conspiracy, or whatever you want to call it. Today, I think a lot more people, we have the internet and, there's a bunch of people, into this stuff and whatnot, right? So I feel like a lot more people might know what astral projection, remote viewing is and stuff. But in 2004, I'm just curious. Like, I was super young. I was a kid still, right? So I'm curious, was it like well known to people? Was it already kind of out there in the like to the common people? Would people know about the programs? Was it a popular thing? Was it something that people talked about? Was there some sort of expose? Like, how well known was it? Did people already know about the programs that the government had funded in 2004? I'm curious when those came to light or were like declassified. It was known but not major. The internet has brought it to the masses. Okay, yeah.
It's two separate things, just absolutely two separate things. I originally went there with a team to do an endosymbiotic research program. I was trying to nail down, you read Lynn Margulis's book about the Acarian mastodon. I was trying to nail down information about that, and also I had presumed that we were from panspermia. So I was looking for an artifact. I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves, and fell into the issue involving the Ganesh particle, etc. But the
Will do. We're discovering a lot.
Tired of generic.
Or rather, I'm discovering them because a lot of this is new to me. That, or I know just very little, tidbits, or have heard tidbits about, different things.
Flare that passed across the surface of some algae during a test, the Ganesh particle, etc. But we had a flare that passed across the surface of some algae during a test. And we just found out, by the way, that flare, and it's included in the report, that flare is associated to the speed that a Ganesh particle passes. So it was a Ganesh particle. It was actually overly flaring on us that day. But it was on the May 31st visit of 2001 to Frenchman's Mountain.
Okay.
If you have access to more reports than I'm aware of, I don't remember the report number, but...
Can you articulate for us a little bit more in specific detail about the relationship between future and present for these beings?
We're in a chimera.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Mm-hmm.
Just the basics.
What we see, for instance, I mentioned earlier ruins on the moon and Mars. And you're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because the J-Rod showed me that as an image, but didn't show me that as an image of a dead city, showed me that as the image of a future city, a living, breathing society, post-damage here, post-catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline haven't been built yet. Now, if that isn't confusing, say you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about, if that is not confusing, it confuses me.
You're the best guy for the job right now. Tell us.
Look with the lights. According to the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox, the J-Rods, to solve their paraprotein problem, used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods, and temples were built for them, and et cetera, et cetera. The so-called Nubis Ra, that sort of business. Again, I'm not, this is getting science fiction-y because it sounds like poppycock. But this is what I got in exchange for the information that he gave me, so what the hell. Literally, there are 2 or more concurrent timelines that we're living in. 2 separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure. I'm intellectually limited in that area. I got a B in philosophy, but...
Yo, I'm sorry. I'm looking up ERBs and wormholes. This, I think this is starting to connect with, we have to, just closed it. We have to look up, or we really have to listen to, let me pull it up.
Say that.
This interview here, at least with this this guy, I want to say physicist. I just want to make sure he's actually a physicist. Yeah, this physicist's theory on how to travel back in time, which I don't know if he says wormhole or black hole, but some of the things he said sounds similar to what they're talking about here. Anyway, now I really want to watch this as well. For like a second time. I need to listen to this again. I'm going to drop a link to this one. I think it's a really cool listen. And the way he structures it, super easy to follow along with. He breaks stuff down super simply. But anyway, back to this.
I'm intellectually limited in that area, and I don't want to present something that I don't know is fact either. That would be not right. But to solve their problem, they messed around with us even earlier than earlier when they had been treated as gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they could apparently select the timeline. How they do that, again, no clue. They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us.
Yes. Okay, I figured that's where he was going with this. Okay, gotcha. So, maybe that doesn't mean we're like a derivative of them, but I figured it was something along those lines. Like we had 3 strands at some point, and then they essentially removed one of the strands or whatever. I thought that's what he was kind of explaining earlier, or like what he was kind of getting.
This made us able to mate with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other brand, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes have been turned off. Any of the unusual mating sequences aside from retroviruses that tagged along were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a...
Take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome, and that will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the new scientific special edition, Scientific American, by a woman anthropologist who says her research shows that Homo sapiens did mate with Homo neanderthalis.
Right, okay, because when he said the other thing, I didn't know if he meant Homo sapiens or something else, because I thought there was evidence of, us mating with Neanderthals. I thought, don't we have like 1%, or some people have like a small percentage of Neanderthal in them?
At some time.
Okay.
So, I mean, whatever research she wrote about seems to bear out what you're saying.
Well, it has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatched our chemical and our structural architecture neurophysiologically, and that was one of the primary promoters for the problem that the J-rods now suffer. That yes.
Are you worried that using...
Man, I want to know what these cuts are. I hope we're getting all of it. Because, this is super cool. Definitely going to take a few listens and a lot of research, because obviously a lot of the particulars, are flying over my head. Lots of jargon that, I don't know. So I'm going to have to, do my own research and stuff and just try to piece together what he's saying to see if it even makes sense. I imagine it has to be somewhat coherent, otherwise, or I'll have to find people that try to poke holes in what he's saying, I guess. That might be a faster way to do it, or a more efficient way to do it. People that already understand the subject matter.
But I had my security good present in case.
Right.
It wasn't.
We're kind of wrapping up, and we're kind of in the middle of trying to have the opportunity. It's a good opportunity to talk about this time. And you were talking about going 2 different points of going back in the past, one and then one earlier. And what we haven't gotten to yet, though, is sort of a general description of what we're talking about here, in general terms.
What the doctrine is.
Right. This is ostensibly for the public.
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause two separate universes, two separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those two time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to strata. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I had read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer, because I'm in on some of the loop, no pun intended, that these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
And they're also now saying that the Earth appears to be older than they thought it was.
Mm-hmm. And its age, I have no clue. One would have to ask the Almighty.
You could look at something. Are you saying that you could look at something one day and measure it, and look at it the next day, and the measurements can be different because a different timeline is then come into play?
Yeah. And biologists, chemists, well, natural philosophers call that error. And if something falls outside of their acceptable range of error, they call it non-written, because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get their funding. That's the nature of the big business of science.
Interesting he speaks to that, which, you know, there's some people that come out and purport that science, or the powers that be within science, basically make it so you have to stay within some sort of rigid structure. Otherwise, you won't be taken seriously, you won't get funding, and, you know, your stuff is essentially tossed out and you're ridiculed and whatnot. It's just like more recent stuff that I've heard, like the last few years and stuff. I don't know. You know, there's like a bureaucracy to it or whatever. And I mean, I imagine that's true to some extent. I mean, there's always been that, right? We try to study things and figure things out, and somebody does figure something out and everybody else goes, hey, you're crazy. And then, you know, some time passes and they're like, oh shit, that guy was right. So, because I'm also just like relating it to today, because this was, again, like 20 years ago. So just with like the knowledge I have today of like current events, I'm just like likening it to that. But I don't know if this has just been a popular idea for the past 20 or 30 or 50 or however many years. If this is something that people have like constantly been talking about. And I only recently discovered it, you know, in my lifetime in 5 or 10 years, because I'm looking into this stuff or paying attention to it, or, you know, whatever. It pops up on my screen or what have you. I lack the wisdom, you know.
That's the nature of the big business of science. I mean, ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY. His name was Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana, we'll say that. He jumped ship. And he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. And this will give you an idea what happens if you piss the wrong people off, or you don't get enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to, he had lost his extramural funding, and he had funding 10 days prior to his separation. They separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So again, in terms of clear explanation, what is it we're trying to, in the treaty that we have, what is it we're trying to work with, or they're trying to work with us to?
100% cooperation, 100% cooperation in getting rid of the ERBs in exchange for 100% cooperation to solve their physical problem and to attempt their rejoining. And that's a big word, big pool at the end that I just.
Yeah, the rejoining thing. Oh my gosh, I just feel like there's so much beating around the bush. I really need to find him talking about this more. Because Bob Lazar, from some old interview, mentions in some briefing or something that he had read, humans being containers. So I'm curious if that rejoining part has
said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project under which I'm working right now may help some. It may help some. It's a electrophysiological resonance which is present around, in, and through our DNA, which it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the supernal triad, the divine Sephira, the tree of life, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
Could you say a little bit about your sort of current conditions and where you're working now? Anything like that, sort of what's going on with you at the moment, work-wise?
Well, as in environmental, my environment, I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal with the issues here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful. I direct the project from that location. Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, any more than dust would be hazardous to you. In times of need, I'm transferred to various facilities, not worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever the protocols that we need to complete. So
he works at a school as a cover, is what I'm kind of getting, and then does work for the government low-key. I mean, that's...
Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Dulce, the Shady Rest, Site 4, the Groom Lake facility,
or a hospital.
Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. So I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. They were sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. As God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of that damn mirror. But they told me they were.
Demonstrate results.
Demonstrate data, yes. Show data sets relative, Project Lotus, and the 3 portions of it which are simultaneously underway.
So you've been involved in this exclusively for 20 years, 15 years?
Since '86. Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Right.
You had an environmental company, right? Kane Environmental Company?
Yeah, that's when I was carrying the name Crane.
But you're pretty much exclusively engaged in a project which is fundamentally tied to the future of our species.
It is. It is, fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I've been accused of rambling by people before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring and making sure that that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point. Aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the East Gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt, at least so I've heard.
And you're bridging what we have traditionally called physics and metaphysics, it sounds like, into one continuum. Because some of things you're talking about are what we're tied to what
Well, indeed.
physics refers to.
Indeed. And not even just pop metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look. In fact, well,
that's kind of the way I define supernatural as well, because I mean, if it exists, you know what I mean? It's here. It's probably been here. We just we don't have the instruments, or we fail to recognize it, right? It might be.
It's not so much supernatural. It's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look. In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding.
I don't know if he's referencing like the scientific process there or what.
These particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And in the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. Closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Particle is images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. Closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average investigator, biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen 2 eukaryotic cells and has moved on.
One last question for you, then I'll be real wrap. Gives you time to relax and get better.
Tell me it's the lights go off.
Tell me exactly in your own mind how you want to get out. How do you want to see it go down? Tell Bill.
Well, first of all, that's a deep question, because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today.
Neither do I.
So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government, as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm prevented from doing so, we'll find out. Again, we all have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well, biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know. But freedom nonetheless.
Do you know who specifically you think you should be talking to?
No. No. I would think that, oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So help me God.
Maybe we can help you find out who that is.
That's right.
Cut through the clutter and tap into new
Yeah, again, don't know how much I buy into all of it, but it's really interesting. You were saying that he was beaten to death. But I'm looking it up now, and it's saying, well, I couldn't find anything on it. So I tried using ChatGPT here, which is saying there's actually no confirmed, there's no obituary, and no confirmed death or obituary for him. Also known as Dan Crane, he's a controversial figure. He reportedly retired from work in 2004. Rumors of his death circulated online in the early 2000s, but he reemerged afterward, and there's no confirmed public record of his passing. The mainstream perspective of Birch's claims is that they are strongly disputed and widely considered unverified or fictional by credible researchers and journalists. Although its source is Reddit there, so, I mean. There's no verifiable public records of his whereabouts today. Dan Birch's current whereabouts are unknown outside fringe or self-published content. What exists online is mostly speculative or anecdotal and shouldn't be taken as verified fact. Yeah, humans as vessels. Yeah, being containers or vessels, right? So like a shapeshifter. To keep the veil, they glaze over. Supposedly killed. The dude vanished. Well, in a way, we are vessels, especially considering you think if we have a soul, can get possessed, etc. They disappeared him. I'll be back if you're online in a bit. Okay, sounds good. Huh. Well, I just watched that from this channel here. Go ahead and put that link in chat again. That's coming from Alien Info has had that. Very interesting. I would like to watch this other one with y'all, which would probably be a little bit easier to follow along with. I don't know if I'm done with that rabbit hole quite yet, though. I might just take a 2-second break on it. It's a little bit of work stuff I have to get done. I can actually get it done right now, real quick. Well, still just mulling over a lot of this stuff. But real quick, let me just... Man, I'm so curious now. It's so interesting. But that didn't even really touch on the looking glass stuff so much. Oh, that's crazy. This was posted 2 days ago about the Project Looking Glass. Well, this was 8 days ago. Well, there's a lot of people covering this right now. Though this looks like it could be an AI video. Analyzing Candace Owens' claims and the evidence. There is the Y-Files, but you said you didn't like the Y-File. I think it was it Gator said he didn't like the Y-Files coverage of it? Wait, Candace Owens covered this? Project Looking Glass. How did Charlie know he was going to die? Holy shit. It's just interesting. Yeah, this is one of these comments. I would have never thought in a million years that Candace Owens would cover stories about Project Looking Glass, alternate realities, and time travel. Man, I might have to watch this. And this was from last week. That's weird. They're arguing there's supposed to be a Mandela effect, whether Pikachu had a black part of its tail. It's kind of weird because I do have like some recollection of that. People are arguing over that. We're supposed to be talking about like the Mandela effect and shit. I don't know if I'm really going to get into Candace Owens shit right now and circle back into the politics of the Charlie Kirk assassination and everything. Not at this moment, at least. Not really trying to get into that. But now it's on my radar. I'm definitely gonna have to. Maybe in my own time. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, like the tip of it, right? Better because that's usually my route to try to find out if someone is alive or not. I know in missing person cases, some people check that. Is it starting where you're at? I saw the east. Yeah, we're gonna be getting hit by. It shouldn't be right now. I think tomorrow we're supposed to be getting hit with a really bad ice/snowstorm. So everybody's preparing for it. Huh. I'm just trying to figure out which direction I'm trying to go here. I feel like I've seen the Y-Files Project Looking Glass video. Let me see. I'm having trouble remembering it. Holy shit, that's crazy. The top comment right now. Came back to a rewatch after Candace Owens talked about it. Man, that's just weird ways things connect. Oh my gosh, all the top comments are about Candace Owens. Huh. Yeah, right? I'm not too worried about it. Worst case scenario, we're locked in for the weekend. I'm not particularly stressed. Anyway, I think I'm gonna listen to some of this Y-Files video. Hang out with y'all here for a bit. Obviously, this is Y-Files. We love Y-Files over here. Does great work. Definitely gonna link this video in the chat. I just gotta send out a couple emails here, and then I'll be able to lock in with y'all. What I really need to do is heat my tea back up, actually. So let me go ahead and do that, and then gets these emails sent out, and then yeah, we'll be locked in again.
You're not supposed to.
I think I was muted that whole time. I'll just repeat myself real quick. I'm probably gonna do a deep dive on the Project Looking Glass stuff in my own time today, at some point. And then tonight, we might watch that Candace Owens thing on Project Looking Glass. And, you know, her ideas and stuff. I don't particularly feel like mixing the politics into it right now. But yeah, I think this is gonna be interesting. But yeah, let me bang this out, and then yeah, sorry. I probably already said all this. I just can't, I could.
To be alive. None of us are. About 10 years ago, you woke up to an eerie silence. The power was out. You went to check your phone for news, but your phone was dead. Then you realized everything was dead. Some kind of blackout, you thought. You looked out your window, confused. It looked like a normal December morning. Holiday decorations were up, though all the Christmas lights were out. You saw neighbors also peering through windows and standing on their front porches. Everyone was looking up. It looked like the stars were falling, only they weren't stars. They were satellites and space debris. It was raining fire. And for the first time in your life, you saw the aurora borealis in the middle of the day. You looked at the calendar. Today's date was supposed
Me either on the. He said me either on the politics, exactly. I'm actually just gonna let some chill music play in the background because I need to focus real quick on something. And I don't think I can listen to that and focus on what I need to focus on real quick.
New year, same extra value meals.
You're 10 minutes late for work, but you were 20 minutes late yesterday.
Huggies front.
All right, done. Woo, I'm here. He said, laugh my ass off. I'm so confused. I was confused by the Huggies commercial. I'm like, I don't have any kids, so I don't have any babies. So I don't know why I'm getting that commercial. Anyway, I knocked out what I needed to knock out for the most part. Yeah. At least half of it, but the other half is contingent on, it doesn't matter. Regardless, I'm here. So, lock in. You're the Lone Ranger right now. True story. Oh my gosh. Yes. Lord Almighty. We've run it to the end here. Eventually we'll get it to where, because I mean, what are we, like 9 hours in? Let me see. Yeah, about 9.5 hours in. So yeah, eventually we'll have it to where, what I need to do is probably start, I could just turn off the live and go live again. But eventually we'll have it to where we have the crowd in here at this time as well. So right now we got like the night crowd. At least night for me. Night, early morning crowd. But I need to build up the morning and afternoon crowd. That way we always keep it rolling in here. That's why you took a nap earlier. Yeah. Wait, why? Because you were passing out, or just because it was very quiet in here? I will probably have to catch myself some Z's eventually here, but I do think I have a little bit more, more juice in the tank. No, I probably should. Probably should take a break. So you can stay up for the stream. Awesome. And had to get my son ready for school. Gotcha. Respond to comments with your voice. Creators can now use their voice to respond to comments? What the hell? How does that work? Or is it just voice to text? Oh, it might just be voice to text. I thought I could do like voice notes. That'd be really neat. Sorry, YouTube's been implementing some new stuff, and I need to actually keep up with it and utilize some of it. Let me go ahead and close some of these damn tabs. P.S. I found the mic. Got it out of the box. Laptop is dead. Have to find my charger. Sorry, my life is a shit show. Unmedicated ADHD. Promise later I'll be ready to go with this. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. No pressure, no rush. Speaking of the Discord, let me just pop in there and see what's going on. Anything? It seems pretty quiet. Ah, I see. I see. Seems like one of our mods are sick, not feeling well. That's no good. Hope he gets better here. No, I totally get that. I totally get that. You can also use your phone on Discord too. You know, just use the mic on your phone if you wanted to. Oh no, not Chris. Chris is sick too. I think everybody's getting sick. Everyone's getting sick right now. Something in the air, something in the water. You were sick for 2 months straight? Keep that away from me. Oh my lord, what the hell were you sick with? It was so funny because when I was making my tea, I just thought to myself, man, I haven't been sick in a long time. And then I thought to myself, or maybe I'm just used to feeling shitty, so I don't even notice when I'm sick, which is kind of a horrifying thought. Was I gonna say over Thanksgiving? Then he got sick the day before X-Men. Oh my lord! Had to get him from school. Then got okay, that's right, because your kids are going to school, so those sicknesses just go around the school. So oh lord, your immune system should be super strong now, though. Jeez, that's it though. So for the rest of the year, you should be good. You've caught it all. We're saying the snow be. I'm gonna look outside real quick. I don't think the weather is. I don't think it's starting for us for a bit here. Nope, it's just overcast and probably freezing cold, but it hasn't started for us. I think we got until tomorrow. Oh, this guy, man. I see somebody that's live that somebody recommended me, and it reminds me I got some work to do. Shit. Ah, he was homeschooled until recently. That's what it is. Yeah, so both of y'all have some catching up to do with your immune system. East Tennessee. Okay, yeah, we're some hours behind that. Let me see the weather. When it's supposed to start here. Yeah, it's still saying it's gonna be quiet today. I don't think it starts until pretty much tomorrow, and then Sunday will probably be kind of nasty from the looks of it. It might not get that bad here, though. Sometimes it misses us. But everybody here likes to lose their mind. You know, if a snowflake hits the ground, this place shuts down, so... Yeah, same in Tennessee. Saturday will start. Yeah, exactly. Usually it gets caught in the mountains, but sometimes will make it into the valley. Yeah, no snow in Vegas, sadly, except I could see some on Mount Charleston. You like the snow? I like the snow. Unfortunately, we don't really get snow here. If we do, then everything shuts down, but everything just ices over here. It was real icy the other day. I'm assuming this will be our last, what is it? Kind of the end of January. We might get one more, but this will probably be like our last push. I don't know. Oh, yeah, but you hate it when you have places to be. I just don't want to be around other drivers, that's all. Especially here. There's a bad snowstorm in Tennessee. Or when I got pregnant with my son, I lived down a hill and it iced. I had to walk down to get a ride to work. They wouldn't let me call out. Damn, you almost died. Jeez. That's horrific. At a certain point, you gotta be like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Sorry, not sorry. But no, I get how that is. Here, I think they're really understanding of it, just because, well, I had one job where I was kind of an essential worker. So they would basically get us a hotel if they had to, because we kind of had to be there, just because of the nature of the job. But granted, I didn't live too far, and I didn't mind driving in it. But I ended up working alone a couple of nights because, you know, my co-pilot, so to speak, was like, nope, I'm not doing it, which I understand. I mean, it makes sense. Oh, you tried to explain it like, I'll come pick you up. That's the worst when you're trying to call off, hey man, I don't got a ride. And they're like, we got you. It's like, fuck. And this was Pizza Hut, jeez. Was it a busy day or what? It'd be hilarious. You just show up to work. You guys don't get a single order. Sorry, I'm just cooling right now. I'm cooling off. On an airport highway. So it's so you were screwed. Damn. Damn. Not being able to say no to Pizza Hut. That sucks. That's tragic.
And Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast.
I need to get a hot plate in here or something. I need something that keeps my damn drink hot. Because I like my coffee to be really hot. I mean, I don't mind cold coffee or iced coffee, you know, iced tea and all that. But right now, it's like when I feel like having a hot drink, I like it really hot. And I'm sitting here sipping on this and it keeps cooling off and it's so annoying. Oh, they sell the look. Oh, that's what I need. Yes. On Monday, I cooked by myself. The car dealership sometimes would order an order of like 30 pizzas. Those were hell. Yeah, I bet. Damn. 30 pizzas. So you're in there just... I don't know. I don't know all the movements for making pizza, but I think you get the idea. I have like a little, it's kind of like a hot plate thingy. It's for like hot pots. And I've been thinking to myself, should I plug that in here? It's kind of overkill though. It's kind of overkill. Had the whole prep table lined up with the dough. Had to just keep churning. Yep. Until it was done. Damn. Until you were done. Yeah. Working. I imagine you don't miss that. No, you don't miss it. You don't miss it. Exactly. Yeah, I figured. No, this, well, I would probably, because what I keep doing is I just keep like adding water and putting it on the stove. I mean, this one I filled up with the Keurig. That's why I'm like able to get in and out so fast. Although the stove does heat up fast, but I think I would just pour it into like a pot or like keep a pot of hot water. Like for example, with this tea bag situation, I could just keep adding water. So that would be like my thought process there. Like have a pot with the plate, heat it up, pour it in the cup. Although I'm always like rearranging things and trying to get more space in here. I really have plenty of space. I don't know. It's just like every day I'll like clean. Not every day I clean. That's not true. But I feel like as of recent, I've been cleaning a lot more, trying to declutter and whatnot. But I feel like in 2 seconds, everything gets cluttered. I don't know what it's like. I blink and like there's just shit everywhere. And I'm like, what the hell? I just don't have enough places to set things. Like my espresso machine was hotter than regular coffee and I had to use tempered glass or a shot or it would break. Oh, damn. That's what I needed is espresso machine. I think I have like an old one somewhere. That's what I really need. I need some espresso right now. Hmm. That's so weird. I swear, I find like copy videos. I swear, people just like take the concepts from other videos and copy them. Maybe they use AI or something. I don't know. I had an espresso and Keurig, but I had to leave them in Tennessee in my storage for now. Ah, it sucks. Gonna have to get down there and I don't know, get the U-Haul, move them on over. DeLonghi? Also check it out. Like it's a brand of espresso, right? Like coffee. And not the actual machine, but the coffee. Or the espresso. Bean or yeah.
Disturbing language. Disturbing language.
Needs to be a certain grind. Yeah, for the best shot. You can buy pre-ground or grinding. Oh, you know, of course. I've been a barista, so I feel you. I've spent a decent handful of years being a barista, which I loved. I've worked at a handful of shops, and I really enjoyed it. I used to drink. I mean, I still drink a pretty decent amount of coffee, I guess, to be fair. But man, when I worked at the coffee shop, I would drink a lot of coffee. Oh no, I totally get it. Trust me. I totally get it. Starbucks. I've never worked at Starbucks before. Some people would say they're not real baristas. I don't know. I don't know what their processes are there. I don't know if I would like. I would have to check out Starbucks. I don't know if I'd like working there. The places I work were, I guess, they're like mom and pop and let's say more traditional. Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, places I've worked were some were kind of hole in the wall, but very homey. I worked at a lot of very, very homey places, and people would hang out there. Like, it was really comfy. And we had like a community of people, you know, like the regulars and everything. And I would just get to hang out with people and chat, and it was just very chill, very chill. I've worked at like high volume places as well. Something closer to a Starbucks, I guess. And that was fine because I don't mind being busy and doing a lot. But the places that were like really chill and laid back, where I really got to just hang out and get to know people, and I mean, I really enjoyed those places. I had a lot of fun. Yes, they are. My dad has an auto shop, and he and his mechanics would chill and have a beer and enjoy it after work was over. He even lent a mechanic his car, so if the owner is good, it's good. Exactly. And that was like basically the situation I had. Very, very chill. I mean, shit, sometimes I'd close the shop. Some of the places that I would just hang out inside and work on stuff on my computer or my laptop. And that was nice. There was one, I basically ran it. There were days I would open and close. I'd work by myself and, pretty much run the damn thing. And, yeah, lots of freedoms. Lots of freedoms. I was able to step outside and have a smoke anytime there weren't customers just because of the layout of the place. And all my customers knew me and shit, so they'd see me outside and they'd be like, oh, no, man, finish your smoke. I'm just going to go inside and get settled. And they knew how it was. And I'd go outside and have a smoke with them. And some of them were off of college campuses and whatnot. So it was just really good vibes. Really, really good vibes. Met a lot of great people. I miss some of those places. And at the time, the pay was pretty good. My hourly was, probably shit, right? But because of the tips, it was actually pretty decent. At the time, it was decent money. Considering the job. I liked it. It was fun. And, yeah, made decent money. It takes home less than his mechanics, though. Having your own business is expensive, yeah. I can only imagine all the overhead. When they're working on cars, yeah, exactly. I don't know, if a mechanic doesn't have a cigarette in their mouth, I don't know. I'm just playing, but yeah. Yeah, the bills and equipment. Yeah, exactly. Insurance, bills, equipment. Plus, the mechanics probably want to make a good wage too. So yeah, being a business owner, especially at that scale, like a mom and pop type situation, is tough. Because I've worked at places too that ended up closing down just because. Well, some of it was bad. I don't want to say bad management. Lack of management, but maybe it was bad management. I guess that's the same thing. But also the rent prices. I'd chit chat with the owners, and I knew the owners. Was close with some of them to some extent, and see the inner workings. Plus, I could see the numbers, and they'd talk to me about how much they had to pay in rent and this, that, and the third, and we'd talk shop essentially, and it was just kind of ridiculous how much they had to pay. He's an honest mechanic, though. Helps people out a little too much. Yeah. Which is, you said, which is good. Exactly. I get my customer service skills from him. Very good, yeah. And that's, a good mechanic is priceless, really. A lot of these places, I've been scammed or just fucking ripped off, man, by some places. I need to find a good mechanic. At this point, I just Google shit and try to figure it out and work on it myself and whatnot as I can. But I've definitely spent some money on things that they ended up fucking up my car after giving them $1,000. So, or whatever. So yeah, after I did most of the work, but regardless. Or they're over here just trying to find problems. It's like, dude, it's like, yeah, tell me what's wrong with it. But sometimes I swear to God, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Or it's like, oh, can you change my spark plugs? $400? Suck a dick. I'll change the spark plugs. It's like changing a light bulb. I just thought convenience would be nice. Fucking $400. The hell is wrong with you? Especially because it wasn't even that car I think was an Impala, and it's not difficult. It's not difficult. You need the special tool or whatever, which you could rent. And sometimes they're in annoying spots. I changed the spark plugs on my Honda and the car I have now. That was stupid easy because it's right there on top of everything. So when I was little, he worked for a place that tried to get him to screw someone over and he quit. Yeah, hey, that's good. Good on your dad. Because it's so easy to screw people over when they don't know, a lot of people, when it comes to like car work, trade work, people don't know certain things, and I think they're afraid of, like, they think it's very complicated or really difficult, so they just kind of pay whatever, or they think that's the price, or they don't shop around, or they just don't Google it. Like, Google it, look it up, see what it is, you know, see how much the parts actually cost, you know, and see how much labor actually goes into it. Like, labor isn't cheap, don't get me wrong, but, you know, if it's something you could do yourself, I mean, you go watch, these days you could just look it up and watch a video and you could do it yourself. Like, yeah, it's a pain in the ass sometimes, especially when you run into problems, which I have. It's called Monroe Tire Auto Service in Madisonville, Tennessee. There's a whole story about how he became the owner. I'll tell you later. Okay. Not how your father became the owner, but how the person that owns it became the owner, correct? Because your father left, right? Oh, Monroe is his. Oh, got it. I was just making sure. Okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah. I'm interested. You have to tell me about the story. I'm assuming you want to do it probably when you hop on Discord. Yeah, tell me which one to avoid. Although those places, you know, at least I hope they go out of business. Not obviously your father's. I mean, the people that scam people. Like, hopefully those guys go out of business. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely interested. Now I'm just scrolling at this point. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to try that. How to make Sprite from pine needles. I've actually seen this. I want to give that a try sometime. Then again, yeah, we don't really have pine trees here. Where I'm from, we had a lot of pine trees. I just realized that. I did not see a lot of pine trees where I'm at. Huh. I mean, I'm sure we do somewhere maybe, but now that I think about it, I don't recall seeing any. One of my favorite trees, I guess it would be my favorite tree, because I don't know trees like that, is a weeping willow. If I was reincarnated as a tree, if I used to be a tree, it was probably a weeping willow. Very majestic. They seem wise. I don't know. All right, I'm going to go ahead and give this a listen. A bit of a listen. We'll see how far we can get through it. I do not want to fall asleep on a stream, though the absence of coffee and the weight of my eyelids, I can feel it coming on. I'm like heating up. I'm starting to think I might heat up when I'm tired, which is interesting. I've just started to realize that. Because sometimes I think it's my room fluctuating temperature, which I feel like it does. But I'm starting to think it might be when I'm tired, my body heats up or something. Because I feel like I'm just emanating heat. Well, of course I'm emanating heat. I feel like I'm a furnace. I feel like I am like blowing heat off of me right now. It's kind of weird. I'm not sweating at all. but I just feel like I'm like whoosh, like I'm a heater. All sorts of trees. Oh, nice. Yeah, it might be that too. I have two screens, like 22 inches or whatever, or something like that, 22 or 26 or whatever. And then I have a TV that I use as a screen as well, like a 42 inch. Like the video that you guys see up here is on the TV up above me. And then I have these two screens, and then I have the ring light. And I swear that shit heats up. And also my PC. My PC is a little furnace. So maybe it's, yeah, after sitting here for 10 hours, which this is about the time I think I start to heat up. So, and now the sun's coming up and shit, so it could be just a conflation of all that. Is that the right word, conflation? Either way. Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's a whole lot of light. I love wearing these. I love wearing my glasses. But they actually, like, outside of aesthetic reasons, it's actually very useful for sitting here because I'm like frying myself under all this. Definitely the electronics. I don't know why I'm bitching. I could literally just open a window. Well, do I want to open a window though? You know what? I'll open a window. I'll throw it all the way open. Now, you gotta be careful because the vacuum of space, you know, opening a window can be dangerous, but we've got special technology. I'm starting to think it's my body because the air should be so much colder that's coming in the window, but it does not feel cold. Like, it's chilly, but it's not nearly as cold as it should feel. Wait, how cold is it right now? No wonder. Yo, the temperature here, the weather here is wild. It is 50 degrees. It is 50 fucking degrees. It was freezing earlier. But I mean, I guess, whatever. Gosh, man, the temperature swings here are ridiculous. I'm a vampire. I don't get out the door without sunglasses. Not even to get the mail or anything. My eyes are light and are sensitive to the sun. Oh, man. Have you ever been around snow? Well, I mean, you said you were in Tennessee and they get snow, right? Have you ever had the experience where, you know, everything's covered in snow and the light reflecting off the snow is just like a laser beam in your eye? I remember when I was a kid, man, oh my gosh, you go outside and you have to like adjust, like you have to adjust in the dark, you have to adjust to the light of the snow because it's just reflecting and I swear magnifying it. You have to wear sunglasses just to look at the snow. Change the title of this one. I really need to start cutting up my streams into VODs or something, or into shorts. Anybody that watches it, it's like it starts off with the news and then it goes into who knows what, and it's impossible to actually know like where anything is in the VOD. And I just realized people actually comment. I guess people check out my VODs after I post them sometimes, and I just realized that people actually leave comments, and I'm like, oh shit. It's an interesting watch for sure. Project Looking Glass. Project Looking Glass. Watching. Wi-Fi's. All right. I appreciate you for hanging out. I was like, if you were to disappear now, it would be just me. Just me. They say 1 is the loneliest number. They do say 2 could be as bad as 1, but the loneliest number is the number 1. So, I appreciate you. But please, don't feel trapped. Don't feel obligated, you know? And as per the usual, probably already dropped this in chat, but again, I always like to make sure I'm doing my due diligence here with sharing the love and all that good stuff. The Y-Files, we all love them. We all know them here. There's a link in chat. Let me go ahead and get this one started. I'm trying to keep my fingers moving while I listen here. I will probably be passing out after this one. I need to get a couple of Z's. Just a couple, not too many.
You're not supposed to be alive. None of us are. About 10 years ago, you woke up to an eerie silence. The power was out. You went to check your phone for news, but your phone was dead. Then you realized everything was dead. Some kind of blackout, you thought. You looked out your window, confused. It looked like a normal December morning. Holiday decorations were up, though all the Christmas lights were out. You saw neighbors also peering through windows and standing on their front porches. Everyone was looking up. It looked like the stars were falling, only they weren't stars. They were satellites and space debris. It was raining fire. And for the first time in your life, you saw the aurora borealis in the middle of the day. You looked at the calendar. Today's date was supposed to mean something. But before you could remember, everything went black. It was December 21st, 2012. The end of the world.
I hate ads. I hate ads so much, guys. An ad playing right before his ad.
The link or scan the QR code. The link or get fish in the mouth.
All right, I'm doing it. But you gotta change me back.
No can do, Chief. I gotta keep you like this through the weekend.
What? Why?
Your wife gave me $50.
In early 1948, the curator for the National Museum of Iraq had a very exciting meeting. 2 American archaeologists walked into his office with a briefcase and set it gently on his desk next to a dusty cardboard box. The 3 men exchanged polite greetings and shook hands. One of the Americans dialed a code on the case, popped the locks, and opened it. It was full of cash. Stacks of $100 bills, United States legal tender. Very, very nice. The curator removed the lid of what looked like an old, unmarked shoebox. Inside, there were 2 ancient Sumerian cylinder seals. The Americans were willing to pay handsomely for these. The curator wasn't even sure why. A cylinder seal is nothing. A cylinder seal is nothing.
Okay, so this must be the cylinder seals that that gentleman was talking about in the this gentleman Dan Burrish was talking about. Okay.
Willing to pay handsomely for these. The curator wasn't even sure why. A cylinder seal is nothing more than a tube made of stone or metal engraved with a design. They were used by everybody in Sumer. It was basically a stamp. You rolled the cylinder over a document or a piece of leather. The engraving on the cylinder imprinted its design, which served as a personal signature on a document or package. It was a way for a Sumerian to guarantee authenticity of a business deal, like signing a contract. Cylinder seals were made of wood, stone, bronze, really whatever the owner could afford. These specific cylinders were made of gold, But the curator was being paid much more than their weight in gold, many times more. The curator offered to show the American archaeologists more seals, hoping for another sale. There are hundreds of them in the museum. He could make a fortune. But the Americans were only interested in these 2 cylinders. The curator didn't know how the Americans even knew they existed. They weren't on display in the museum at all. They'd been sitting boxed on a dusty shelf for years. But there was so much cash in that briefcase, the curator wasn't going to ask questions. He was now a rich man. No reason to press his luck. The box and briefcase were closed, the men again shook hands, and the deal was done. An hour later, the archaeologists were settled into their seats on a C-97 Stratofighter. This particular Strato was outfitted for passenger transport by the recently formed United States Air Force. One of the men pulled a flask from his coat with a sigh. It was going to be a long day. Refuel in London, then over the Atlantic, a quick stop at Andrews in Maryland, and then finally land at Holloman Airfield in New Mexico. He joked with his partner that his flask would also need refueling along the way. The other man opened the dusty shoebox on his lap and stared at the Sumerian cylinder seals, puzzled. They didn't look like anything important. They reminded him of metal toilet paper rolls. The engravings were just the typical ancient stuff. Men holding staffs, people sitting in chairs. There were pictures of animals, maybe oxen, and a bunch of symbols he didn't recognize. He showed the open box to his partner, who had just taken a long belt from his flask. Both men shrugged. They had no idea what they were looking at. Why would they? They weren't archaeologists. Hitler was fascinated with the occult and ancient relics. He believed these relics were powerful and could be used as tools to conquer Europe and beyond. Nazi archaeologists searched for the Ark of the Covenant, the box that held the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments. According to scripture, the Ark was a powerful weapon and could level entire armies. In 1940, Heinrich Himmler personally led a mission to find the Holy Grail. The Grail was the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper. It said that the Grail has the power to provide eternal youth. Hitler was fascinated with the Spear of Destiny. This was used by Roman legionary Gaius Cassius Longinus to pierce the side of Christ at the crucifixion. There are German archaeological sites all over the Middle East. Hundreds of people were searching for these artifacts. Now, as far as we know, none of them were found. But in the late 1930s, ancient Sumerian cylinder seals were discovered that—
And the toilet paper rolls with the pictures?
Yeah, a few of these seals were not Sumerian at all. They were much older. They were given as gifts to the Sumerians by their ancestors.
You mean?
Yes.
Anunnaki.
Correct.
Yahtzee.
The Anunnaki arrived on Earth 500,000 years ago, seeking gold to repair their planet's atmosphere. They genetically engineered primitive humans to mine the gold. About 12,000 years ago, there was a global cataclysm. Some kind of event melted the polar ice caps and caused a great flood. This was either an asteroid impact or more likely a major solar event. The flood caused sea levels to rise 400 feet and change the face of the Earth. Millions of square miles of land were submerged. Cities were destroyed. The entire human race was almost wiped out. You can see this.
Is it the Younger Dryas period, or is this something else?
In every ancient culture, the myth usually ends with a godlike figure emerging from the sea or from the sky to help mankind restart civilization. The Anunnaki gave the Sumerians instructions to escape extinction. These instructions are carved on the cylinder seals. When rolled in the proper sequence, the cylinders outlined a procedure to access naturally occurring wormholes. Now, these are portals, sometimes called stargates, that allow you to move to various points in space instantly. And there are about 50 of them all over the world. And since the cylinders were found to be alien, they were transferred to a group called Majestic 12. Majestic 12 was established in 1947 to take charge of the technical, biological, and all aspects of crashed UFOs. MJ-12 soon learned that UFO technology was compatible with the information on the Sumerian cylinders. By combining the ancient Stargate instructions with alien technology, MJ-12 was able to build a machine. But the machine was more powerful than anyone could imagine. It was powerful enough to destroy the planet. And in 2012, it did. On a warm spring day in 1994, Dan landed at Homey Airport in the middle of the Nevada desert. He had just taken...
Maybe it's just because I've recently caught up to One Piece and stuff. And, you know, I'm always curious where people, you know, find their inspiration, you know, in their stories and whatnot. And I don't know why, it just reminds me of, like, the One Piece, the story and basically some of the stuff that's been discovered later in the show.
The weirdest flight of his life. There were hardly any passengers on the white Boeing 737 that took off from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. The few people that were there were seated far apart and instructed to not talk to each other. Despite the strict rules, the pilot was pretty friendly. Over the PA, he thanked them for choosing Janet Airlines and then joked that they really had no choice at all. Then he played Coming to America over and over again.
From Neil Diamond?
Yep.
Everywhere around the world, they're coming to...
You said at Nellis? Like Nellis Air Force Base? Is that what it's called? Let's see.
Nevada desert. On a warm spring day in 1994, Dan landed at Homey Airport in the middle of the Nevada desert. He had just taken the weirdest flight of his life. There were hardly any passengers on the white Boeing 737 that took off from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. The few people that were there were seated far apart and instructed to not talk to each other. Despite the strict rules, the pilot was pretty friendly. Over the PA, he thanked them for choosing Janet Airlines and then joked that they really had no choice at all. Then he played Coming to America.
Yeah, I didn't know if it like had another name or something. So that's why I went back because I was like, is it? So it doesn't sound like it is.
Over and over again.
From Neil Diamond?
Yep.
Everywhere around the world, they're coming to America.
You're probably just gonna keep...
Every time the flag's unfurled, they're coming to America. Today.
That's enough.
Ooh, can we do Love on the Rocks next?
This guy just landed at Area 51 and you want to do Neil Diamond karaoke?
The human makes a good point. Please continue.
Dan was a microbiologist and accepted an offer to work on a top-secret government program called Project Aquarius. Aquarius operated at an underground facility called Papoose Lake. On-base employees called the building S4. S4 was about 12 miles from Area 51. Dan was taken there by Apache helicopter. He was then escorted to the building by a polite but very serious military officer dressed in desert camo. Dan assumed he was an officer. He wore no designation of rank. In fact, his uniform had no designations of any kind. No rank, no branch, no patches, nothing. The man didn't even have a name patch. The officer didn't offer his name and Dan didn't ask. Security measures at S4 were intense. Armed guards were everywhere. Every door required voice print identification or a retinal scan. Every day he'd have to go through a decontamination procedure, including a change of clothes, shower, and a shave. The floors of S4 were painted with parallel lines, one blue and the other red. Dan was told...
Oh, so yeah, he's literally just going, he's going over his story. Okay, cool. Like another perspective, another telling of the story. But we got it from the horse's mouth earlier, so that was really cool. They used to blindfold people at Nellis to take them to 51. Yeah, I guess until like the lid was blown off of it. At that point, it was too late.
Told to stay within the blue lines and to never cross a red line. Guards were ordered to shoot to kill anyone who crossed the red line.
The good stuff is behind the red line, ain't it?
Will you let me paint the picture here?
Sorry, I'm just excited. Go ahead.
S4 had 5 floors, but you had to walk down from level 1 to level 4. The only elevator in the building was on level 4, which was the only way in or out of level 5. On level 1, Dan was given his security badge and shown the cafeteria. The dining hall had 4 round tables, each assigned to a different project team. He was to eat with the Aquarius team at their table. Meal times were staggered to minimize contact, but he was still reminded to not speak with members of any other project. The long hallway on level 1 passed a number of hangar bays on Dan's left. The hangars were on the other side of the red line.
I knew it.
The first few hangars were empty, but then Dan walked past a hangar that changed his life forever. He saw a disc-shaped object, a flying saucer. Later, Dan would learn this was a P-45 craft. A few more empty hangars and then another flying saucer. This one was a different type, a P-52. The last hangar held a craft shaped like a triangle. It was flat black and hovering a few feet off the ground. Level 3 was offices, conference rooms, and living quarters. Level 4, the Aquarius floor, was Dan's new lab. There, he was finally read into the project. Up until now, he didn't know what he'd be doing. He was just told it was exciting, important, and very top secret. As a microbiologist, he would be analyzing alien biology. Tissue samples, DNA, everything.
Hold on, you skipped level 2.
Right. Level 2 was strange. It was known as Alice's floor.
Alice, from the Brady Bunch?
No.
Oh, from Mel's Diner?
No. From Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
Project Galileo was on this floor. That dealt with propulsion systems from alien aircraft. Level 4 was also home to Project Sidekick, an alien weapons program. On level 4, Dan saw a small plastic statue hanging above a door.
This makes more sense with the plastic. Okay. I was wondering when he was telling his story what the significance was to there being a rabbit or bunny or whatever with a clock. It confused me. I was like, well, what's the...
On level 4, Dan saw a small plastic statue hanging above a door. It was a statue of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. The rabbit was wearing a red vest and holding a pocket watch. And if you follow the White Rabbit through that door, just like Alice, you step through the looking glass and into another world.
Through the looking glass and into another world.
Traditional dropship.
I knew that one was coming. I knew it. I was already ready for it.
Inside the Project Looking Glass lab was a machine. The exterior of the device was a circular ring about 5 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It's made of a dark gray metal alloy with a smooth finish. This ring forms the outer shell. Inside the circular outer ring is a core made of several spinning rings. Think of the object in the movie Contact. It looked just like that, just on a smaller scale. These spinning rings were lined with powerful electromagnets. These created fluctuating electromagnetic fields around the center chamber. At the heart of the machine was a rotating metal barrel lined with quartz crystals. This central barrel is suspended inside the spinning rings using gyroscopes and a gimbal mechanism. And inside the barrel is a chair for the operator.
To do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Well, over time, as the technology became more understood, the machines could be adjusted to do various things to warp space-time. Warp space?
It's funny because I didn't even think about getting in trouble for watching the ads. Is that something to worry about? Oh, Lord. I wasn't even considering that aspect of it. You would think they would like it. It was just... You were here the other night, right? We were watching the... I think you were. We were watching the movie trailers. Anyway, I don't mean to always go off about that, but damn, that stuff had messed me up. That messed me up when they blocked everything. But yeah, it's kind of silly. They're basically like, you need to pay. It's like, okay, fine.
Looking glass technology was used during the film for the operator.
To do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator. Inside the spinning rings using gyroscopes and a gimbal mechanism. And inside the barrel is a chair for the operator.
To do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Well, over time, as the technology became more understood, the machines could be adjusted to do various things to warp space-time. Looking glass technology was used during the Philadelphia experiment. That project failed, but later the Montauk project was launched. And researchers learned that if a person with certain mental abilities was integrated with the technology, it could be controlled. operators learned to see any place on Earth. You've heard this called remote viewing. All the operator would have to do is think of a place, and that place could be seen. Now, this was useful for intelligence gathering, but it was extremely helpful in locating more ancient Sumerian cylinders. As more cylinder seals were discovered, they added more capabilities to the machines. MJ-12 knew there were more cylinders.
Okay, gotcha. So this is what he was talking about, and he said that they were, I don't know if he was speaking of just the cylinders, but basically, like different countries had different ones, and nobody, or at least the way he was telling it, it sounded like people didn't have them all at once. I don't know.
Out there, but the political climate was making them harder to acquire. Remember, the cylinder seals are Sumerian. Sumer is now Iraq, but the United States still found ways to access the artifacts.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. We have before us the opportunity to forge, for ourselves and for future generations, a new world order.
Oh, come on, the U.S. started.
Crazy choice of words. Crazy choice of words.
Museum stuff.
No, the US military wouldn't be so blatant and obvious.
For 3 days in April 2003, looters rampaged in the storerooms and galleries of Iraq's National Museum.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages.
I mean, that really does connect the dots, though. Like, that's crazy. I mean, some sort of ancient, super high-tech weapon. That would be a good reason to go into another country and, like, fuck shit up. I'm not saying it makes it right, but I'm saying it. I can see why you would try to capture those things with military force.
Of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
Making off with some 15,000 priceless objects.
These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign.
Many dated back thousands of years to the great civilizations of Babylon and Mesopotamia.
A few years later, cylinders were found in Libya.
Good morning, and we are interrupting Good Morning America here on the East Coast, your regular program on the West Coast, because we have learned reports from Libya that Muammar Gaddafi, the leader of Libya for more than 40 years, has been killed by rebel forces.
Back on Alice's floor in the S4 building, technology from crashed UFOs was found to be compatible with the Looking Glass devices. Using this advanced technology, the Looking Glass operator could do more than see any place on Earth. The operator could see any time on Earth, the past, present, and the future. And if the operator was really talented, not only could he see the future, he could change it.
How is there not an ad right there? How is there not an ad? It's like it knows I'm getting ready to skip the ad, and it's like, nope, we're not going to give it to you yet. All right, you got it.
Interested in psychics and psychic abilities. A psychic who could see anywhere on Earth is the ideal spy. Psychics were also useful for Looking Glass devices. In the 1980s and 90s, psychics were recruited or abducted for this purpose. A chair recovered from an extraterrestrial craft had technology that let the pilot sync his consciousness with the craft. This technology was integrated into the Looking Glass machines. The psychic operator would sit in the chair at the center of the Looking Glass device and activate the machine. The startup sequence charged the electromagnets surrounding the central core that were calibrated in specific ways depending on the mission. Then xenon and argon gas were injected into the rotating barrel. A grayish orb would form in front of the operator within the gas. This was a stable wormhole to the probability dimension.
That sounds made up, but I love it. What the hell are you talking about?
The Looking Glass machine allowed the user to see past, present, and future. Seeing the past is interesting, but seeing the future, That's useful. But not only could you see the future, you could see possibilities of the future. The operator would mentally focus on an action. The operator could then see the probable outcome of this action. Like, what would happen if we invaded this country? Or what would happen if this particular person was assassinated? The output was captured by cameras and relayed to view screens. The researchers could feed questions to the operator and instantly see the results. This was highly useful. What they reported seeing covered an enormous range, from disaster events and weather anomalies to political outcomes and earth changes. Soon, Looking Glass operators learned how to steer events toward a specific goal. There was a problem, though. Different operators would see different things depending on their own biases. Like a Christian looking backwards.
So I'm curious how this would tie into CK. Did you mean MK, like MK Ultra, or do you mean CK like Charlie Kirk? Because Charlie Kirk, you know, with the Candace Owens thing and her making these connections is fascinating. I really am going to fall down that rabbit hole. We might do it tonight. Charlie, okay, yeah. I'm curious to see that as well. I think that will be tonight's main event, is trying to unpack that situation. If it's okay, look, suspending our disbelief for a moment. Hey-o! Yo, Chris, what's going on, bro? What's going on? Bro, if suspending our disbelief for a moment, if everything, all of this stuff just ends up being true, somehow it's connected to Charlie Kirk, blah blah blah. The world is just so crazy at that point, okay? Yeah, but if you know people are after you, it wouldn't be shocking to predict you might die. Oh no, of course. And I think as you get more and more influence, that's just sort of like a natural thing you have to worry about. Like, for example, Joe Rogan. I mean, for what I understand, I think he has bodyguards, and I've heard jokes that they're Navy SEALs or whatever, like, oh, he's got these Navy SEAL bodyguards. He has a tremendous amount of influence. He has so much reach that, there's probably people that want to make sure that he doesn't say certain things. And if he does say certain things, he better be well insulated. He better be well protected. Or they don't want him talking to the wrong person on his podcast, right? They don't want him amplifying the wrong ideas. Bro, not much, man. We've gone through the whole gambit here. We're kicking it. We're learning about this Project Looking Glass situation. We're falling down the conspiracy and paranormal and occult and just all of that stuff. The norm. And just getting into it. I think tonight's going to be a very, very interesting stream with going into Candace Owens and her takes on the Looking Glass. I'm very, very interested. But what's going on with you, man? How you been? How you doing? Sorry about yesterday. Bro, I passed out so hard. I should have just told you I was going to fall asleep. Like, we were talking and I laid down and you're like, bro, I'll be right back. And I'm like, all right, bet. And like, as you were saying that, bro, my body was moving on autopilot. I was like covering myself up with blankets. I was getting the pillows all nice and comfy. And I'm like, dude, you're going to fall asleep. And I have my phone next to me. I'm like, nah. He'll come back and he'll hit me up. I'll be up. I passed out in like 5 seconds. Okay. So my fault for that. I know we were supposed to game and shit. I think that's why nearly all creators, despite party, were freaked out by Charlie and kind of about it. Yeah. I mean, it hit me weird, and I'm like, I'm nobody, but it made me feel. I mean, obviously, watching somebody die and all that shit, uncomfortable, sure. But I mean, it just, I don't know, it hit me a certain way, just because that I'm into talking about all sorts of different stuff, and eventually I would like to go and talk to people on the street and do stuff like that, and just to think that you could just get shot for talking to people, asking questions. I mean, sure, you could say he had beliefs that everybody has beliefs. Some people aren't going to agree with those beliefs. But that doesn't mean you should get shot and die, right? But when you get a certain amount of influence, there's so many people watching you. I mean, aren't there a bunch of celebrities? I don't want to say a bunch of celebrities, but haven't there been celebrities that have been killed by fans, by crazy fans? How can somebody be such a big fan of you that they kill you? Like, I figured if somebody killed you, they probably disliked you or hated you. But to think that somebody is so obsessed with you that they kill you, that's just mind-boggling. And every time you add another fan to your entourage, you're increasing the likelihood of something happening, right? Now imagine at the scale of Charlie Kirk, or at the scale of Joe Rogan, or at the scale of Taylor Swift, or you know what I mean? I understand why these people have to move around with like an army of people and bodyguards. Yes, even this singer that was on The Voice, a crazed fan, shot her at a meet and greet. Christina, oh my Lord, Grimmy? Lord, that's so fucked up. And it's like, I want to get, oh man, we're going to have to do a separate deep dive. I need to come back to this topic because I want to get into the psychology of these people. I want to understand what would drive a person. Is it a sentiment of if I can't have you, nobody can? Or, you know, somebody recently brought up to me, I don't know if it's a condition or like what it is. There's a name for it. Damn it. It was Kami, I believe. Damn it. Oh, I wish he was here. Fuck. I'm gonna message him real quick. Oh, no. Well, I'll message him and ask. I doubt he'll get back to me. Well, you know what? I could just Google it. I'm like, why am I feel like a quick Google, damn it. I feel like a quick Google search. I'll find this. But it was a condition. Well, let me look it up first before I describe it wrong. The condition that makes you want to squeeze, bite, or pinch something cute is known as cute aggression. Oh, duh. It is a dimorphous expression, a positive, high-energy, overwhelming feeling that is tempered by a seemingly negative reaction, which functions to balance emotions and prevent a cuteness overload. Basically, people will find something so cute that they want to squeeze it. Like you see a cat, like a kitten, and you're like, oh, it's so cute, I want to squeeze it. But you might squeeze it to death. So I wonder if it's something along those lines. Cute aggression. Why is there an urge to squeeze cute things? Small animals. The urge to squeeze, pinch, or even imagine harming cute small animals, often described as cute aggression, is a common, well-documented psychological response that arises from the interaction of emotional intensity, impulse regulation, and neural reward systems. Or they were in psychosis, she said. People are crazy for sure. I'll remind you later. Oh, that's like this little girl that was psychotic and squeezed one of her pets to death. I saw it on a documentary, but she was also had psychotic tendencies. Okay. Yeah, so it says it's a well-documented thing, so I mean that's just fucking insane. But I wonder if that kind of ties into why people
will see the crucifixion of Christ. Atheists would just see Jerusalem. Looking forward was the same problem. Operators were seeing different future outcomes. Physicists and computer scientists were brought in to develop software to stabilize the process. Computer programs could feed the operator a lot of questions very quickly, and the results would come back fast. It worked and it was useful. For a few years, thousands of choices were fed to operators and thousands of possible timelines were seen. But in the late 1990s, MJ-12 and its scientists became very nervous. They had many different psychic operators seeing all kinds of different future events, but none of them could see anything past 2012, specifically December 21st, 2012. The Mayan calendar ends on that date. All timelines converged on that date, and then nothing. There was nothing after that.
This isn't a good sign.
It's not. But the scientists had help. Not only did they have a P-52 spacecraft, they had the pilot. They called him a P-52 as in present plus 52. He was from 52,000 years in the future.
Holy sh**.
And the
Interesting, we didn't hear that. So that, I imagine that was the J-Rod. That was my first time hearing J-Rod.
Pilot. They called him a P-52 as in present plus 52. He was from 52,000 years in the future.
Holy sh**.
And the P-52 alien? He was human.
Cut through the clutter and tap into
They got me on that one. Okay, he said he was human, so that's throwing me off a bit.
On May 21st, 1953, a team of Air Force scientists were sent to a UFO crash site 8 miles northwest of Kingman, Arizona. One of these scientists was Arthur Stanzel, who signed an affidavit stating that he was an eyewitness to the Kingman UFO recovery operation. The craft had a brushed aluminum exterior and was about 30 feet wide. Inside were swivel seats, instruments, and display panels. Witnesses saw several bodies. They were about 4 feet tall with dark skin. They had small bodies and big heads with large black eyes. One of these beings was alive and taken to Area 51. He was from 52,000 years in the future, so he was classified a P-52.
Bang, bang, bang. On the door, baby, bang, bang. Do.
I can't hear you!
Bang, bang. You know, I prefer their earlier stuff. Yeah, Rock Lobster, Planet Claire.
Yeah, me too. The P-52 alien was nicknamed J-Rod.
J-Rod? Sounds like a hip-hop artist.
There it is. Okay.
Or a basketball player.
Well, his personal name was Kaela. J-Rod was his race. Specifically, Kaela was a P-52 J-Rod.
Got it.
Kaela was based in the Gliese system, in the direction of the constellation Aquarius. That's how Project Aquarius got its name. Now, although he was based in Gliese, Kaela was originally from the Zeta Reticuli system. Zeta Reticuli is well known to UFO researchers. In 1961, Betty and Barney Hill were abducted by beings who said they were from Zeta Reticuli. Betty wasn't an astronomer or scientist of any kind. Still, she was able to draw a star map of Zeta Reticuli, which is a binary star system. Her map also includes Gliese. Kaela's people were dealing with an illness that was devastating the population. His crew was one of many sent back in time to Earth to try to find a cure. The P-52 aliens are somewhat genetically compatible with humans. In their timeline, they're an offshoot of Homo sapiens. Kaela was eventually allowed to go home, but he spent years at Area 51. He helped save humanity from destruction in 2012.
A-Rod is a baseball player. He played for the Yankees. That's what I think when they say J-Rod.
J-12 didn't realize that the 2012 apocalyptic event wasn't an accident. It was supposed to happen. It was engineered to happen.
Engineered by you.
Another race of future humans. The Stargate technology on the Sumerian cylinders is said to be a gift to humanity, but it's not a gift, it's a weapon. And on a different timeline, it destroyed us. There's a timeline where, on December 21st, 2012, a disaster took place. There was a massive geophysical pole shift of almost 5 degrees. The shift was caused by the Earth's upper mantle reacting to a massive explosion of energy from the sun. This shift caused a chain reaction in the Earth's tectonic plates. The Earth trembled with an intensity never before recorded. Cities near the epicenters of these shifts were the first to feel the effects. Buildings designed to withstand earthquakes crumbled like sandcastles. The seismic waves radiated outward, reaching every part of the planet. No one was safe. As the crust shifted, It wasn't just land that was affected. Under the ocean,
Dirty mother humping money. What's good with you, my sir? What in the hell? Man, we're falling down the rabbit hole, all right, man? We're deep. We're deep. How you doing, man? How you doing this beautiful morning? What's going on, Capone's pseudoscience? We're in the rabbit hole, okay, guys? We're in the rabbit hole. Hope you're doing well, Dirty.
the violent movement of the seabed caused enormous tsunamis. Coastal cities were obliterated by walls of water rushing at tremendous speeds. Inland, the story was just as grim. Landslides.
No snow yet. I don't think we're going to get that stuff till tomorrow. And this is going to be an ice storm for us, I think. But I don't think that's starting until tomorrow. Man, it's like 50 degrees here. These temperature fluctuations are crazy. You got the Huskies ready. Hey, listen, man, I need you to get them on the sled. I need you to come over and pick me up. Oh, you know, that reminds me of, damn, I can't, it's just weird. It just flickered in my mind. This movie, oh man. When I was a kid, I remember watching it, and it was about sledding dogs or snow dogs. And in a race, there was a race with snow dogs, and this guy gets like caught in a storm, and he has to like survive, but he's trying to win the race. You guys know what I'm talking about? Holy crap! I don't know where that came from. Balto? I don't think so. Oh, Snow Dogs. Oh my gosh, it's probably called Snow Dogs. Hold up. Oh yeah, it's Snow Dogs. Wait, is it really Snow Dog? No, that's... I don't think it was a comedy. Was it? With Cuba Gooding Jr.? I don't think it was a comedy, though. Kevin of the North. 8 Below. Was it 8 Below? I think it was 8 Below. 8 Below. Yes. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I don't know why. I just like, you mentioned Snow Dogs and it was just like, boom. Or you mentioned Huskies, rather. I was thinking of 8 Below, but Snow Dogs is another one. Huh. Anyway, sorry. It's just... Oh shit, where's my tab here? You think Snow Dogs is better than 8 Below? Shit. I haven't seen those things in so long. There's some more I gotta add to my list. Tough call, right? I guess it depends on the mood, because I feel like 8 Below is a little more serious, right? Wait, Liam, he ate the dogs? What are you talking about? I don't remember that movie. That sounds horrible. In the words of Sonic the Hedgehog, that movie is the worst. I don't remember that. Did he say that? Was it in the movie or something? I don't recall. I didn't watch the movie. That's hilarious. Or you just say he said that movie is the worst in general. That's hilarious. Signs is the worst? Oh, wow. I actually never watched Signs. I remember as a kid and I like was afraid of it. But that's the one with the aliens and they're like allergic to water or some shit. In the second movie, okay. I actually haven't seen the Sonic movies. You said, so Signs is bad. Signs is no good. Yeah, if you're like allergic to water or something, don't come to Earth. That's... I'd be kind of slow. At least don't come here without a space.
And sinkholes swallowed entire towns. Mountains that had stood for millions of years crumbled. In other places, land was thrust upward, creating new mountain ranges. Dormant volcanoes came to life with explosive eruptions. Yeah.
Tooth Fairy, was that, not Vin Diesel, The Rock. Was that The Rock? Yeah. It was worse than size, probably. I couldn't be bothered to watch it. Yeah, The Rock, the Vin Diesel. Yes, actually, that would have been great.
The atmosphere around the entire planet was filled with ash. The sky went.
Oh, the horror movie. Yes, there was a horror movie. Wasn't there? Well, it says Darkness Falls, 2003, is the most prominent Tooth Fairy horror movie featuring a vengeful spirit named Matilda Dixon, who kills those who see her in the dark. Other lower budget films include The Tooth Fairy, 2006. Oh wow, there's a handful of movies. Includes Return of the Tooth Fairy in 2020 and Tooth Fairy Drill to Kill in 2022. Guys, we need new IPs. Come on now. I only saw the trailer that it quietly released without any notice. Okay, Darkness Falls, got you.
In black.
Tired of generic chat GPT responses and sending
Sorry, guys.
For millions of years, crumbled. In other places, land was thrust upward, creating new mountain ranges. Dormant volcanoes came to life with explosive eruptions. The atmosphere around the entire planet was filled with ash. The sky went black. In the aftermath, the Earth was unrecognizable. The geography of the continents was completely different. Some land masses fractured into islands. Other land masses merged. New seas were created from cracks in the earth. Some ancient rivers changed course. Others were just gone. Countries struggled to assess the damage and coordinate aid. Critical infrastructure was destroyed, and global communication networks no longer functioned. This global cataclysm killed 2/3 of the world's population and led to the extinction of many species. The surface of the Earth was in ruin. The volcanic ash had poisoned the atmosphere and blocked sunlight for years. The entire food chain collapsed. But humans didn't go extinct. The survivors went underground and rebuilt civilization. Over thousands of years, our ability to manipulate time and space grew more and more powerful. We could alter our DNA in real time. We could manipulate our physical form. The form that was most beneficial for surviving underground was a smaller, thinner body. Our brains grew larger, so did our skulls. Large, dark eyes helped us see in the darkness. We became what are described as the Greys. The Greys we see now aren't aliens. They're us, 45,000 years in the future. Majestic 12 calls them P45s. P45s, future humans, were able to unlock a lot of potential from the human brain. They learned telepathic communication and how to manipulate space and time with thought. But this evolution had a downside. Future humans lost their humanity. They became emotionless and cold. They became selfish drones, interested only in serving their own needs. People who've been abducted by Greys describe them exactly like this, uncaring and almost robotic. They're experimenting on humans to improve their own future. The experiments focus on human DNA analysis and how that can be spliced with P45 DNA or even other animals' DNA in order to improve their own genetic future. But here's where it gets scary. The P45 Greys wanted that cataclysm to happen in 2012. They still want it. They need it to happen so they can come into existence.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't. Kaela, the P52 alien, had the looking glass machines turned off for a few years.
Why?
Well, it was using this technology that created the disaster in 2012. The artificial wormholes were disrupting the magnetic energy of the sun.
So we're safe now, right?
Oh no, we're not safe. We're not safe at all. The Greys either are or are controlling the Illuminati. The Illuminati still want this disaster to happen. Fewer people on the planet means they have more control.
Eat bugs! Live in a pod, own nothing and be happy.
Exactly. And keep people terrified of overpopulation by controlling world leaders, and use the media to disseminate propaganda, all to create fear, sow hatred, and ideally lead us to nuclear war. There is another timeline split coming in 2030. One timeline shows humanity awakening. This timeline ushers in a new era of peace. Humanity learns telepathy, and all the lies we've been told are suddenly revealed. If you have questions about who killed JFK or what happened on 9/11, you'll know. Every deception will be exposed, like a cloud lifting from over our entire species. Or there's the other timeline, where there's a disaster. And if you're lucky enough to survive, your role will be one of servitude. You'll be enslaved by the powerful simply to survive. Right now, there's a secret war being fought. On one side, the P-52s and a few white hat operators in the military and the government steering us toward Timeline 1, the positive timeline. On the other side, the P-45s, the Illuminati and the world's elites, pushing us toward Timeline 2, the apocalypse. If you look for it, you can see them preparing. In all of history, there have never been more underground bunkers being built. It's said that underneath Denver Airport will be their new headquarters. This will be one of the many safe places around the world.
The Denver Airport was a funny conspiracy I fell into a while back. I think they say there's tunnels underneath it in the shape of a swastika. There's barbed wire fence around it, but the top of the barbed wire is facing in, not out. And the idea is that it's meant to keep people in. Correctly. Also, I think there's supposedly really weird murals, or at least used to be really weird murals.
In all of history, there have never been more underground bunkers being built. It's said that underneath Denver Airport will be their new headquarters. This will be one of the many safe places around the world where those in power can wait out the coming storm.
We're not one of those people, are we?
We are not, and neither are you. If we end up on the wrong timeline, we're doomed. Timeline 1, peace, compassion, and kindness. Timeline 2, chaos, war, and hatred. Which path do you think we're on?
Obviously the peaceful one, right?
The story of Project Looking Glass comes from 3 whistleblowers: Bob Lazar, Bill Wood, and Dan Burish.
Looks crazy looking horse. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. Weird horse. Denver Airport. What the fuck? I've never seen this. That is not real. Why is its eyes red? Is its eyes really red like that? Yeah. I did just close the video, didn't I? Of course I did. Because why wouldn't I?
Compassion and
yeah, no, that is that's a little crazy looking. Yeah, I figured it had to be dramatized, right? Okay. All right, Cap, we need you in here when we're doing the conspiracies, okay?
war and hatred. Which path do you think we're on? The story of Project Looking Glass comes from 3 whistleblowers: Bob Lazar, Bill Wood, and Dan Burish. Most of today's story was from Dan, and it has everything. Time-traveling aliens fighting for the future of humanity. I mean, it's a ride. But is it true? Well, with stories like this, time travel to the future, you can't really debunk them, at least not fully. But we can look at the people telling the story. First off, this episode was difficult to write because a lot of the stories contradict each other. Are humans from Earth and we eventually leave and become P whatevers? Or humans were brought here from somewhere else? There are contradictions. Dan Burish tells a wild story, and he tells it well, and with feeling. But he has his detractors. Before he was Dan Burish, he was Dan Crane. He says he worked at the underground S4 lab near Area 51. This place was made public by Bob Lazar. Lazar said anyone who believes this guy should be ashamed of themselves. He said he never met this knucklehead.
Knucklehead?
His words. Dan said that he worked with an alien and they became friends. He also said he met angels in the lab and spoke to them in Hebrew. He claimed to be in the military with the rank of captain, but there's no record of that. He said he got his PhD in 1990 from Stony Brook University in New York. When Stony Brook said they never heard of him, he said they covered up his records. It was discovered that...
Which is, this is a constant thing. They said the same thing about Bob Lazar. What's going on, Andre? How you doing? You said Bob Lazar is a filthy liar. I want to believe, okay? I want to believe. But that's what I was saying. We fell into the... what led us here... Well, a few things led us here. But we fell into the Dan Birch stuff because this was my first time really getting into his stuff. We were watching some of his interviews. Some of it was compelling or interesting, but, I was getting a little... Just a tad bit of my bullshit detector was going off a little bit, But, I was suspending my disbelief. You know what I mean? Shit. Where is it? Hey, good to hear that, bro. Hey, that's how I ended up on this side of the coin. I wanted to believe and it all seemed compelling. Exactly, right? So, I mean, even if just 1% of this shit is true out there, for all these different rabbit holes and conspiracies, that's interesting, right? If even 1% is true. Some of it is pretty fantastic.
The time that he said he was working at the S4 lab, he was actually working as a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's documentation of this. When that was uncovered, he said that was his cover job. I don't know what you're talking about. The red glass. The weird glass name, real. I can't remember the red glass name. I don't know what you're talking about. If anybody in chat knows, though, fill me in. Or you might have to just give more context. There's documentation of this. When that was uncovered, he said that during the time that he said he was working at the S4 lab, he was actually working as a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's documentation of this. When that was uncovered, he said that was his cover job, and he got his PhD by flying back and forth to New York on the weekends. And the government paid for all this. Stony Brook said this is ridiculous. His finances show he wasn't earning much money working at a top-secret lab. He said he wasn't paid in money, but he was taken care of.
What does that mean?
No idea. He wasn't that well taken care of.
Yeah, how does that work? I guess they could just, pay your rent and maybe give you like a food card or something. And maybe like a vehicle. I'm trying to think of how that would work.
He filed for bankruptcy in 2002. His listed occupation was homemaker, and he had assets of about $300, plus one 1997 Suzuki that wasn't fully paid for. Now, none of this means he's lying, but when you tell a story like this, people are going to pay attention, and they're going to look into the person telling the story.
Ew, as it does.
As people looked into Dan, he went on the defensive over and over. He's been challenged by George Norrie to take a lie detector test. He won't. A lot of the investigation was done by George Knapp. George Knapp knows his way around a UFO story, and he doesn't buy this one.
What really pisses me off is when I get told what has or has not happened to me by these people. They have no right to open their mouth. I'm sorry for screaming at you.
It sounds like Dan is building off of Bob Lazar's story.
See, and that's what I was thinking, bro. Is it kind of sounds like it. He mentioned the Element 115, S4, the hangers, a lot of the stuff. I was like, damn, if this came out before Bob Lazar, it's like, okay, maybe, not even maybe, but it's like, but it felt like he was building on to Bob Lazar's story, or it was very easy to sort of, you use Bob Lazar's story and then spin some stuff off of it. It's not the God Zombie stuff. Wait, what is 115 again? I forget. I looked this up like 1,000 times. It's like Moscovium or something? Yeah, Moscovium. Wait, wait, what? What is that? Cyanin goggles. Oh! Oh my gosh, yeah. They used it in there to see the other dimension. Yeah. I don't know. I don't recall us playing COD though.
Also sounds like he built on the story told by Bill Uhouse, who was the first to mention J-rods. But Dan has added a lot of science fiction tropes. He's jammed so many details into his story that it reads like the syllabus for a conspiracy course. Illuminati, every kind of alien ever mentioned, And when
he mentioned Illuminati, I was like, oh.
Black, bases on the moon, time travel, lizard people, and on and on. I've noticed that many of the people who tell these stories tend to pack in all this stuff. It makes it harder to believe. Bob Lazar doesn't weave an elaborate tale about lizard people. He talks about the projects he personally worked on. Now, you can believe his story or not, I find him one of the more believable whistleblowers. And the time travel stuff doesn't make sense. Dan says there are timelines that branch off.
I've seen something on those. Okay, that's what you were talking about with the red glass. I've seen something on it. I think it was something along the lines of they used to use something for night vision goggles. And I think it was like the Diasin goggles or whatever you had mentioned. And then they stopped using it because the soldiers that they were testing it on were reporting seeing spirits or otherworldly beings or what have you. And that's right. It was like red night vision as opposed to the traditional green night vision that we like know of today. And they discontinued it because of the stuff that people were seeing. From what I understand, it's bullshit, but we'll have to fall into that one at some point. Ironically, the only time I've ever seen an alien aircraft was in Tennessee. My husband and I both saw it. Never seen one in Vegas. It could be because there's not as much light pollution in Tennessee. Could be. You're gonna have to drop that story at some point. Oh, you probably have. Lags at 3 o'clock in the morning. Wait, is it 3 o'clock in the morning? Wait, where are you, bro? Where is it 3 o'clock in the morning right now? What are you in, like, Australia or, no? Yeah, right? Like Australia or New Zealand or something? I'm trying to think of where it would be 3 o'clock in the morning. I like to call the Illuminati the Enclave. I love it. He said, my grandfather avoided the glasses but lost his life to the... Dude, are you serious? Like, are you serious? The Philadelphia experiment. That's the one with the ship, right? That they were supposedly testing some sort of technology. I want to say teleportation or something like that. And it went horribly wrong, from what I understand. Now, or at least that's how the story goes, if I remember correctly. It's sad that Demons and Angels... Tom Hanks movie is true about the Illuminati, Purge, and etc., etc., etc. No, it's happening at the time, at the moment. It's 1 GMT, 8 at the moment, 7 M till 18. So it's 6 o'clock where you are? Or about to be 6 o'clock? So you're 6 6 hours behind? I'm confused. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. You said no, I'm kidding. Fuck you, man. How you about to send me down a rabbit hole? I was like, dude, if you don't tell me that story right now. I don't think I have yet. I don't tell most people because it was genuinely insane, but we were both shocked and speechless. Oh my gosh, I definitely want to hear this one. I mean, you could save it for when you hop on Discord if you want. Oh, you said I meant to say that every 3 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock after midnight. Well, yeah, my phone lags. It's rumored that the 3 o'clock is reset. You're 6 hours ahead of the US. Oh, so you're like in Austria or like in that time zone. Like Austria, Germany, like that area. Or like time zone, I guess. But what do you mean it resets? Or is it just you're saying like something about the I don't even know what it would be. The network resets? Yes, you do. Yes. You need to write them all down. We need them. Okay, I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying.
The aliens come back in time to affect their future.
1.21 gigawatts.
Right. If time travel works like the movie Back to the Future, then there's only one timeline. But he says there are branching timelines in a multiverse. So which is it? Another reason to be skeptical is believers in this story say that the chronovisor is a looking glass device. That's a machine that allows you to see through time. It's allegedly kept in the Vatican secret archives. It was developed by Father Pellegrino Ernetti in the early 1950s. It's a good story, and I linked to a video about it below. Father Ernetti even took pictures of Christ using the chronovisor. Now, I can't prove the chronovisor is fake, but I do know that the pictures were fake. These same believers also refer to the book by Chan Thomas, The Adam and Eve Story. The book describes a pole shift apocalypse. This was such a dangerous book that it was allegedly classified by the CIA, and only a small portion of the book has ever been seen. Well, I've covered the Adam and Eve story before. Spoiler alert, I debunk it. So if believers of the Project Looking Glass story are using debunked stories as their foundation, I'm already going in skeptical. On the other hand, it's interesting that Zeta Reticuli and Gliese came up. Zeta Reticuli is about 39 light years away, and the two stars are similar to ours. Astronomers are looking for exoplanets there because the system might be able to support life. But Zeta Reticuli was part of Betty Hill's abduction story, so it makes sense that a hoaxer would add that detail. But Gliese was an interesting choice. Gliese 581 is a dwarf star about 20 light years away, so relatively close. 3 exoplanets have been found there, and Gliese 581c is possibly in the habitable zone and could support life. At the time, it was called the most Earth-like of all known exoplanets. It was discovered in 2007, so maybe Dan heard about it in the news. But if he'd heard about Gliese from an alien, you'd think he'd know how to pronounce it. In 2008, a radio signal was sent to Gliese 581c. It's called a message from Earth, or AMFE, and it contains 501 different messages. The signal will reach the planet in early 2029.
Just before the next timeline switch.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Whether you believe this specific story or not, I think you can feel that something is happening. I feel it. Dan's story might be far-fetched, but there's plenty of evidence that the CIA and other Black Ops programs have experimented with psychics, remote viewing, and even time travel. We know that they did this, so we have to stay diligent, just in case a timeline shift is coming. So pay close attention to the powerful elites. Which timeline are they steering us toward?
The future is not just happening. The future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room.
Do they want us to have more? Do they want us to have more?
The ghosts come out at 3 a.m., guys. You sleep it all, reprogram us to sleep. Well, they might need to work on my programming because I don't sleep. That's a problem here. But we're gonna try to rectify that after this video. I always found it quite human that people never describe seeing ghost plants. I mean, they have every reason to haunt us. We literally live in their corpses. That's deep, bro. No soul, maybe? I have heard, though, that in the other plane we can't see where entities are. There are like black vines and stuff that grow on or in homes that make people sick, usually along with negative entities. Yeah, and also like ghost animals. You think you'd see ghost animals. Now, a lot of people don't think animals have souls, so, you know, maybe.
More freedom, more safety, and more unity? Or do the elites and the media who serve them want to remove our freedoms one by one? If we do as we're told, humanity will finally be united, live in peace and prosper. Ha! Well, that's what they say. Do you feel
Steve Duke, man, we're grinding it out, okay? We're going hard. But I appreciate you for coming back. Darmy does have a soul. That's without a doubt. Without a doubt. Rest in peace, Darmy. No, I'm just playing. I'm convinced most poltergeists are cat ghosts. That's why they're always knocking stuff down. We are almost close to hour. I told myself it was gonna be a shorter stream. I say this every time. And 10 hours is my average. We're almost at 12, guys. We're at 11 and
feel safer today than a few years ago? Do you feel more united with people? Is the Earth a peaceful place? 2030 is only a few years away, and it's coming fast. But we still have time. We still have a chance to steer humanity toward the positive timeline. The powerful don't want that to happen. They want us to hate each other and destroy each other. They want chaos and war, and ideally, a world war. And from the ashes and rubble of their war, they will build a new world. Their world without us. Whether you believe the two timeline story or not, something is happening. The lines have been drawn, and it's time for you to pick a side. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish.
As always, this was an awesome, video. I think Y-Files is great, the way they break down everything and, tell the story and then debunk it or attempt to at the end. Here's a link to this video, which will obviously link you to the channel. Definitely go check them out. They do videos on all sorts of interesting conspiracies. You said I'm convinced most poltergeists. Oh yeah, I got that one. It's actually quite uncomplicated. People have an energy source, energy that can't be created or destroyed. When you die, the energy goes on. This is more tangible in another plane, but no body. Yeah, man. Spirits, entities communicate telepathically. I mean, when you break it down like that, how many joules of energy? How do we know about this other plane? These are questions we're going to have to ask and answer next time. See? Complicated. No. You're overcomplicating it, okay? You're asking questions. Stop, okay? Just go with it. But I'm sure we could fall down really deep into the rabbit hole and answer all those questions, or at least come up with hypotheses. Make connections and whatnot. The question is, are we connecting dots that exist? Or are we fabricating the dots? And next time, but Astro Ball Z. Yo, I love that. Astro Ball Z. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna use that somehow. So that makes sense. Ghost cats, 9 lives. I never thought of that. Never thought of it that way. They always knock shit off the table. Yeah. People could see it that are fortunate or unfortunate enough to have that gift. I'm not talking about pseudo-psychics that, do crap for profit, yeah. I mean, guys, I've seen some stuff, I've told the story a few times. Some of y'all have seen some stuff. Things I can't explain, all right? Not only did I see it, did I catch it on camera, and I had it verified by 2 other people. And something I wouldn't have noticed unless those 2 other people pointed out to me on the video that there was something there, and then I go and look at the video that I sent, and I was like, holy shit, there's something there. So, I mean, I've had my experiences, so I do think there might be something going on around us, guys. Now, am I going to say poltergeist? Am I going to say extraterrestrial, interdimensional, angel, demon? I can't put a name to it, right? But is there something there? Is there a there? I think there is. Not all ghosts are poltergeist. So is poltergeist like a negative ghost? Is that like the idea, like a negative entity? Science fiction equals future science knowledge. Weird how that pattern emerges, right? So there's a difference. Ghosts are almost purely apparitional. Poltergeist play. Interesting. So poltergeists like to fuck around, basically. We need to test this. If I stay up a little longer, I might start seeing things, and then I could relay that back to you guys. Ah, I see. Poltergeists are able to utilize energy to manipulate or to move things in our plane. Yeah. Takes a lot of energy to show themselves, move things, etc. And that would make sense. That if there is some sort of other realm, if it's so hidden, it must be rare, right? For us, I mean, it's rare that we see things. So there must be some sort of, like, let's imagine it's true. Let's imagine there's something there. There must have to be some sort of special conditions that are met in order for us to, either in order for them to affect reality, our reality, or for us to perceive them. There must be special conditions, very, very special conditions that are met. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We would be saying this is absolutely real. Here's the documentation. Boom, done, bam, bada bing bang, pow. I hope so, Evie. I hope so. Because right now we just don't have the tech, at least, the public doesn't know about the tech, to the tools to measure these phenomena. So the environment has to be right. Running water is a good source. Thunderstorms, etc. So poltergeist can touch me and ghosts cannot. Yeah, I think that's what she's kind of getting at. Yeah. When I believed, I thought of ghosts/poltergeist as being mistaken psychic manifestation and not disembodied spirits. Yeah, I don't even know if they're disembodied spirits, I don't know if it's like a relative or like a human that has existed previously, or if it's something just completely different, just a whole different type of being. Yeah. Exactly, like you just said, not all entities were human spirits, right? It could even be technological, I see some wish here, but I've eaten a lot of LSD and shrooms, so I dismissed my credibility in this stuff. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about that. That's come up the last few days. Sometimes I think maybe those substances, the altered states of consciousness, maybe it kind of aligns you with the other plane, so you're able to actually see it. It kind of gets rid of the filters that, the veil, so to speak, that makes that stuff invisible to us. Because, for self-preservation reasons, we can't be tripping balls and, driving cars and doing heart surgery, right? So, we have to block some of that out just to, for self-preservation purposes. But maybe when you trip, maybe you're aligning yourself with something else. Maybe. Or maybe you're just tripping balls. Wait, Tool. We're bringing up Tool again. People have sent me Rosetta Stoned. I don't know if you meant to say stone or stoned. That's kind of funny. Christopher, I think it was, Gator, he sent me some Tool songs. He's going to be working on a playlist for me. So I'm going to be listening to those. He sent me some of them on Discord. He said, you see the other side, don't know if it's real, but I saw it. And that's the thing. It's like, what, is it just a wires being crossed, chemical reactions that, you know, that sort of cause and effect? Or is there something to it? Oh, interesting. You're more likely to experience it sober. Substances help me ignore it. Interesting. I'm almost a Tool guy, sorry. Damn, now you guys want to start piling in here. I should probably go ahead and take a break. I'm going to have to catch at least a Z or two. Something tells me with this ice storm coming in, snowstorm, ice storm, we are going to be locked in. As long as we have power, guys, I will be streaming. I'm going to try to be live again tonight. I want to do the Candace Owens. She talks about the Looking Glass. She talks about whether Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, whether she's from another planet. I didn't want to dive into it right now because I just don't really feel like touching the politics stuff right now. I need some rest before I dive into that shit. But tonight, I think I'm going to try. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hear me out. Just read the lyrics to Rosetta Stone. Okay. Ah, yes. Dinosaurs are fake as well as gay. Candace Owens. You know, it's on topic, I swear. All right then, guys. Hold up. This will be my final act before I go and lay down. Fall asleep to the lullabies of I don't think I'm gonna fall asleep listening to Candace Owens. I think I'm gonna listen to something else to fall asleep, but let me go ahead and read these lyrics. Rosetta Stone, song by Tool, 2006. Alrighty then, picture this, if you will. 10 to 2 a.m., X, Yogi, DMT, and a box of Krispy Kremes. In my need-to-know post just outside of Area 51, contemplating the whole, quote, chosen people thingy. When just a flaming stealth banana split the sky, like one would hope, but never really expect to see in a place like this, cutting right-angle donuts on a dime and stopping right on my Birkenstocks and me yelping, holy fucking shit, holy fucking shit, holy... Okay, this has already got me hooked. Then the X-Files being looking like some kind of blue-green Jackie Chan with Isabel Rossellini lips and breath that reeked of vanilla chig champa, did a slow-mo matrix descent out of the butt end of the banana vessel and hovered above my bug eyes, my gaping jaw, my sweaty L, Ron Hubbard, upper lip, and all I could think was, I hope Uncle Martin here doesn't notice that I pissed my fucking pants. So light in his way, like an apparition, he had me crying out, fuck me, it's gotta be the death head chemistry. The blotter got right on top of me, got me seeing E motherfucking T. And after calming me down with some orange slices and some fetal spooning, E.T. revealed to me his singular purpose. He said, "You are the chosen one, the one who will deliver the message, a message of hope for those who choose to hear it and a warning for those who don't." Me, the chosen one? They chose me and I didn't graduate from fucking high school? You better listen. Then he looked right through me with somniferous almond eyes. Don't even know what that means. Just remember to write it down. This is so real, like the time Dave floated away. See, my heart is pounding because this shit never happens to me. Can't breathe right now. It was so real. Like I woke up in Wonderland. All sort of terrifying. I don't want to be all alone when I tell this story. And can anyone tell me why you all sound like Peanut's parents? Will I ever be coming down? This is so real. Finally, it's my lucky day. See, my heart is racing because this shit never happens to me. Can't breathe right now. You believe me, don't you? Please believe what I just said. See, the dead ain't Torin, and this wasn't all in my head. See, they took me by the hand and invited me right in. Then they showed me something. I don't even know where to begin. Strapped down to my bed, feet cold and eyes red. I'm out of my head. Am I alive? Am I dead? Can't remember what they said. Goddamn, shit the bed. Hi, hallelujah. Overwhelmed as one would be, placed in my position, such a heavy burden now to be the one, born to bear and read to all the details of our ending, to write it down for all the world to see, but I forgot my pen, shit the bed again, typical. Strapped down in my bed, feet cold and eyes red. I'm out of my head. Am I alive? Am I dead? Sun-kissed and Sudafed, gyroscopes and infrared. Won't help. I'm brain dead. Can't remember what they said. Goddamn, shit the bed. I can't remember what they said to me. Can't remember what they said to make me out to be a hero. Bob, help me. Don't know, won't know. Don't know, won't know. Don't know, won't know. Goddamn, shit the bed. I think I might fall asleep listening to this stuff, guys. I think I might have to fall asleep listening to this stuff. I thank you guys for putting me onto this. I am definitely going to be listening to some Tool because holy shit, that is awesome. Yes, Tool, Rosetta Stone, 2006. You are the chosen one. Anima and Jambi? All right. Don't shit the bed. Well, yeah, it's about a guy in acid outside Area 51. I kind of got that one. And the blotter, you know, yeah. And when he said Bob, was he talking about Lazar? Because that's fucking awesome. It's just, yeah, that was great. Cradle of Fries. The pot, man. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Is that by the Tool or what is that? Oi, 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 oi. Hey, what's going on, Lil Dank? Lil Dank. Lazar. Yeah, Lazar. It's on topic. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm definitely going to have to go down that. I'm going to tell you guys what I think. Really? Carl Jung philosophy song? Holy shit! How have I not fallen down this rabbit hole? Okay, the pot from Tool. Okay, shit. I'm going to be listening to this shit. I wish I could listen to it on stream with you guys. I can't. Maybe we'll do some listening on Discord, guys. Maybe. Caitlin, welcome back. They were putting me onto some songs by Tool and some other people. We have fallen down the rabbit hole, as it were. Conspiracy, paranormal, all the good stuff. You said you like 90s mostly, gotta respect the Sabbath. See if I missed anything. Cradle of Filth. I can't wait for you. Oh my God. It's Milo. We got to watch the Milo Yiannopoulos stuff. Black woman impression saying that's its highest. What the fuck? Gators are dinosaurs. Eagles are dinosaurs. They never died off. How about that, Angel? Angle, yeah. That sounds about right. You're more of an industrial guy. It's gonna be fake and gay. She doubled down on it. Barbie soccer mom. Her ringtone used to be, "Now you've got something to die for" by a Lamb of God. "46 and 2, the thinking man's medal." All right. Oh man, this is all by Tool. Holy shit. Aliens are in the files. Wait, which files, bro? Oh man, they need to fucking release the information on the aliens, the UFOs, the UAPs. All right. Maynard from Tool wrote an album about his mom's death called 10,000 Days, and John B is on the album. So good. Okay, cool. I typed that one in too. Mars Volta. Progressive rock band. All right, dope. The pedophiles. Listen, guys. I will, if that's the case, every fucking day I will be here saying release the files. I mean, release the files. Don't get me wrong. We need to, get rid of all the elite, PDFs and shit. But like, if the aliens are in that shit, I'm more focused on, look, obviously we need to get rid of those guys too. Don't get me wrong. But the aliens though. An alternative to the Y file. A great chance. Okay. Let me know. Yeah, not yet. Let me know. All right, sick. I'm gonna subscribe right now. Long form videos about space and mysteries and whatnot. Love it. Hey, a victim Gloom FC shapeshifted. I don't know if that's true or not. Breadcrumbing me into like losing my mind about the files. Alien PDFs are the worst, dude. That would blow a lid off of everything. That's the reason they can't release the Y files is because, or the Y. Guys, I'm too tired. That's why they won't release the Y files. What am I saying? That's why they won't release the files. Okay, the aliens. That would just. But guys, I must go. Let me get a few hours of sleep, and we'll be back tonight. We'll probably be back tonight. I got the weekend to do this shit. We damn near made it to 12 hours. Billy Corgan, Smashing Pumpkins, saw someone shapeshift 2 separate times. Fuck. All right. I want to know how many tabs I could actually open. Billy Corgan, Smashing Pump. Oh, wait, yeah. Billy Corgan, shapeshift. Cool. All right. Appreciate you, bro. Guys, if you want to continue the conversation, I'm not going to be there initially. I mean, you could message me or whatever or jump in the voice calls, but I'm probably going to be asleep. I'm going to be honest with you. But I'm going to drop the Discord link. You can hop on stream and chit chat when we're live. Chit chat, debate, whatever. We could also, I hang out in the voice channel sometimes and just hang out and shit and chat. Keep the conversation going. We have a whole conspiracy hole in the Discord for this stuff. But yeah, definitely join the Discord, join the community. Tika Tequila. He talked about it on Stern. Okay, cool. Just not when I'm not using the red glass. Yeah, don't look at me with the red glass, okay? Please. That'd be crazy. You put them spectacles on and then all around me, it's just like a bunch of fucking beings standing over me. But anyway, guys, remember, please remember this. This is a PSA, okay? Public service announcement. If you get too close to the black hole,